they can't be able to mobilize as quickly and swiftly because now they don't have 40% of their damn oil supply. Military strategy 101. If you can't be able to secure your energy, you can't be able to navigate through the waters or the air. But like I said, man, I'm done talking. Thank you, Erica, for allowing me to talk. And at the end of the day, the order is going to move regardless if motherfucker consented or not. And there's shit that people don't even know from the dead, naked eye that's going on. That they think everything is all good. No, it's not. Have a plan. Stop being predictable. Because it's like that. I'll say y'all go against the side while being the most predictable motherfucker one. They can always suspect the black community to say something cockamamie and have no plan for their own community. I'm done. That shit didn't make no. That shit didn't sound like another indoctrinated brother. And like I said, I'm not indoctrinated. I'm not being focused on the media. You're the one that's paying attention on the media. I'm chilling, bro. Trust me. In a better position too. So don't say it confident bullshit. Nah, you don't know that. You don't know that. Trust me, bro. Don't talk about it. That's not good on this. We just close on the part. If you just cut me off to say some bullshit. Thank you. Who you think winning that war? Who you think winning that war? Since y'all wanna predict and you don't know America and all of this, bro. United States Navy. You're goofy, and there you go. You are goofy. United States Navy. What? So 43% of the naval force take it down. If 43% of the naval force take it down, then you can't project strength out. We're not gonna let you. Okay, cool. So you said the United States is what? Cool. United States Navy, correct. That's what they said, right? Where you getting these numbers from? Because let's say, hold on, man. You said you asked me a question, bro. Because I know you're gonna keep going, bro. That's what you do. But don't ask me a question and cut me off before I answer. You said one answer. I said, all right, cool. Thank you. I was just gonna say, even Palestine is getting footage of what's really going on. They're not even in Israel. They're seeing it. They're that close. Bruh, miss me with the what you gonna call it, and let's stop. Because they're trying to lie to us. And brothers like this, people like, oh, ain't nothing going on the whole time. The price is going up. Our whole government is all this shit. And we just, keep it going. Keep it going. I never said keep it going either. I never said keep it. I never said that. But we don't know what we're doing, right? Remember, we don't know what we're doing. But keep it going. I never said keep it going. That's what you said. What I'm talking about, though. Shit, I don't know. You try to keep it going and kept on going. That's blue. That's no, I gotta be still going. Really, you were interested. When somebody challenges you, whoever you are, it doesn't matter. It's okay. I mean, either come back with an intelligent rebuttal or just leave the shit alone. It does not matter. We don't know each other, okay? It's okay. Yeah, I gotta move on. We can get stuck. We can't talk about the goddamn problems we got. I'm telling you, it's a lot of shit that's happening right now. And I just need us to be viewing. Shit going bad, bro. They don't even with this goddamn app. They done opened this app up. So I don't know who they done opened it up to. But the past few days, this app is different. Okay, I don't know if it's us. I don't know what the heck going on. But the only thing it tells me, I haven't seen this app this active since COVID. Okay, so if they come back this way, I'm telling you, I'm paying attention. Y'all right your motherfucking eye and ain't paying attention. Y'all over there looking at the obvious. I need us to stop this right now. Let's be productive people. Cause something going on. Say something. If that's okay. Sure. What's something? Yeah, I was talking about that 25, right? And usually you look at a topic like this, Peter Dale, right? And the question we need to ask about this app is it's a group of people that get in trouble. this guy some shit when sent to me. He's a shit asking questions. Damn it, he asking questions. Erica made a point. I was asking why violence was happening. Grateful. I'm not gonna ask why. If these people took a shot, they didn't ask why. You know, like gonna ask why no shit like this. Like what? You asking way too much for society. That whole thing with the banking system and shit like that. Did we talk about that again? I don't know. I kind of stepped away. Because I feel like something is going on. Something is very wrong. What made you just know? Oh, let me get you in this job like we did. Actually, I don't believe you're in the matrix now. And my face don't care nothing about no banking system. Because when I be the main one talking about finance, my face say, what do you do to care about money? Just because Sean, now it's a good time to have that conversation with Sean in the room. Yep. And so I'm sure some others that can help navigate through the conversation as well. Of course, banking, side things, marketing, whatever. Are you free? Let's do it. My bad. I was in my work. I didn't hear nothing Erica said just now because I'm around in that motherfucker, girl. It's a good time. It's a good time for that. What you was bringing up, Sean is in the room, and I'm sure some others can contribute to that. So, okay. So I'm gonna send you this link, Sean, real quick because I did find something. It's something about a secret meeting with the CEO of Coinbase, then declare war on the banks, trying to kill crypto. So I'm just trying to figure out if Trump with the crypto shit or he against the crypto. And then you got the other folks, because I was reading earlier about the Ralph Norman. He has said when he was talking about the central bank digital currency, he's against it. He has joined other lawmakers urging Congress to ban the creation of the CBDC. So it looks like you got two opposing sides within the government when it comes to the financial system. Yeah, so JP Morgan Chase wants to be kingpin over it, where when it comes to crypto and when it comes to having your own settlements in-house, you essentially are your own bank. Essentially, you can print out money. And the banks don't like that, Federal Reserve don't like that. And the situation we're seeing when it comes to Iran and Venezuela, with leakage of the financial system. So when it comes to that situation, tokenization, they have to clear up the leakage before they get fully tokenized. When it comes to this back and forth situation, when it comes to Congress, I think a lot of that is theater because they're all pretty much bought by JP Morgan, Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street, AKR, the like, essentially the kingpins of the accounting and the banking world. So digital finance tokens, people like Coinbase has their clashes because they want to be the actual bank leader of crypto. Due to the fact that one, they was the ones that started out a lot of the IPOs back in 2012, 2013, 2014. That's how you guys saw Nas cash out that $1 million check because he was one of the earliest investors of Coinbase. And Kevin Durant were both the aspect of the first people to invest in Coinbase. You have XRP. They have it where, we're going to be a replacement of Swift system. We can be able to make settlements a lot quicker within seconds instead of days. And they can be able to be more leverageable on connecting with both sides of Congress and the federal administration that's in office now. So XRP is competing with Coinbase to get that Coinbase is going to have a total task order. And I think Coinbase is going to be sat down. And I think Brad Garlinghouse from XRP is going to be the number one kingpin when it comes to this. So when it comes to that, that's what I got on it. So I've been looking at it very clearly. The clarity I have old money. The kingpin old money. The clear. Yeah. Is the kingpin old money? Of course the kingpin is old money. You can't be a kingpin if you're a little nigga. A little nigga that just came in the city. Stop it. You just got here. They've been here. But yeah, that's what I got on Flawless America. We can move some of these microphones around.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, y'all.
Did you hear what I said, Flawless, or what
I heard everything you said, and that's why I think it all goes hand in hand with what's going on over there with our records. Everything go hand in hand right now. So I'm just trying to piece it all together.
Yeah. Oil, rare earth minerals, manufacturing, tech, all the technologies, all the real estate, from your single family house to my small single family house, to apartment buildings, to oil and gas structures, all that needs to be tokenized.
Well, okay, so why are people, I mean, and I know I'm just asking because some people don't know about it. Why should you tokenize your assets?
Well, that means you can clear off your debt and you can win a lot quicker without the gripes of banking. How people say that they have this locked out of banking, even though they have assets, they have collateral.
Mm-hmm.
So that's just the new scenario. And tokenizing, you'll be ahead of the curve. So that's why having an SEC attorney on board, having people that work in finance and banking and kind of give you the ropes, and you can attach your shit. And especially when you're talking about having trust entities, holding companies, instead of using everything on your personal, you'll be ahead of the curve. Everybody else will be later. They'll be trying to tokenize.
So what trust entities have you established? Do you have a portfolio of trust entities?
Yes, so it is an asset protection trust in Nevada. That's for my single family house and my portfolio of assets that I own in Nevada. So I'm an attorney. I don't do this directly myself. I always recommend everybody that this is not financial advice, no searching means. Always suggest a financial advisor, an attorney, and someone like Rambo that has credentials. So when it comes to that situation, I've done it myself in Nevada. So I'm not no sound citizen nigga Rambo. I'm not no figures that
I gotta be honest with you. I just got up on that. As you know, I run businesses, so I'm thankful for my resume. But a new entity I was contemplating establishing it in Nevada because of the ease and how it's set up in Nevada. I ain't gonna get into total details. I'm still contemplating it. I'm still contemplating it. I just want to ask.
Well, people like you in Delaware. Delaware.
Yeah, Delaware's played. Like that was back in the days that everybody was talking with Delaware. Really, I'm not saying it's played, but I mean everybody. That's like one-on-one since back in the days. I think most entrepreneurs know about. It just came up on Nevada.
And with Nevada, you have charging order protection when it comes to any creditors that come knocking at your doors. That's something.
Wait. What's that provision again? Can you repeat that?
Charging order protection.
What is that saying? Oh, that's saying.
Of course,
There's much
charging order protection. So that's very vital when it comes to your corporate veil. So people use asset protection, trust, and have a Nevada healthy company as well. So that's where everything is doing. At least when it comes to how you have it where people can't easily seize your LLC property or your trust property, meaning that they can't run your company, meaning that they can't force the business to sell assets, they can't demand distributions. They're just sit there waiting for the money that may never come.
So Sean, let me explain a little bit about what I'm going through with my grand's property. So I just,
property's worth because it's valued at about $250,000 out in Kings County, California. But because of the fucking the loan and the interest, it's about in order basically the bank wants about like I say $350,000. So I'm at the court, I'm filing executive order, all this shit. I'm thinking maybe bankruptcy to try to take her debt on and then bankrupt myself, to where I can, you know what I'm saying?
Well, depends on your chapter laws. If you have a lender that's willing to cheat, you don't have to do that kind of restructuring on bankruptcy.
Okay.
It just depends on is the lender flexible to be able to get something. Where if debt is that much, you have cash liquidity because Chapter 7 is when you're liquidation, where you're selling off your shit. Chapter 11 is business reorganization. Then Chapter 13 is the wage earner plan, where you're just creating a 3 to 5 year payment plan, and you're keeping your property remaining eligible. Debt may be discharged later.
Okay.
Chapter 13 is a scenario where 50 Cent situation. He had a scenario before power came involved. He owed $5 million. He literally structured the 5-year payment plan where once the power came in, we started seeing Tommy and started seeing all the characters that like and know and see on the internet. That's when he was able to use that proceeds to pay off the original debt and keep all his original assets retained in his custody.
Okay.
Chapter 13 is the wage earner plan. So only that means that you're creating your payment plan.
So I don't
keep the property.
I go to the bank.
Bankruptcy to courts. If you're going to restructure your debt, go directly to the lender.
To the lender. Because mind you, it's her. It's not on my name. It's on her name. So she's deceased.
And Chapter 13 helps you when it comes to stop foreclosure and catch up on mortgage payments and repay any tax debt gradually. So,
Okay.
Yeah. But like I said, it's not about just fine. Please go for the attorney. Please.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That was just a quick question about XRP. But I'm going to let you finish your question because this is some stuff. This is something I'm just inquiring about.
Things that you sent me for the grants, which one would be the better one for me to actually go for?
So the Amber grants, iFunding grants, those 2 grants will give around 5 to start up. If you already have like a business plan, some revenue, something that's actually going to range around 20 to 30. So they provide micro grants and also working capital funding as well. So that's iFunding and Amber grants for lenders. And make sure that your company is registered minority, woman-owned, disadvantaged. If you're a veteran, go for it. If you're no veteran, that's a woman, that's a minority, also tap her in as well.
Pictures in. Pictures on my birthday is in first.
My question was this right here, sir.
Yes, sir.
I was in crypto real heavy during COVID. Yada. I mean, I had Ethereum and all that shit. But I ain't live, so I sold that shit. But my question is this XRP. It was a time you couldn't buy XRP anywhere. You could get it on Binance or something like that. And they had to go through courts. Well, all of a sudden, they opened it up in America and everybody's talking about XRP. What is it about?
What's
I'm
the
getting into it.
Well,
See, that's the future.
Well, why they opened up again? That's because they lobbied to politicians on both sides of the political spectrum, and they also have board members that's part of the Trump administration as well. So that means that they have direct access to the White House. They have the ability to actually figure out, okay, what do you want us to do? We accommodated, and they'll work XRP as a liquidity bridge. Organize assets off the need to move between currencies and markets. XRP is supposed to act as a bridge asset. So if you have tokenized U.S. Treasury bonds being converted to XRP, and XRP being converted to tokenized Euro bond, that means that they can switch from U.S. currency efficient bank that needs more liquidity in the system or cocaine in the system, they'll melt this motherfucker up before they let it melt down.
And I thought it was kind of funny that the director of the president of Coinbase ended up going into the cabinet. Looking Trump. And people don't even realize that. I said, this happened a while back. I said, wait a minute. Why is he not in the cabinet? Well, everything about Coinbase.
Well, that's why everything digital that you're saying is really floating around. Because the more digital that they can accelerate things, where they can tokenize assets, they can move, put the oil on XRP, put all the rare earths on XRP.
And move it and flip it quick.
Where you can do bonds, bills. So that's why I said it comes in.
That's why I'm like, XRP don't end up being the next Ethereum or something like that.
Well, XRP is going to be used as the new settlement. The new settlement for tokenized assets.
Digital gold. It would be Bitcoin, but I say XRP.
Because XRPL transactions can settle in 3 to 5 seconds with very low fees.
It's so easy to use, and it's quick.
3 to 5 seconds. But if you try to send somebody $20,000 on Western Union, it takes
Shit,
and take a minute.
Right.
And so
Western Union is charging themselves with Solana. And a lot of these banks is trying to get their own coins. They don't want to merge.
Well, Solana is definitely important as well. Like Solana, anything that's digital finance, DeFi, anything that's involved with the FIPS system that comes to
Would it be Chainlink and Polygon also?
or anything that's an ISO 222 token. So that's ISO 222 tokens. So if they want that aspect like HBAR, power ledger and all that other shit, then yes. So, like I said, man, this shit's gonna be huge. I'm telling you, once Trump's new Federal Reserve Chairman comes in, Trump's kicked off and kicked out, we can have interest rate cuts. We can have more repos in the banking system. And motherfucking can bring in more T-bills, keep the banks liquid, keep lending going, and lower these damn interest rates. A lot of y'all that got variable mortgage rates has been eating up since 2022 when they raised interest rates. Now y'all can take that 5-6% interest and hopefully next 24 months it goes to 2.5, 2.53. So,
I think it's when they say Coinbase guys up there, sometimes people think it's like some Illuminati shit or some inside shit. I mean, the reality is, people present themselves as specialists in a certain field while they're building a company. It gets to, a certain magnitude of attention when it comes to media. A lot of times the government, just falls suit. They recognize that an American-based company, that's really taking charge in the industry. So it's like, why not partner with them? And as they grow, you have an understanding of what's going on in that field, and you have an attention to them.
and it can be used as national security, RJ.
Thanks.
It can be used as national security.
Repayment. Certain places are already actually taking crypto payment from you.
Yeah, the shit will just accelerate the more once tokenization comes into play with the SEC chairman around September, October, and that's when we're going to see 2027. That's where a lot of ads and campaigns of tokenizing all this shit, or your financial advisor, or anybody that's involved in finance, alternative finance, that's what they're going to put it in the category. So,
My goodness, that shit with your crypto wallet. You can have a card or your phone and tap that shit in. You can accept it, but use your crypto and I'm like, that shit is went to the state, cut his finger off, got into crypto wallet with his finger. Yeah, but what happened was my finger, you gotta have that shit. They dropped up like, oh, no, my shit. No, bro, you can go ahead and shit. That's why the crypto rings and shit, so man, people gonna get their fingers cut off. The wallet rings, you can do transactions.
We got some mad, it looks like Iran's in the room.
What do you mean mad Irans? What's up?
Iran's talking crazy to us.
Hey, Rambo, your TV's on real loud, bro.
At the American Carriers Rating it says the American terrorist regime attacked girls' school and massacred 185 innocent females. Why are you and the American people letting your taxpayer pay for your crime?
Trump said it wasn't done. Trump said it wasn't done. It's what?
Go on tape.
So I got the video for everybody to react to. Let's see if that is or that's not the same shit we're talking about.
There were two schools that got bombed, by the way. One that had more clearer reactions to it. Sad, super sad.
What was their school so close to that damn base?
Is the question is why is there schools?
No, it was a school. That school that close to the damn base. It was like 3 or 4 of them, but the school was right there, and I'm like, why would you send your kids to that school that damn close to that base? Now, let's react to the video in the chat so we can pretty much already get to see. And I know Iranians think Americans is full of shit. The ones that's for it and against it, I know they think we full of shit. They think we full of shit. we like spoiled children. We just most definitely like spoiled children of the world. So I put the video in the chat.
Oh, and FYI, America is strong in Cuba. Y'all don't care, bro.
Well, that's because they're forcing Cuba to come back to the fold, so that's designed.
Well, I mean, you're lucky they never were in the fold to begin with, right? Because if they were, because if they were, people like Assad Shakur would have been, you know.
Well, Obama was the one that raised the bounty on Assad Shakur.
Yeah, but they've always been about, you know, Republicans.
He raised the bounty.
My point is they've always been about.
Hey, Lonzo, are you anti-American? Yeah. Are you anti-American?
I'm anti-fuck shit.
He posted out. I mean, I'm asking a serious question. I get the perspective you feel like it's fuck shit. But it's the day, you know, it's a country, right? So I'm saying,
yeah, but it's not a country full of fuck shit. Right, there's fuck shit that happen, there's fuck shit leaders, right, that happen from time to time, but the whole country is a full of shit. Somebody got a loud background, what's that? Yeah, so to answer your question, I mean, I think part of being the best American is pushing our country to be the best example of themselves. And criticizing our country when who's that?
When you act on everybody needs to hold people feet to the fire.
That's right.
what's happening in the U.S.?
So Daniel was clearly drunk, so he's on stage.
So let me refresh the app. It go Erica, now I see her. I can't tell who the fuck it is. But man, y'all, Cuba, they is out there banging pop pigs and fucking dogs on the street.
Oh yeah, I don't want the other shit to play.
Daniel, he's a troll. His name is G-A-G-O. He's at the end of the stage. Thanks, guys.
Not to say Han's up there, you on the stage.
No, I'm just trying to help out. It's a good conversation.
It's like, I got buttons
shit, get my nigga up here. Yeah, can you move, can you move that nigga over there? Can you do that? Can you do that?
That's love. That's love. That's what love do. You know what I mean? Shout out to the mods.
Stop playing. I see that video. I was like, this is fucked up. So now they don't have another excuse to go and take over another country. Oh, they got people sitting in the dark. We need to go out there and liberate them. We got to save them, y'all.
Well, most of this is the corner of China. Like, most of the shit that we're gonna see from Chile, Colombia, Cuba, and also Uruguay.
Cubans and stuff like that, you really don't have the economic freedom to make anything, come over there. Yeah, and people forget. Before we put this embargo on Cuba, Cuba was a vacation destination. Let these people have the freedom that they deserve. Like, let these people be free and be able to, freedom. They can't go back in the way. All right, so real quick, no, I got you. Look, man, at the end of the day, right, I'll say this, right? If we believe in, like, humanity, right? America is literally trying to starve Cubans. They're trying to starve these people to death. Correct. Why, like, what do you call that? Like the Japanese bomb Pearl Harbor is because there was like a chokehold for gas. That was the reason why they did it, right? So they felt like they were starving out, and so they said, "Fuck it," If we're gonna die anyway, let's go in the blaze of glory. And this is why that happened, But the Cubans don't have the necessarily means to do the same type of thing. And I have people like Lindsey Graham and Donald Trump saying that Cuba is next. They're about to quote unquote liberate them. People like Lindsey Graham are saying things like we're about to bomb Iran like they've never seen before in 2 or 3 weeks. If they drop a nuclear bomb on these people, for the people that are like wait, what?
No need for nuclear bomb.
No, but I'm saying the way this happened. Wait, who? This is literally what Lindsey Graham said this morning. What are you talking about?
But not nuclear
bomb. You're gonna drop the nuclear bomb and you think, bro,
No, wait. My algorithm is literally talking about things that happen by politicians. What do you mean? Lindsey Graham is a politician, right? So what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that statement? What I just made?
But the executive is moving beyond Congress. So essentially, this is all a scenario based off of what is.
No, Lindsey Graham is already telling.
So again, if you believe
I'll do freedom as fast as Lindsey Graham got to say.
Yeah, but he's still your politician. He still has power.
Like I said, bro,
whether you vote in a minute,
it's not going to be your choice. Even though that they all with one, it's not going to be.
I rest my case.
It's not going to be.
chain, if you put it in the I'm a veteran. I'm a veteran. What does that mean? I've put my life on the line, but I'm saying, bro, so you're not I can't be that, bro. I can't be first of all, I understand that I have certain freedom, right? I have certain freedom as an American when I wake up every day. And I can't say that I don't enjoy them freedoms, right? And if something go left, if a motherfucker say, yo, I'm not going to fight for those freedoms and those rights, like, what do you, if you're not about to fight for how you live, and what the fuck are you talking about? Why not just go to the other country? Like, why not go somewhere else? I got you. So, there's a thing on, like, TikTok and a lot of social media, right? If you put hashtag send down, you'll see a whole bunch of shit, right? Donald Trump has even said things like clap back and say he's too tall for the military. Hold on. What the fuck? Okay, so basically, fuck RJ. You saying? Nah. So I'm responding to him. He's a punk, bro. Why you calling him that? He's a punk. No, he's a punk, bro. Because look, if you're gonna act like a woman, man, just say you're a woman. You know what I'm saying? You're a man, right? It's different, right? So I'm saying, if I'm speaking to you, right? There's some strong women in this room. Hey, stop. I mean, I want to call him something different. I want to call him something about being nice. No, I got you. All right, so he wants to act, like not a man, right? So let's just keep it at that, right? So I'm gonna treat him like not a man. You know what I'm talking about. Look, at the end of the day, back to article. I'm not even talking to you, bro. Stop talking to me. Stop talking. I was talking about okay, bro. Okay. Alright, so fuck our YouTube. Go. Fuck both. Yeah, fuck YouTube. That's a fact. Tell me about it. You better get your ass well. Well, you can't do it. But no, you're a strong man. You can't do it, though. You can't. So, when you gonna be that bad? Bro, look, I'm a Philly. What's up? Hey, Lonzo, we're talking, bro. I never came at you sideways. Nah, you still my brother. From the long, you know. Nah, you good. Charlie's acting like a bean or so, you know. But so since we going there, you know, I got that has proven that you ducked the fade in real life. No. Since we going there. No. I say that. I stay out. It's none of my business. I stay out there now since it's fine. You did it. I'm ducking fade. You paid me. No. You duck fade. No. I'm a big brother. No. No. It's Sean in Philly, man. No, we got a couple both. Okay, so you saying we can set up the fade? Or do you put the fade? Can we listen, man. We could say, hey, we could pre-book this, cup of coffee anytime. Okay, right. Cup of coffee. So just let me know, bro. It's Tex West, bro. It's Tex West, Philly, North Philly. I don't even know what it is. Alright, man. That's how we're gonna play. I don't know who that is, bro. Look, hey, RJ, look. A lot of people know me. I don't know a lot of people, man. Okay. So you never had an actual one-on-one altercation with him? I don't even know who that is, bro. Gotcha. See what I did there? I mean, I told you was full of shit, so I'm not supposed to do that today? Nah. So oops, I almost said it. Y'all some suckers. You get these suckers, bro. Simply, we're not disrespectful. Y'all almost got me. Then y'all like random disrespect, like for no reason. Like ain't nobody disrespect him. He just feel like talking tough, but at the same time, he done your age. So it's like you're a coward. Hey, RJ, you want a cup of coffee too, bro? Nah, y'all drinking coffee. Y'all some latte ass niggas, man. Hey, another latte costs more than coffee. You want some of that? I like mine with coffee. Whatever. Hold on. You gonna put cream in it? Y'all got a lot of smoke. Let me say something. See how he does? That's that short shit. Shit. It's the internet. It's funny, man. Cool, nigga. But anyways, let's get back onto the real conversation, man, instead of the fantasy and shit with the XR and all that.
Fantasy. I ain't goddamn fantasy. What the hell?
You can get that about it. I'm going next day, shit. Let's talk about crypto. We talk about them women in Nebraska. He's saying they want some crazy. Nebraska, the truck stop. No, but I'm gonna be honest with you. On the other stuff, I'm really a little bit disappointed in Trump. I ain't mad at him, but I'm mad at him. Oh shit! That's the first time. Because I feel like he kind of punked out a little bit with Benjamin Netanyahu. I've been saying it over a couple of days. I feel like he kind of punked out a little bit, and I can tell in his demeanor and his answer to his question, he ain't really happy about this whole war thing. I think they done drug him into some stuff that he really didn't want to do. He had other plans, and I'm disappointed in him not holding his ground. I'm gonna let it there and let y'all start shopping.
Papa Snowflakes again. Put your day in the space.
Oh shit!
Man, that is funny as hell, nigga. I'm happy than a motherfucker. I don't know what Tony Paul talking about.
He don't know what he's talking about.
I'm disappointed in Trump because he should have stood his ground up against Benjamin. I don't care what they told him. Benjamin shouldn't have been able to get him to Trump.
This is just the undercard. China's next too.
Wait, you trying to go for war against China too?
We can even laser beam. Satellite race. China gave these niggas all the technology that he can. You ain't no real man. You play your country.
Shut up.
Yes, it is. Niggas shit on Europe somewhere. Nigga, white boy, the court
Hey, breaking news. Two Jewish men just tried to bomb Mamdani's house.
Yesterday. You late, that was yesterday.
Oh shit! All right, well, that's a couple hours ago. They posted.
Jay Blaine, y'all know who Jay Blaine is? He's the January 6er. He was out there with 20 of his peoples protesting, but I guess whoever's there, the liberal party, they brought 120 motherfuckers. Okay, it was 120 people, and they threw a bomb at their ass. When Jay Blaine and his crew threw two bombs at their ass. And they had 6 people got arrested. Yeah.
Jake Lang is he's a Jewish man that cosplays as a Christian nationalist.
Yep.
And he tried to go
burned down the Quran and shit like that. But the whole time he's Jewish and he has pictures because in the Israeli war. So he probably was sorry for it.
Man, I think it's clear with this side shit.
It's a real thing, bro. People talk about the CIA, right?
Jews fund everything, nigga. When we said that the Jewish runs the world, that was conspiracy theorists. You act just like I was. You.
Wait, what?
The same thought, the same liberals that you actually listen to are the same Jews that's funding all this shit.
He talking about.
They don't take you man on that cuckoo shit.
In the civic Jews.
That's how I know that the Jews won, because they can still get you to listen to them.
Yeah, but that doesn't, even if you believe that, right, that doesn't spell what I said about Mossad.
Mossad runs everything. From technology to defense to healthcare to medical. So I know ain't nobody really read the files for real. Like I said, so you are paid by Jewish liberals. Well,
Wait, what?
you believe in liberal bullshit. You're bought and paid by liberal Jews. Hollywood gay faggot Jews.
Democrat, Republican, I don't give a fuck about any of that. So, what do you think?
That's a good point right there. Israel still wins people. One of those parties. Sean trying to box you into their slave master plantation shit. Trying to think like you're a part of the party. And you ain't never even voted in your fucking life. Like me, I ain't never voted for that stupid ass shit like Sean. Goofy. But lots of votes. So.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this is not right. Bro, my point though is, right? When people say liberal, people say conservative, right?
They're always like Jews.
Yeah, but that's supposed to like what? Make me upset? I don't give a fuck about that. So when you say that, like I don't give a fuck about that.
If it didn't make you upset, then why we pontificate?
No, I'm telling you so that way you don't do that dumb shit again. But it's you, so you're gonna do it again.
But it's fought by fucking Jews. What the fuck you niggas don't understand?
Alright, next one.
Anything that's
What's your next thing?
Anything on TV co-signs is big.
I'm gonna stretch it out a little bit outside of lines on the shot. People do flip out about actually who watches TV. I know, bro. And then they turn on MSNBC and watch it all day and regurgitate talking points. I'm like, this shit is kind of weird.
It's funny on Jews. Right.
No, actually,
yeah, MSNBC.
Actually, for me,
Google search and see.
I prefer watching like more social media than just like the regular big.
If my news comes from overseas, Chinatown, or from somewhere outside Jews, from overseas, other Asian countries, more Jews. Yeah, you know, I watch Chinese news. Asian China, I don't know how to watch Chinese, just running this bitch laughing.
Sean, you're not saying anything. What's your argument?
My argument is most of the shit that we're seeing.
Your argument is Jews.
By Jews.
Okay. What's that?
Sit down and watch these, man.
Okay, so basically you're saying Jews. Well, what's next?
Well, I didn't just watch it. Y'all got an issue with Israel. But
Listen. My point though is, right, if I say the CIA, if I say the MI6, if I say Mossad, these are like agencies, right, that are like intelligence agencies, right? So I'm saying, if I'm having a critique about CIA, that's a good thing. If I'm having a critique about what Mossad has historically done, that's also a good thing. Right? So if you're gonna if you think your answer or you want to argue because you said Jews, what the fuck are you talking about?
No, because most of the shit that's financed that we see is literally coming from the top.
Alright, so we might just close the room now, right? Because you're saying the answer is Jews, the answer is
stop it all.
Is that what you said?
Just bullshit. Like stop doing this stuff.
Bro, you're not saying anything. You're not saying anything. In your mind, you probably think you're cooking right now.
pointing out, if we're talking about facade, nigga, most of the shit that we see on entertainment has been really greenlit by the CIA, nigga. Why the fuck you think we have the most controlled arguments where we're both arguing about the same shit and literally two parties one way, two ideologies one way, all this shit for one bird party.
Okay, so you just
and all this shit.
That makes sense. You either draw
All
the
this shit overlaps.
What you been smoking to that?
All this shit has overlaps. Lonzo, hey niggas.
I can't make it talk about the mother's topic. I'll take that.
Yo, I'll be honest with you. I don't really have as much of a problem with the Jews as you have. So I used to hit this female. She looked me up.
Stop acting like they are against Jews when they hate the Jews. I don't have a problem.
It came to business. She hooked me up. And so, like I said, I was going to have that much of an issue with her. They're good for business. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. You know, have you ever hit one? They're good for business.
I've never had issues with Jews. I realize I could be anti-Jewish while still listening to Jewish content.
Nobody's saying you're anti-Jewish, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, are you like that? That's what I'm saying. We are.
I'm saying that.
Wait, I'm just like, right?
Yeah, 95%.
I had one. When I was hitting it, she started speaking Yiddish and shit. She was cool.
I always talk about the quiet listening.
You gotta do some Jew walk.
Yiddish and shit. Real
You want some Jew walk. Hey, Steph,
So what y'all talking about? Y'all got 95% the Jewish community and 95% of the Zionist Jews, 5% of the Jews.
man, everybody got no damn Jews.
So what do you want to talk about? Y'all talking about the fake news, the Zionist?
Let me tell you something. We talking about the Marlansky Jews.
Marlansky, nigga.
We talking about them Jews. The ones that are Zionists, the Jews you're talking about,
Listen, I'm listening. Hold on, listen.
Let me explain something because it's two quotes in it, right? Your guy, because both of them deal in finances, right? But you have the cult side of them that do all of the child sacrificial shit, all of the drinking blood, eating, you know, babies, all of that shit, right? Then you got the other side of, like what I say, the Meyer Lansky Jews and the Bugsy Siegel Jews, where they don't endeavor any of that shit, but they deal in finances, murder, extortion, investment, and all the other shit, right? It's two groups of them. See what I'm saying? But they all work together. But the point is that all of them all work together in dealing in finances. Because to be honest, the Jews were the ones that handled the Italians' finances in the mafia.
Yeah.
Mike Lansky was the one that made all of the investments when it came to the hotels, to the casinos, to investing their money in legitimate shit. They put their money in the hands of a Jew. Mike Lansky, they trusted him. But hold on, this is what I'm explaining the fact that their specialties in their area is finances. You see what I'm saying?
Well, that's how they control everything.
Yeah, and that's what they know. That's what they know.
And
that's why I was making the point. And no matter what they do, they deal with that money.
Predictable program.
And that's why everywhere they lent money, those economies did what? They failed.
So
And they did that on purpose because in every situation, when these economies fail, these businesses, these properties, these estates, they bought them for cents on a dollar.
and they can reasonably and recover and
then right.
And leverage the terrorism.
And then move forward, reclaim.
And reclaim.
There you go. But when it comes to being specific on who there you go. Are we wrong for picking out the nice Jews over the wicked Jews? Are we confused? I know we know that.
Let me tell you something. Because listen, I treat all of them the same. Because all of them benefit. Even if you got Jews that don't kill motherfuckers, that don't do the sick shit, they still benefit from the other motherfuckers that do. So they're all in the same boat. Don't fucking matter. Ain't no good Jew when it comes to a motherfucker who benefit off of the shit that they doing just because you ain't doing it. It just works for them. Cause y'all move like a pack. Jews get back right, a pack. So it ain't no they good or they bad.
Yeah.
These motherfuckers move in a pack. Because listen, they don't look at us that way. They don't look at us as it's some good niggas and it's some these niggas. No. All of these niggas, even the rich niggas, they don't give a fuck if those niggas got money. They still a nigga. You still a nigga. But the thing is, they can hide under so much shit where they got niggas focusing on the redneck white supremacists, but will not call it Jewish supremacy at all. You see how it kind of that's the trick play. But that's the same thing when I say that white. But listen, but that's the same thing that I say that white people get used and have always been used as a tool to be put in front of us to seem like they're the enemy. Your neighbor ain't the reason why your ass is fucked up. The average white person, they go to work every day, they drive down the street, ain't the reason why your life is the way it is. That's a good point, you know what I'm saying? But that's what they want us to feel like. That it's white people, it's the white man, it's whitey. strategically move and know how to fuck with their money. But the thing is, I would really fuck with the money, Red. No, let me ask Red this situation. How can you fuck with them when only thing these niggas do is look at juice? We not participating. First, we gotta stop participating. News, music, media. We have to literally sacrifice some shit, right, and not participate. It's easy.
Yes, believe money after that. That's how you stop those.
That's not going to the Super Bowl and watching the Super Bowl.
Well, niggas, stop buying stations that's getting financed by the Jews. We just stop participating. That's it. All of the shit that y'all niggas love to propagate said that we have to make sacrifices, right? In order to give shit up. Stop doing shit. Stop spending money on shit that we unnecessary shit that black folks spend. It's a list of shit of unnecessary shit that black folks spend money on every year, millions of dollars. And we cry about we ain't got schools, we ain't got healthcare, we ain't got debt. Well, we fuck that money up every year on bullshit. That's why I say we can do it. We just need to know what we need to do. It's easy. We can create our own resources. We don't have to go outside and ask nobody for a motherfucking thing.
We do it real without being programmed, like they programmed us to go to McDonald's, Wendy's, Kmart, Target.
That's what I'm telling you. That's the shit that we have to give up, bro. We have to sacrifice.
I know that, but can we do it without the marketing tool that they use against us? Only reason why we spend it with them because we see it.
The marketing tool, nigga, listen, let me tell you something. It's what you choose to do. That's why I say you have to make sacrifice, nigga. Listen, you know how much scattered ass that I see every day, all day, that be offered to me and shit, cause all, like they say, all money ain't good money, all pussy ain't good pussy, nigga. Listen, you have to have some type of discipline. You gotta sacrifice some type of shit, right? You have to be able to say, listen, no, I'm not doing this no more. That's what we have to do as a people.
You know, Netflix gonna give you one free. That's what we got that center. You know, you're not gonna see how quickly it's looking. Come on, dog. They're gonna get my buy one free, and you ain't gonna come back to it.
Listen, hey, look, fat man, no lotto. I ain't gonna listen. I said, me too. I said that shit about a whole lot of shit, bro. Like even with the last time we getting locked up, and nigga, when I seen all the money that I spent in jail on unnecessary shit on food, I almost spent $4,000 on some dumb shit. Nigga, I told man, nigga, I ain't doing this shit no more. Boy. I ain't never selling another motherfucking gram. Nigga, it's over with. This shit over with for me.
That's what you gotta do. Sometimes as a man, you gotta do that. You gotta
know what I'm saying? Nigga, I sacrifice all that fast money and all that shit, them $1,000 that would come to me every day. Like, fuck that, boy. Fuck that.
I tell myself a lot of times about anger and violence. I'm not doing this anymore. I'm gonna keep everything in order.
And that's what I'm saying, that we have to agree on this shit as a people to say, listen, we not doing this shit no more. Fuck that. Some got to give.
Right.
We ain't doing this no more.
That's right. That's the most mature thing I've ever heard you say in your life on this app. I'm not doing this shit.
You don't like who this adversary prefer to
I was talking about Walmart shit. They were talking about Walmart. Good statement from your ass.
Walmart is the one that found with these no king hotel.
Man, stop serious because Walmart they come to your community with a low price. They run all the small businesses out the top of shops, oil change shop, everything. They run there in the top that they raise their price. Walmart is, that's what they do. It's a same thing.
Because they control the market. That's why y'all do that.
They lose money to run people out there.
Listen, Walmart started it first.
They ran Kmart out was out.
But this is what I'm saying though. But Walmart ran Kmart out, but Kmart was the start of it that ran all of the mom and pop stores out that sold all the individual shit that they consolidated explain this to you why I be telling niggas to try to help them understand like how big shit is, right? There's a Coca-Cola, a Walmart, and a McDonald's in every country. Yeah, it's a developed country, yeah, everything. Right. There's a McDonald's, a Walmart, and a Coca-Cola in every motherfucking developed country.
You know, they Budweiser too, you know.
A burger took you 24 hours. If they, that's just insane.
So, this is what I'm talking about, the sketch shit of like the job of the things that we have to do. Like we be talking about, man, you know, man, what black folk gonna do? We need to come together. We need to listen. I don't need to like none of you niggas in this room for all of us to agree to stop doing some shit that's gonna benefit all of us.
Well, true. Stop doing some shit that's gonna benefit all of us. True. You gotta work on it. With the business part.
See what I'm saying? Niggas feel like they gotta like niggas or a group of niggas for us to be on the same page about some shit. No, we don't.
But that's true. I don't think it's right. That's what I don't like it. I don't like it too much.
But listen, that don't mean that we ain't working out. It's gonna be right and shit.
What the fuck? We work together good on stage, though, man. You're back. Who was that?
They moved it. That was one of the real niggas.
Alright.
So what you see? It's one of the niggas. You see him go out. Somebody ask a question. What you say? I'm disagreeing with what you mean.
You just said it. I'll go ahead and write it.
Yeah, I just had a question about what he said.
We have people talking, so hold on your question. Don't ask your question over people talking. It's rude. Unless you just don't want nobody to hear it or the other person talking. That would be the only sense in doing that. Anyway, the guy that was put down, y'all gotta stop insulting people. What's wrong with y'all? Rude, inners, and I mean, y'all just be doing too much to be grown folks.
First box, man.
Oh, like y'all in the goddamn
Our conversation.
Yeah.
So she opened up the door for me to say and call him this and whatever. She talks like she just says she got into that shit. She talks that was wrong, Erica. Disrespectful.
I don't know what kind of problem you got. Hey, that's what y'all should do.
Yeah, you know I'm dead now.
Put a
don't never tell you what shoes is on it.
I'm talking about they got all the shoes.
So first down shots, I said you got to know.
They don't tell you what shoes is in there.
Y'all ain't moving hands.
They not even. So you telling me on your VOL, they say that they got some shots on there.
Right.
They don't
say it on the VOL.
They don't say that on the VOL. How you get? And when you talk about you spoke to the guy not even supposed to tell you what's on there. I don't even know
where the fuck is your hairline at? It look like a nigga razor. Nigga, why the fuck is your forehead red at the top?
I'm from America, nigga. What's up?
Nigga, listen, bro. A nigga took a razor and shaved that nigga hairline off. Nigga got the $10 glasses. Nigga glasses came with a shade in a packet, a plastic bag. When you go to the drugstore, barbershop, that nigga got rags on the top of your head with those stupid ass fake super glasses on. I told you about one of them damn 5 or 6 glasses. Nigga went to the oil spot to get his glasses tinted. And he bought them bitches out the beauty supply store. That shit came with the chain. That shit is Versace, nigga. Shit came with the chain and his forehead. That's what I'm on this shit. Nigga said Versace's on his forehead. He went to the box. Versace ain't familiar with it either. Go walk through the store, nigga. Walk through the Versace store with this shit. They say, you know welcome here. I'm sorry, so where did you get? Them niggas be sarcastic too. I ain't gonna care. Them niggas be like, where did you get that? It's interesting. Look at this shit up. Look at this shit. They can tell by the way this shit on your nose ain't fake.
Yeah, nigga, speaking of nose, nigga, you got a big platypus nose ass nigga.
Put some pussy.
You got all that.
Put some pussy there. There you go.
Yeah, I don't want to call you with me. I don't feel like cracking jokes every day. Y'all niggas want to crack jokes. Don't get me started.
You ain't got no time on your head. You're fucking talking about it. You have to get out of that 4 hours on a Sunday. Nigga, that's your life, nigga. See, I know you ain't funny every day. Fat nigga, man, nigga. You don't want to be up out of there. Shut up.
Bitch face ass nigga. Rainbow trout face ass nigga.
Shut your mouth, fat. Big mouth, bad nigga, ass nigga. Bring me somebody. Your head look like a fat catfish. Without the whiskers.
Shit. Let me see. I'm about to give you your ass. Oops. Don't let me say that. You heard it?
Oh, man. God damn.
I can't even say give me your ass. If I say that, then that's gay, right? I gotta
Say it again. You repeat it. You like it. What's wrong with the gay face ass nigga? You like that your son's a fag. Face ass nigga. Gray on Will looking at this nigga.
Eric in the corner. Motherfucking referee, and I can't get my jokes off.
Hey, look, fat man remind me of that big gay nigga on Soul Play. They don't do that TJ. Damn, fat man, that fucked up.
I ain't even tripping. Joe, I ain't tripping at all. Shit. I gotta step on it tonight, man. I hate this, man. I'm gonna have to drive for hours to try to catch back up.
You need to run for some hours.
I'm in the parking lot right now. I just get a little walk in right now.
Nigga, you can't run like you should. Fat ass niggas can't fit in number 2. Go balance, nigga.
I can't wear number 2. I'm in Boomer, nigga. I'm in that German shit.
Oh, no. Your feet are little shit, nigga. You too fat, nigga. You too much pressure for a Puma.
Yeah.
You need a lion, nigga. You need a lion or a gazelle, nigga. Fuck you talking about?
That nigga need a moose. Nigga need a moose number. Oh, good. Nigga, I didn't get there. I didn't do better than those. Oh, no, they don't like, oops, I can't say it on my ass. See, Erica's in the corner. Oh, it's gay. I can't say one fucking word.
Now, he be saying too much gay shit, so it like a regular nigga, he can slide to it if he get this shit over. He just be saying too much. It's a pattern. So he just be like, everything you say to be like, oh, every day.
Thank you. You should like,
oh, slang up chop. What up, brothers?
What's up?
And they came to my church and shit. They told that nigga he was gonna win this week. They ain't feeling that shit, boy.
Nigga, I ain't your brother. What?
They said, God. That nigga said, hell yeah. I identify as a rich white man.
Well, hey, whatever. I guess you can do
financial status. It's like my financial identity, nigga. I'm gonna create a flag, nigga, and go post it.
Right, I swear to God, I'm gonna sue the hell out y'all.
All I gotta do is create a flag and get about 1,000 people to stand on business. To the hood, nigga, we start a new movement, nigga, trans financial, nigga. And they gotta accept our rights.
And
Look, if the government is paying insurance for these transgenders to switch their body parts, then they need to start paying for trans financial to switch their bank account. The fuck?
Switch their bank account. That's what's our financial situation. That's all those genius are, Jay. That's the point of our financial situation. Nigga, me and RJ just came up with that. So, man, you show that
Niggas know my shit that quick. But I don't know what to do because I need 1,000 niggas. Now we need 990.
None of you niggas ever thought that to identify as a rich white man. None of you niggas. That was my shit. RJ put the title on the trans white man.
That's all good though shit. We need 998 more, nigga. What's up?
What you talking about?
We starting so many people in this room, man.
Well, yeah, because they can't tell us.
So I see y'all niggas more than 3 times out the day. Y'all need to be trans financial.
Why can't, listen, RJ, don't answer a real question. Why can't we use whiteness? White people use blackness. Why can't we use whiteness? Leverage your whiteness a little bit, bro. I am. Leverage it. I'm sorry to put white on all my shit.
They think that's how we do that.
I'm a white American. Nigga ask me, I'm
They
white
think
American.
we do that. That sound like a chick that invented that niggas is CEO of Master Lock.
You sound rich though.
Third generation lock builders right there.
Third generation lock builders.
We build the locks and say we build the locks.
That's why we hold shit down. We've been holding shit down for generations. You think we got it tough? You think we got it easy? You know all this hold shit down and lock shit up. And when it was 3 or 4 generations, every niggas have no clue.
Nigga, my name is Lochtenstein. Nigga, like, what shit? How you spell that? Nigga, I don't. Lock-N-O-C-K Stein. What you mean? Nigga, Lochtenstein. Man, I'm pretty wild.
Hey, but hey, you part of the I'm the lock and steam, nigga. You the lock and stuns. You had to change your name after we freed y'all.
Like Bernstein and Bernstein.
You got to switch it up, and we ain't want to identify y'all niggas.
I'm the Bernstein.
The Steeds and the Steins.
These are the Steins.
Yeah.
I'm a feature. I'm a English.
D-Lock, oh shit. D-Lock, one of them.
Lock this name.
D-Lock and Steve.
Lochtenstein. The Bernstein, Lochtenstein. I think you're a scammer, bro. I'm a Bernstein. Who's a scammer? Who's already my business, bro?
Oh shit.
I was able to talk about it. Yeah, you're a scammer, man.
Well, that's what I did.
I say, what the fuck? Hey, don't do
What did I sell?
that.
What product? I never
for self, bro.
Sandals, don't you smoke crack?
You for self, nigga.
Yo, ain't sleep on the train.
Yeah, that's what I thought, nigga.
What's up, nigga? I don't know where this nigga came from, but I got better bread.
I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to arguing, nigga. You always trying to jump in the zone, other people.
Well, niggas too, like it's
Hey, you woman. Hey, you hater. Hey, you woman.
man.
Get off of it. Stop saving me.
I'm gonna go on there. I mean, I can't believe it. Yeah, it's been too much time. It's terrible energy. Alright, can we get back on topic, please? Pretty please. Anybody? Alright, I'll find something. In the meantime, in between time, let me see who here. No, don't, like RJ, any of y'all, I know y'all can put together an intelligent.
Oh yeah, we were just talking. We weren't even real to that. That nigga just came with just all talking shit. I know there. Like we really was just smart than I thought it was a cookout. We say the cookout. Chase might take the time to the I like to be fed. I would have kept it going, but like, yeah, what's the 40 acres in the mule? I'm taking over the mob. You can't beat me up. So you'll be out. But yeah, he did.
I mean, this just don't make no sense. That energy is awful. Awful. Y'all need a whooping.
The question I pose, what did they eat today? That's what makes that happen. You are what you eat. Let's go down a little. What y'all eat today? Me, I had that honey chicken biscuit from, what you call it? Restaurant, honey chicken biscuit. Want some hash brown? Oh, ate that about 4 in the morning before the sun came up. Then I had 2 things of water for my quick fast. Well, I don't call this a quick fast. It's gonna be hot today. My honey chicken biscuit from, what you call it? Lab meat? Real meat? What happened? Did I eat some good food? Bad food?
Nah, you can deal with that. I just ate leftover pizza.
Okay, it's y'all struggling next. Okay.
Well, shit, I'm trying to take
The United States is calling war on behalf of Israel, doing Israel's bidding and dragging us into a potentially protracted war, which could cost hundreds, if not thousands, of American lives. That's the reality. This is not going to be over in 4 days, which is what the administration would like you to believe, Israel would like you to believe, with this massive sortie of American ships and Israel
get in the way of this. So here now is a few minutes with Scott Ritter as he talks about it's an impossible task for the United States and Israel to actually win a war against Iran. Watch.
We're a war. It's a regional war. It's a war that is going to have consequences that will impact the American public. The Strait of Hormuz has been closed. This is unprecedented, and it is the beginning of an economic phase of this conflict. This is also a conflict that it appears those who started it didn't understand what they were getting into, and Iran has been fully prepared for this eventuality. The decapitation strike did not decapitate. The Iranian people are not in the streets demanding the overthrow of the government, just the opposite. They're in the streets rallying in support of the government. And the war plan has gone awry from the start. This was a war that the Joint Chiefs of Staff told the president, we don't have the resources to fight and win. They tinkered with the war plan anyways, and they went forward. But when you're trying to accomplish a lot with limited resources, if the war plan goes out of sync up front, which this one has, remember, this war, this mission that we're on, is predicated on decapitation. We have lost this war.
In 10 hours. In about 10 to 12 hours.
We lost this war the moment we fired missiles against Iran because we don't have a plan that can be implemented. We are going to run out of ammunition. This is what the generals told. The admiral that was fired from the Joint Chiefs of Staff told the president, we don't have the resources to do this war. If you do this, we're going to lose.
Intercepts have just named this Operations Lion's Roar. 200 hits, 500 targets. The largest sortie in Israeli Air Force history. And they called it the Genesis as the opening strike. So this is just the beginning of all of this. So maybe militarily, you could take us through what we see next. Speculation about using some of the lesser advanced weapons to sort of overwhelm air defense systems, and Iran saying that you haven't even seen what we have, our capabilities yet. What do you expect to unfold over the next 24, 48 hours?
Well, first of all, there's some talk out of the U.S. military that the initial phase of this campaign is a 4-day campaign, day and night. So if that's the case, what we're going to see is just stop sorties flying into Iran to go through on a regime change, decapitation, to suppress Iranian security targets, to take out air defense, and to suppress ballistic missile launch capability. But according to the president, also to strike ballistic missile production capacity. There are various facilities near Tehran that appear to be being targeted by the United States and by Israel. So we're going to be basically seeing 72 hours of, 4 days to 24, 48, 96 hours of strikes. And then there ostensibly would be a pause in which, the United States would be hopeful that the Iranian people would rise up and remove their gun while we rearm, re-equip, and look for new targets. But I think we've got this completely wrong because it doesn't appear that the Iranians are balking or hurt or
equal to us. It's gonna be equal to us because we act on a fool.
So how long can America go without supplies from?
That's a good question. I know we could without Venezuela and Cuba. So the fact that they just doing cheap warfare to take copy and paste just tells me they're too lazy to set up independence for ourselves. So they're just gonna take whoever can't fight. That's the plan B. That's what I see. It's like, yeah, they want Iran. Like, that's what this is all about. But they're willing to fuck up the entire world to get it. That's the crazy.
Basically, they're willing to destroy the white man's system. They can't destroy the Chinese man's system, the Asian man's system, the Hindu man.
They think they can.
We're crazy. The African system. They can only destroy the system that they set up. What the Rockefellers are doing.
Latin America, yeah.
That we're a part of, they're willing to wreck it and do a reset. How you say,
a whitewash reset, yeah.
So I think that's when they drop the balls. They drop the ball, we can be free. To say that they're going to re-establish it and they say, oh, get back in line, bros. I got you. Come work for me. I don't think they can do that after going straight to zero.
I agree, because Latin America ain't enough to get the world on board with Disneyland. Like, it's over. It's corny.
Ultimately, I see Israel watering down this war and just making America second, Iran third, and putting Israel on top. Because they can't stop the mountains.
Yeah,
I ain't got enough people to go in there and destroy the military weapons that's under mountains.
you're right. That's also why they're saying the white people are always saying it's not gonna be short, it's gonna be a long one, because they already know the whole fucking way to do this without slowly taking there's no way to do it. There's just no fucking way to do it. We're gonna watch some serious regime changes happen before that ever happens. I tweeted that we're really watching the world stop the attack area because we don't want to send ground troops, which means we don't want a military. We don't want to fight. And yeah, you're right. How are we gonna fight them in mountains? It's gonna be like Vietnam, right? That shit's gonna be a fucking.
I just heard what you said, but don't they have technology that can look through that shit? They just discovered the 8 pillars up under the pyramids in Egypt.
You're right about all that. We got technology, but we don't have any drive, motivation, testosterone to do anything manly enough, like set up our own independence. We should own our own money. We should own our own shit and be like playing like Israel, being a little bit whining and saying, oh, I don't have enough. You know what I mean? Like we're complaining. If we could do so fucking, if we just focused on water alone, we would be a giant in the world. It's just like nobody wants to be a leader. Nobody wants to be daddy. Nobody wants to do it because they've silenced their women for so long. They know it's too much work for any man or group of men. That's what I'm noticing as I get older.
ain't lying, that's some hell of a sin, you know? That's Iran, man, that's like you said, that's like Russia, but it's like Satan.
Iran, that Alex. That's how tough they are. Yeah, we are playing with ourselves, just playing with the idea of fucking with Russia, fucking with China, fucking with Iran. Like, why can't we just all get along? Like, why can't we just build? They trying to make what's the word? A conflict, a fight, argument. They're trying to argue out of the discussion. We ain't never been in an argument with any motherfuckers. That's why it's such a good big brother, because look at all this devastation and shit, and not one came to America. Like, we really do have to pay attention to the false flag attacks, which are many, and it sounds like all the false flag attacks are going on around the world, not here, because they know how smart we are. But it's crazy how involved we all are right now with this military. I know their play is to just let us tucker ourselves out, because all they see is a fucking little tantrum. And that's why Israel's like, we just need 10 more years. Just sign 10 more years, we'll be strong enough, big enough, we'll have enough. We've been doing that. They'll never get it right.
I honestly think that for those of us that think that these other nations had a chance to topple this country, that they would jump on the opportunity to do so. Unfortunately, and that it's the past is not a pretty one, and it's has created some very, very challenging situations here. You understand? So just imagine your perfect utopia America, to the point where they say, I'm not gonna fight anyone anymore. I've done wrong and I'm just gonna sit down. I mean, how long do you think this country will last after that decision?
10 years. I ain't saying no fighting. It's just no fighting for Israel. No dying for Israel. I've never been alive long enough to see that. I think that's why we're so confused as well now. Yeah.
Just give that 10 years, because America has been bullying everybody. If we stop bullying and motherfuckers get their weight up, they gonna be next.
Exactly.
You just can't stop. You can't just let up and shit and motherfuckers say, oh, I just want to come with open arms. We gotta stop right.
Nobody's
we gotta stop out.
Shit already happened all these times. Correct me if I'm wrong.
1979, the Yom Kippur War.
What about it?
This shit has already been displayed. Hell, motherfucker took the shawl out in the 50s. See, that shows you that we are like historical children. Not you, Erica, but for people that don't remember these damn situations in the 50s and 1979, this situation has already happened.
That's not long ago. What happened? What happened?
The hostage situation with Jimmy Carter, where the hostages were supposed to be pulled up and the helicopter blew up right on national television, global television. Then when Reagan came into office, Poppy Bush made a phone call, essentially probably to the damn same Assad people that had the intelligence to know where the damn people was at and who to get, and got the damn hostages out. That was in 79 all the way to 91. So, same situation, attacks, motherfucker attacked the Middle East. Iran saying that's not okay. Iran did an oil embargo that led to the oil prices shooting up in the 70s. Essentially, the same scenario, different component. Motherfucker take out a regime, put a new regime in, take out the regime, put a new regime. Same metric over and over and over.
Yeah, theft. It's just Israel stealing, and they usually have.
Can I just ask you a
Western powers. You keep making it as simplified as Israel. And we are the Western powers.
Listen, brother, you're
No matter if we like it or
you're
not.
witnessing a real
No matter if we like it or not.
crypto or not,
We are still considered the Western powers.
No, we're not.
Yes, we are. What do you mean? United States, UK, Canada, anybody.
I'm not lumping that in with the big state and little state shit because
But it is all lumped in, man. They all see us the same, bro.
it is what it is. They do not, and if they did, they would.
It's all the same. It's all the same. The enemy powers of Iran, China, Russia, all call us the Western powers of evil.
They don't all call us that. In fact, the president of China says they know that we're under a dictatorship from Trump. So if they're able to be smart enough and separate
They are the dictatorship themselves.
let me finish, bro. If they are smart enough, right, to at least publicly admit, we know the American people are not the same as this administration. They are obviously smart enough and have the foresight to prepare, plan, and strategically attack and abolish Israel. They definitely are equipped. Physically, financially, mentally, emotionally, you name it. Sexually, they're ready.
Fucking God.
They need people like you in order for their opportunity to be what it needs to be, right? They need, the only way to bring this place down is from within. So how do you sow division within? Try to make it seem like your government is a dictator and not mine. Yours is mine. We gonna treat you bad or something? Go against your government. You know, that's kind of crazy that you'll sit here and act like China is someplace better than where you're already at.
Oh, that's not my argument.
Which is listening to their government.
I'm listening to China. I'm listening to Russia threaten France and UK. I'm watching everybody say.
Everybody that you're not involved in.
Everybody's involved in the global economy. And if everybody
But you're listening to the Chinese, like, bro.
The United States is the only place that have propaganda. None of these other places have propaganda that they proliferate. I'm so tired of that.
He knows what he's doing. He's trying to isolate me with Israel and say,
I'm not trying to look for you're trying to say that we are all the same powers.
You're trying to say our only friend is Israel, and that's not the case. And that's okay, bro. Well, but that's what you're implying, and that's what you're insinuating when you keep going down that. When you keep going down this line of questioning, right? Where you're like, well, why are you listening to this country?
Well, why? I'm going to ask this, man. If that's the case, and we are Israel's little bitch, then why won't you move to China? Maybe China.
That says more about your mindset than it do about my mindset. Because I'm not a little bitch to nobody, right? I'm not a little bitch to fucking Israel. They're at the top of the list, okay? So the fact that you're willing to waste like Nathan's mindset to run away to Mexico, how's that working out for Nathan, by the way? You know what I'm saying? What we get mad about for the immigrants, we cannot get paid
himself. Last time I checked, he's in Georgia.
He's in Mexico for his job. What kind of shit is that instead?
But you punch him low. You punch him low.
How was that punching low? Because I know what time it is and I knew what time it was. I'm not going to be nice if life ain't slowing down for me.
Man, and that's the problem. We're going to take schizophrenic niggas talking. Like, water is
now you're a victim. Now you're a victim. Oh, okay. So I didn't say nothing wrong. I didn't say nothing out of line. I didn't say nothing. I just stated in front of the nation himself. And I did ask him that when he first popped up. So you don't got to fucking defend. He's a grown man. He can defend the fucking self. But is that job not a decision now? Just like joining the military?
It's okay.
Thank God that y'all let the nigga go. We would have been took it over. Listen to the China and shit while China trying to dominate for number one hits. Number one.
Wait for a man.
This is how they can manipulate the niggas. Because they know that niggas have went through so much in America that niggas will love to see the downfall of America. Niggas love to. like off 40%, bro. That show you that you guys don't understand military strategy at all.
You only understand really military strategy. That's the issue.
You're not even guys on energy, and that means that they have no ability to resupply.
Isolating yourself.
You ain't got no plan if the white man go bust, son. What do you mean no plan? If he loses this monopoly game, you in the white man fit.
Right.
It's actually a lot more. That's what you get talking about. Because black people do not let they go. Black people do not really all the bands in the top. If you go to the Russians and the Chinese will just snatch the shit. Hey, but the black world finance is gonna be fine. You and the white man will be fucked up in America. That's what it most of these get is from white people. Yeah. It's from white you get is from the white man. You niggas refuse to build your own shit even when there's opportunity to build your own shit.
Then why were you building bullshit? What are you building? If you build what are you doing? What are you doing?
I got real estate portfolios. Oh, you got one. If you give a whole check, they're gonna go zero. Now what? They ain't building shit. Now what? Your shit is boiled up in a portfolio. You can't touch it to 2020, 30 or whatever the hell you gonna get this shit out.
Sean, what's your goals? Long term. You want to talk about money?
Yeah, I need to bro. Why y'all fucking with Shaq? I mean, that it ain't gonna be a cycle that lasts for y'all. They gonna say he was a good nigga and he was a bad nigga. Hey, would you stop talking? Man, what's wrong with you? They gonna be like, this was a good nigga. It was a bad nigga.
I don't care if he was last in America. He's still in America.
How you get that?
Goddamn, boy. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Man, kicked you off the stage. What happened?
I ain't figuring nothing in here. Yeah, bro, we got this bird shit, don't own shit, talking about me, Mr. A. Water. Yeah, I'm on water. Stop thinking I'm doing that. You better do it better than me. And I'm doing way better. That's not your deal with that private. I'm doing way better. I don't know why you end up being motherfucking property. What you talking about? Building for the community. And you was challenging me saying you ain't building for the community. And then you asked him what he's building. And then he said, I got my portfolio. It went personal. You know what I'm talking about building for the community. Not individual, I got mine and got yours. And that's why they said, well, I'm not full shit up now. I'm not just some full shit up. I know what I heard.
So motherfucking loud, I can't tell what I heard. I'm still trying to get my goddamn hearing back to calibrate.
Yeah, they was trying to say that I'm with the white man. The white man, I got no pain. White man crumble this shit. Like, nigga, we all in America, fool.
In the same damn system. Well, we ain't talking about all the goddamn system.
You ain't on plane sitting down at the Rick Poker game. That's why it's
Hey, Sean, you can be hobnob with white folks. We want America now? Oh, yeah. Nigga, we in America, fool. You ain't in Africa yet, nigga. So is there one or two Americas, though? One America, fool. I don't believe y'all.
how America, we got no reparations. Make that shit make sense.
Destroy America with everybody in it. Let these niggas, I'm telling you, bro, let these niggas be running it. And Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin will have a field day. And they know how to manipulate the fuck out of you niggas to get everything that they want out of America. The oil.
They're gonna be like, let me show you who our
hopeless vagabond.
Yeah, so
We shoot out here.
I'm sure. Ain't no more fighting no more.
Y'all, nigga, I ain't got time to be boxing.
That's the thing.
I ain't got time to be boxing.
Hey, I believe that saying about if your life was hard, you'll be more productive.
Yep.
If your life was easy, you won't be.
What's Sean's excuse?
Nigga, I'm very productive, fool.
Okay, fool. Are you Mexican?
I mean, what's wrong with y'all?
That nigga, man.
I'm just
He told me Mexican.
every fucking day you come in here fuck up the bill, especially when it's productive. So it pisses me off when shit's about to pop off and we're running out of time. But this motherfucker actually got.
Man, I'm the main one providing the information, bro. Nigga, you never provide information.
We say time running out, goddamn, we need to go.
But he wasted time. Like, he focusing on Israel instead of getting money up and actually have a strategy for the next 4 years.
That is the strategy. You can't even think past Israel. What the fuck is wrong with your
I'm the one that's taking the brain past Israel. You gotta go for one China, nigga. That's the issue.
And basically, if Israel fails, China fails.
Apparently.
Damn, Sean, they don't know what
That's a little part.
I don't like
I can't see that though.
I don't like any niggas. Matter of fact, if you want to follow me, unfollow me, nigga. Unfollow me.
I know I got you black. Quit laughing.
Nigga, you still ask me, you still ask me water. Don't ask me for shit. Don't ask me for shit. Goddamn, stop shit. Don't ask me for that shit. Nah.
Damn right. The cheap is not in.
Fucking stupid as hell, boy.
Man, I want a friend that we can motherfucking argue, throw hands, and tomorrow I'll be like, well, what we doing today? Cause, you know,
I'm the niggas. We share for shit.
I got more friends like, hey,
You've been in the military.
hey, that's your friend, and that's me. Yeah.
You asking so much. Boy, you yeah, the show draw back to the camp. The number count and everything, because Joe took their motherfucking soup or some shit. My goddamn sippy cup. I'm about to get a location now. Where the hell is it? And now with y'all, not to mention a medium half. Fucking hilarious.
That's what happened. America that made all these weak ass men that's willing to give other damn nations the key to the truck, nigga. I really laugh at all this shit, to be honest. Because it just shows you that, nigga, I don't know what America has done in the past 30 years, but these niggas want to be the ones that would actually fight in D-Day. Niggas can't run through no shit that's actually shooting towards them. Niggas is crying against the fit. There ain't no troops ever being sent yet. God damn. I don't even think they even need troops at this point. When you got 53% of the damn Navy decapitated, I don't know what the fuck they think they're gonna do. They already got all the technology for Russia and China. That shit ain't working. And you just hope that the damn Saudis and Kuwaiti people are all out of ammo. That's literally what you're hoping. You're hoping that eventually they run out of ammunition. I gotta say, y'all watch
You
out.
know that's never gonna happen.
Y'all watch out. Y'all watch out.
It's the last person in a pyramid scheme to lead the room. Like everybody figured it out. It's a pyramid scheme. We ain't gonna make money, and you're just sitting there with your cup of fruit punch and shitty donuts, and you're just talking to yourself. And then if we win,
Yeah, Sean. You're like petty opposition at its best.
Hey, opposition. So I think it's a delusion, man. I think y'all should be nervous because y'all root for Iran. Iran might be wiped out of the damn world.
There it is. There it is. Some of the nervous terrorists.
I root for God. Well, sorry, God don't exist, fool. That's in your head, not my head. Maybe not. God exists. Why do your ass still oppressed? If God, why is your black ass still oppressed if that's the case? I am God. God ain't no oppressed. You him, nigga. When the police go at your ass, then what God do? I am pull out the race to go fuck me and a fat cat. Police can't go fuck yourself. Police can't police yourself. Well, nigga, you a damn homeless nigga and the street. What the fuck else gonna happen?
Why are you calling everybody homeless?
Because in order you don't act like a vagabond don't shit.
I just bought 40 acres and 2 fresh springs for a bitch that don't deserve it. Don't get me started. I ain't the fucking.
Oh, goddamn, not you a trick. Goddamn. Lord,
It was her money. No, it wasn't my money.
oh, she the trick. Oh,
You know what? I just bought a $1,000 dog. You know, I ain't a rich man yet, but I can tell you with my pace, I'm gonna live longer and I'm gonna be richer than you. So I'll get you saved today.
one straight, he got more money than y'all. It's so funny. Is that how men fight?
No, people want money. No, you know people want money. Say I got money.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
You never hear a nigga with money say I got money. Nobody. At all.
That's every race.
Okay, I'm not ever said I had money.
That's what you talking about.
You talk about his money clear. You don't say how much you got out of this shit. That's a good thing. You want to at least can't be honest. These can't be honest. And water always be browbeating the nigga and shit.
Why would you even bring that up? Why would you even?
This nigga bought a damn $1,000 dog talking about he against the system when you really participated in the system before. You bought a $1,000 dog?
You're a dumbass. You know what?
You could have
I'm not participating if I'm not with if I'm not getting
$1,000. We got one for $20.
That's how I know you were retarded. Because that's how you spend your fucking money. Give it right back to the Jews. How fast can I spend it on the Jews?
Sold it to some Jews and bought it from
I didn't buy it from no Jew. And I didn't sell it to no Jew. What are you talking about? I am Abraham Traore. I am printing my own money, sir. You are fucking Abraham Traore.
You know Abraham Traore is willing to deal with Donald Trump on medical shit, right?
Well, I don't follow anyone, man.
Yeah.
I don't follow anyone. That was just an example.
Tell me example.
I ain't dumb. I'm smarter.
Like I said,
Abraham Traore is smarter than you. I'll tell you that.
Abraham Traore is doing this with Trump.
Well, then he ain't gonna last then. If that's what he do, that's his decision. I can't make his decisions.
And that's how I know that we stupid. If you don't understand power at all, and the women is gonna dominate, so Erica, put foot on neck, okay? Put foot neck on neck, okay?
That's
Put foot on neck, Erica.
We gonna dominate.
Erica is the damn woman king.
You need to see that's what your issue is, brother. You're looking for one woman and one man to lead you through life, and they ain't going down that way.
Nah, Erica is right for you.
If we have women represented, that's enough to be mommy and daddy of the world. Not saying we're gonna be perfect, but I'm gonna say we're gonna have all the stress of Israel long behind us if we simply just pass the mic in the government, not to the ones there, but get them all out, burn it down. We could do this shit this year. We could definitely do this shit.
Erica, I can see if Sean was really like, I got 35 security guarding our warehouse, black independent business. We just need more support from the community. You don't know what they're like. I can see you drop seeds like that, but you don't. You really service dwell with white prospects and companies. It's like you got all your marbles. Yeah, you got all your marbles packed up in that shit, nigga. I do business with your teacher does it. I know exactly where you get that shit from. Whoever gave your degrees of information on how they taught you how to learn the stock market, you come here and talk crazy like that to us, the way you talk crazy to you.
Fear-mongering. Yeah.
We need fear-mongering. Whoever your upline is, son, y'all know what we're gonna do. Go get him a book called Proper Handling of the People so you can talk to people properly.
Yeah, I've never said this before, but I can honestly see Israel becoming illegal before cannabis gets legalized federally. And that's very comforting for me right now. So more power to Iran. Fuck, get it done.
Erica, this shit, I still here? Bitcoin go to zero, Sean. What's the play?
You don't have to breed dogs. You don't have to produce something.
Yeah, so I'm here. Shit, I was doing the document. What you got going on?
So I sent you the link, Erica, that we was talking about earlier.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What's the play? Do you buy more when XRP go to zero, or do you just forget about it? And shut the fuck up, I ain't trying to talk to you. That's a serious question, man. Do you buy more at zero? Nah, then you say, damn, I lost time. I'll get arguing you for another 30 minutes, nigga. I'm just curious. Erica, please let me know if you got the link. And I'm gonna organize some more shit in the file. That's a hard question, I know.
You're fighting.
We got some dumbass niggas in this room, man. Only way I really be listening is like Michelle and Erica.
Well, I mean, this isn't really replacing going off for the room for who knows. You're gonna run into people that's gonna criticize you. I
I can take it. I'm just not gonna entertain no stupid shit where everything I'm saying is wrong. Why wind up being right?
Right.
Sean, you don't believe nothing you talk about. Nothing. All right, nigga. Then shut the fuck up if you ain't gonna listen to nothing. Got us arguing in front of all these damn damn Iranians and shit.
Shut the fuck up.
At the funeral, did y'all listen to him at the funeral?
Yeah, he was pissed off.
What did he say? You
I didn't get the chance to watch it, but I'm gonna send it to you. You got it. You can play it. That'd be great. But yeah. What did you
Basically, adds politics to his dad's funeral and shit, and then all the Democrats got him dead and brought politics into his dad's funeral, so he was pretty upset with them and shit.
Dang, that's messed up.
But Jesse Jackson Jr., he mad because I was the main one that locked his ass up in 2012 by his DOJ. C. Jackson Jr., he ain't necessarily gun-ho Democrat himself.
Listen, for several hours, 3 United States presidents who do not know Jesse Jackson disrespected, demanded not Democratic or Republican solutions, but demanded a consistent, yesterday, prophetic voice that at no point in time ever sold us out as a people. And it speaks volumes about who the Reverend Jesse Jackson was. The message has already been delivered today. I can see it all over my mother's face. Rise, Jesse, rise. Give Jonathan Jackson another great round of applause for delivering our family message to the world. Prophetically.
That's why I think the presidency, he was kind of out there. He's very well spoken. I mean, almost like they trained them to have a presence like that. Anyway, yeah, that's crazy.
Training, that sounds very accurate. Did you guys?
Well, I know what he's saying. I mean, the way his presence. If you okay. I'm gonna find a better way to say it. Then I'll come back.
His way he's speaking to the people.
Just his presence. It's like the same thing. Obama thing after presence.
And he's strong. He's very strong. Like Henry Pickwater.
Yes.
He tried. She said the Manchurian candidate. Yeah, that's why I was saying, Chris, but it takes a special one. You can have that gift of gab, but you gotta have that special in order for the shit to stick. And people just be, everybody don't get it.
That's true. That's very true. Yeah, well, that's messed up that they but I mean that's the life he lived. I'm not sure if it is now that I think about it. I mean, what do you expect? I mean, and then he show up at other folks' funeral like that too.
I mean,
So when Aretha Franklin's funeral came up, it's like the same people popped up where they had Farrakhan, Clinton, Obama, the usual suspects, Sharpton. Same situation when it came to James Brown's funeral, but at James Brown's funeral, Donald Trump showed up with Bill Clinton and all of the usual suspects, Sharpton, Jesse Jackson. So yeah, everything is the same old, but the son, he's mad because Obama's DOJ was the one that cracked down on him. And he was running scams and helped out Obama to win. So you helped Obama to win and you still got him after. Well, damn. I think the son's more mad for the politics.
yeah,
He got locked up because of the Attorney General Obama had.
Yeah, well, I mean, that just kind of don't make no sense no more. His dad showed up in the world like that. And he thought they were going to do something different for him. I mean, I would think that's what he would want. You know, that's how he showed up, you know what I mean?
But the son got beat because of the law.
this is the one where this is a different video. I sent you another. Of the same funeral where he was saying, don't bring your direct politics.
Do not bring your politics. I respect your Reverend Jesse Jackson and the life that he lived to Peace Homework Services. Each day we wake up to some new assault on our democratic institutions.
just don't think we're possible. Each day we're told by those around us to fear each other and to turn on each other. And that some Americans count more than others. I don't care what they do in Washington. I care what we do in the community. We beat people bigger than Trump. We fought people harder than them. And we stand up and be what we're supposed to be. It's about time for that. We're in a tough spot, folks. We got administration. The judge sharing the values that we have. I don't think I'm exaggerating a little bit.
Let me just say, I predicted a lot about what's happening right now. I'm not here to say I told you so, but we did see it coming.
Do not bring your politics.
Hey, he said, no, they all said, F you inside. Oh my God. You're lying. This is crazy. She was like, man, F that little, like, opportunity, because they all went up there and did exactly what he asked them not to do. Damn.
But then again,
No fuck giving at all.
but he should be very careful because they'll put his ass back in jail too. So, to be honest, yeah, he's pretty much in a hard rock. He's stuck in a rock place.
Being an idiot. I mean, because just because you're mad,
In a hard place, brother.
I mean, his dad.
But you guys know that he'll be arrested again.
I'm literally talking. His dad lived this fucking away. He's being stupid. He's asking for a fight is so unnecessary. Like I don't know if he wants the attention or what. He literally showed up in the world and did the same shit that other people film.
Yeah, Rita Franklin.
James Brown. You know, exactly. Like your dad's special. Like they weren't gonna do the same shit that he is. He literally showed up that way. So now, honestly, I don't know. Maybe the son looking for some type of attention. Maybe he's finna run for office. I don't know. But yeah, that's a little.
But the son can't run for office at all. He has no money, he has no backing, and him just doing that fucked his own connections up to the DNC. I wouldn't do none of that shit because I know that these people arrested me in 2013 where he got locked up for 5 years for tax fraud and evasion and got caught up for stealing public money. Jesse Jackson Jr. should have shut the fuck up or Obama will send his hitters to kill him next, just like he did the chef. So that wasn't smart for him to do that. Like, you're dealing with people that are above the fucking law.
Maybe he's being blackmailed.
You're doing something that somebody that's above the law. Motherfucker, Obama can kill you tomorrow and go to Good Morning America and everybody would just be clapping and cheering for everything that he's doing. And the best black president ever. I wouldn't even say nothing, Erica. That's not at all doing what he did. And like you said, his family lived a life where that's a real time.
Line of the former presidents
And that's why I said the motherfucker is very elite and powerful and can shun anybody that goes against his way. So
about Jesse Jackson, nobody cares.
I am. Do you know that when people most get locked up, it's because they either said something that they shouldn't say? Obama is with the elites. Am I wrong? Am I mistaken? What, is he not part of the elites?
Hey, you been like that since before the game. When he was playing.
So,
his mama was with the elites and she married an African. Then went back to the apartheid. And Obama was trained, I think, from the 5th grade to start to be like a person spokesman. And
they was setting him up with an actor.
yeah, he definitely elite, but I don't think what Jesse Jackson Jr. said was number one, it wasn't not working to Obama. He just like, yo, don't bring this to my dad. You know, if anything, they might ignore him or motherfucker, but I don't think they're gonna try to kill him with nothing like that.
He's saying that if he have ambitions, you know what I'm saying? I don't you don't have no ambitions, so it don't look like you have ambitions.
Whoever the person said that they gonna try to kill him, that makes sense. That's a problem.
Now, if he had ambitions to do some bigger shit, or run for, you know what I'm saying, or do something in the community or in business, then it's gonna be a
Brother Dez, you got the name. If you're going against that democratic institution, these niggas, Martin C. Jackson Jr. got caught up stealing grant money, local money in Chicago. And he was doing deals with Richard Daley Jr. Richard Daley Jr. didn't get locked up, but Jesse Jackson Jr. took the fall that Daley really was setting up.
Then he pissed off somebody in the system. That's what it is. He's not flowing.
Big dog, when you're in this situation, respectfully, you gotta play it careful. Don't say nothing.
You gotta play the video game different.
Don't make yourself a target. Don't be like me, talking shit openly and saying, man, fuck these devil worship ass Democrats and Republicans. And mind you, I still make money with these same people. I'm still in the same circles. And so, mind you, Jesse Jackson Jr. is still part of the NAACP in Chicago. And they are DNC'd out. They're bought and paid. So now you got a whole bunch of people that would love to slice your throat to get a new position in this damn circle that we call, I guess you would say, black politics. So I wouldn't say shit. I would just not show up to the film before I said anything. So yeah, Eric, he is looking for attention, and he got it. Because
Man, I said
at the same time, Sigma Pi's over a lot of this shit.
big dog, ain't no black man, black American can defeat Obama. Simple as that. Obama's arms is too long to punch.
But whose arms are longer than Obama's? Do we have to ostracize all black politicians, including some of them for namesake purposes?
No one in the black community.
always something.
No one in the black community.
Well, what trash man or woman can beat the Clintons?
No.
Clintons are disgusting.
So what? But I mean, what we talking about, man? We always go left.
I mean,
The jobs are talking out of chain.
you clearly don't understand what the man said. Just
She's right.
the hell going on?
Michael Kitover.
And the funniest part about it is, Obama hated black people too. And he made sure, and really went his way, and made sure he didn't do nothing directly for the black community.
Well, we call out Obama more than we call out the white people who do just as little. Matter of fact, even less.
Shit, what about the funniest part about it is, you shouldn't expect nothing from the cracker. But if we vote for him because he's black, and he doesn't do anything because he's black,
Because they say they don't do something for the
he
black
puts you in office because you're black.
So hyperfixate on the black people
shit not making.
and not hold any of the white people accountable is nuts.
Yeah, so what that
That's psychologically, that's crazy.
that mean people look at you, you know, and they don't do shit for you.
And so that's the truth.
Yeah, having no representation at all in it, even if you think that their political agenda doesn't align with yours, right? There's still a semblance of black excellence that has to be maintained. It's black on black crime, just the political version, right? It's like, it's black on black crime, the political version, because we're so much harder on black politicians, and they are just a small caveat of a larger fucked up system. We don't nearly, I'm not saying that we should hold them accountable, but I mean, damn, it's your people, goddamn.
Now, can I say this? If somebody
Well, maybe it's more Michael's fault because he was in FBA.
if it's thoroughly your people, then why the fuck is they still taking the money to entities that we got a problem with? Niggas be talking about APAC, but niggas like Hakeem Jeffries and Cory Booker is bought by APAC. These people are clearly bought and paid. We have a better option than building our own institution. That's black.
Yeah, these bro.
We talk talk about the Jews 24/7, and we put in this protect people that are
they have to get rid of it. They're getting people away now.
I'm not saying that you shouldn't be like aware. I think, but in the process of being aware of the black people who are doing those things, I think you should also simultaneously be aware of the hidden hand that also continuously controls. You're not one black person down and over, put another one back in office. You're not one until you knock down that hidden hand. You're gonna keep getting the same repercussions. So I mean, there you go.
But people don't acknowledge the hidden hand. When we talk about George Soros, you act like he's a mythical character or something.
I don't act like anyone. I know exactly who George Soros is. So maybe you're talking to the wrong one.
Most people don't know who George Soros is. You ask the average black person that vote blue no matter who. Do you know who George Soros is? No. Do you know who's Louis Bacon? Somebody that's the head of Ku Klux Klan. That's also still a Democratic donor. Do you know who Ed Buck is? A white Jewish man that really killed 3 black men that was giving money to Kamala Harris's campaign and Ted Lieu's campaign here in California? Most niggas can't even tell you that. And Ed Buck is the more egregious story. He killed 3 black men, drugged them, and raped them, and killed them. And motherfuckers still vote blue no matter who. Like, the funniest thing about it is, fuck both sides of the political spectrum. I'm on an aspect of when you'll create and build your own shit. That's why I keep telling y'all about stocks and real estate, because I know that both sides don't give a fuck about you. But to give the defense of somebody that takes CFR, counsel for relationship money, that's insane. That is fucking stupid. That is so fucking stupid. That is so fucking stupid. And like I said, that's why I said that the Jews, that's why I said the Jews run the mental control of the black community. We still listen to their music, we're still listening to the movies, we're still listening to the politicians, and we still refuse to build our own shit. We still ask the white people to give us something. Still, I ain't saying nobody in this damn room. I'm talking about the mainstream of black folks. When you ask black folks what you need, what you want, and what you're supposed to get out of politics. It's the same story.
Black women are starting businesses at a higher rate than any other race, also graduating universities at any other race. So this idea that black people aren't built in infrastructure,
then we need more of it. And going to school, some white institution, HBCUs are still white institutions. Hell, Spelman is a fucking white man for all we got here.
Schools or infiltrate the ones that you already have.
And that's what you need to do. But they're not building these schools. These motherfuckers got a problem against charter schools when you can build your own charter.
They have real estate, help us build something. Goddamn, I don't know, shit. We always talk about the iron houses. Why are we building infrastructure?
But why can't it be an online school?
Or that. Or what is it? How much money can you get in tax credit or at least some sort of any incentivized payment? Because I know in Georgia they have this new program that they just set up, and it's they're giving $10,000 at minimum. And I don't think it's a new program. I think it's federal that you can get $10,000 if you're homeschooling your child to put towards homeschool.
Yeah, it's like South Carolina. It's $12,000, I think.
It's $12,000. So I mean, there's that too.
And that's so good. Like you can do the after school programs, field trips, all that type of stuff with that credit. Like you can claim all of that on there.
Yeah, it's like I don't think that you're wrong. It's just I feel like the perspective constantly sometimes is kind of negative against
Of course,
your own community.
Of course it's negative. Because if the community has all these problems and all these, what you can say, disparities all over the place, don't you kind of have to challenge, okay, if we got all these disparities, what the fuck are we doing wrong? What group and what initiative that we're starting with that's making the board lopsided? And that shows you that all this damn minority funding, when you have white women getting 71% of minority funding that was supposed to go to black women businesses at a higher rate.
They're unaware of the opportunities. And I think awareness is the big thing. Like if you would go out and get it. Like this lady, she didn't know that the Trump account had. She just had made it. She didn't know that you can go and set up and sign up for a Trump account right now for the little accounts for babies. Yeah, and she got two. She had one last year, got pregnant again, and
at a local line. Yeah.
That's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
I think they forget one thing, that this is the synagogue of Satan. That you gotta let the prophecy play out, and a lot of these,
That's prophecy, not mine.
well, I mean, this does the that's what David, the Frank, I was like, what Frankism, stuff like that, Frankism. Yeah, that's what it is, Frankism.
Frankism. Wait, Frankism?
It's either Frankism or the religion of Frank. That's how I don't know.
Where did it originate, Father?
Oh, this way back. This is the link between Rothschilds and Judaism. This is this man. Yeah, Frank. Yeah. All of them. Yeah, this is all just different arms of this shit. You know.
No, but I mean, okay. How much to the internet? I'm still on the internet. I'm sorry. I pull out the internet and okay, I had to pull out the internet. Beyonce's internet. And Frankism is a religious movement that began in the 18th century around a man named Jacob Frank. It developed within Jewish communities in Eastern Europe, but became extremely controversial and was condemned by mainstream Judaism. Jacob Frank claimed to be a spiritual successor to Sabbatai Levi. Sabbatai Levi was a Jewish mystic and self-proclaimed Messiah, whose mass following became one of the most dramatic Messianic movements in Jewish history. His eventual conversion to Islam in 1766 shattered Jewish expectation and inspired century. Oh, hold up now. You just woke something up. Hold the fuck up. Let me hold it up.
Black people are so scared of bringing what show is going on.
She's wild.
No, just keep up, nigga.
I'm just trying to keep up. I don't know what I'm about to do this shrimp, but I'm the first.
Mama, make sure you make my shrimp crispy.
I'm not trying nothing.
I'm gonna be eating good, nigga. Y'all gonna be starving.
I'm saying that, a lot of this good information is probably like we talk, call pipeline information. It's only a few of us that needs to be, waking up out of get this type of information. Kind of like we read Thomas. You know what I'm saying? It's not, they don't need everybody needs to know about it. Just the ones that can, that they're receiving and receive the power from this type of information they would give you. So, to defend everybody else. You know what I'm saying? So, but the prophecy for that Frankism stuff is just going to play out. It's going to fall eventually, but, we can come up with
It's a closed loop fell off.
it's life. So, like,
Hey, Line,
boy.
Hey, what's up?
what you doing, Line?
What you got on the top?
Conspiracy thing, guys.
What's a conspiracy? You got a conspiracy?
You know what? I think that is a good question. I like that word. So, I'm just returning to my roots because I've achieved it, of course. So, I thought I'd just go back to what I'm normally used to. And I thought, go back to Clubhouse. Like, pay your money now. So, let me go back to it. So, let me send you a car where
Yeah, I talked to this other tongue rat.
rescind the paradoxical teachings of Sabbatai Zevi, declaring that with the coming of the Messianic age, Zevi had transformed sexual prohibitions of the Bible into permissions and obligations. The only way to purify the soul is through sexual immorality and orgies. Debauchery is therapy. Jacob Frank asserted that the God of the Bible is evil, and Jews need to reject every moral law and commandment in the Bible. The only way to a new world order was through the total destruction of Christian civilization. Jacob Frank insisted that child sacrifice, rape, incest, and the drinking of blood were perfectly acceptable and necessary religious rituals. Salvation through sin, redemption is achieved through deception. Hold on 1 second here. It also states that.
This is what Epstein believed, right?
Yeah, I think that these are like some of the fundamentals of, like, I mean, I'm not gonna say that these things are in the Talmud, but these are some of the things that Talmudic Jews do tend to believe in, right? Okay, so revolutionary goals. Adam Weishaupt, Mayer Rothschild, and Jacob Frank launched the Illuminati on May 1st, 1776 in Frankfurt with the long-term political goals of abolition of all monarchies and all governments, abolition of private property and inheritances, abolition of nationalism, abolition of the family and the institution of marriage, abolition of all religion, establishment of compulsory communal education for all children. Anyone who has read Karl Marx's Communist Manifesto of 1848 will immediately recognize the Illuminati agenda clearly articulated. It is impossible to understand the present cancel culture, BLM, gender confusion, lockdown, lunacy, without understanding the Sabbatean roots of the New World disorder. In many ways, Jeffrey Epstein epitomizes the Sabbatean religion. The weird cubic temple with Islamic-type dome on Jeffrey Epstein's island, which reportedly led down to an underground chamber, has been described as a sex dungeon and Luciferian temple. The building is painted with blue and white stripes, the same color as the flag of the state of Israel. Jeffrey Epstein certainly seemed to epitomize the Sabbatean philosophy of unrestrained sexual debauchery and deception. And one last thing, so too did Hollywood producer, sexual predator, and rapist Harvey Weinstein, many of his highly influential friends, which include world leaders. Understanding Sabbateanism helps one understand the times and the threat that it confronts. 2 Peter 2:19, while they promise them freedom, they themselves are slaves of depravity. This is way longer. It's not going to read the whole chat. I'll put it in the chat if you guys are listening.
Start to work alone.
Adam Epstein, that's why they never tore down the Epstein Islands of temple.
Let me get in here. I've been trying to get in. What's up, Melissa? What's up? Who was talking before I put the who was that? Okay, Warren, I'm gonna give you the mic after I say this. I'm gonna give it back to you, man. And I know this is completely off topic, but first and foremost, let me greet everyone. Peace to the room. How's everyone doing? Everyone's good. I just want to butt in to make a comment and a statement based on where my mind is and what I got going on in the background. Exposure to just inquiry, if that makes sense. I don't know how it came out, but I want to share it with you guys, and I'm going to pass the mic. Kind of put the energy that everyone is kind of I know that we understand that there's some wicked people in this world. They're poisoning the food, the water, they're having sex with children, they're doing all of this, everything. War, these are human beings, right? That's living this reality. All right, here's where it gets tough with me. Family. There is a presence that is so magnificent. This science, I've always been a big component of science. I take science religion any day. Because religion is telling you something, science is proving it. Does that make sense? There's a reality far beyond
talking points in our mind could even imagine. There's things in these skies that is like zipping, zapping, like it's doing this, blinking in and out and showing up in one spot in like less than a second. Some of our greatest weaponry, these airplanes that destroying Israel, Iran, these bombs, that's nothing. It's like child's play. This is a reality. There is a presence that's, I don't know how to call it. That's going to be your conversation one day, family. It's going to be a reality. It's going to be a shock. It's just fascinating, man. Hey, go ahead. You got the mic, Waters. Take off with it. Peace to the room.
Yeah, Frank is on. Yeah, put y'all on game, huh? Like that.
Pretty good, man. Real good.
Yeah, Q. Yeah, he damn right about that. I feel like what we just heard with Melissa highlighting the synagogue of state. I believe that's the whole how this all came up. It's just very convenient how they'll clean up the crime scene of Charlie Kirk lickety split, right? We saw that done in 10 minutes, right? 24 hours, 48 hours flat. That place is unrecognizable. But Iran made that poster for a reason, and it's crazy to think that even with all our technology, we're still in the dark on some shit. But that is some shit we are still in the dark on. Like, how come we haven't woken this up? You know, that, like, why is that even standing? You know what I'm saying? If they ain't gathering more evidence. Actually, with me, except for the synagogue of Satan, I'm reading Revelation. Revelation 3, something. Oh, wait, I gotta put it up. They're talking about the synagogue of Satan. This is what's going on. Collective prophecy. But the more we push against it, I guess, because they got what you call I think I'm with that, Sean, the accelerationist. Yeah, it's like accelerationist. So the more we push against it, the more if they feel like, oh, we got to do it now. I think, you know? Exactly, because they feel like they have our attention because they created the whole Israeli flag is supposed to be a menorah, not the Star of David. Six star, the hexagram.
There's no Star of David in the actual Bible. That's how we know that that they're not what they're supposed to be. And let me just pull a verse that's really so. It says, in the Bible, there's no star that's attributed to David. No star that's attributed to anyone in the Bible. But there is a mentioning of a star, and it's more attributed to Moloch. And it says in Acts 7:43, yeah, he took up the tabernacle of Moloch and the star of your god Renfan, figures which ye made to work, and I will carry you away beyond Babylon. We're not meant to have any idols. We're to worship any physical figures of shit, right? So that star that you see those people carrying, who call themselves
conversations because y'all don't know how to be mature about the conversation. So it's all
That's true, bullshit. That's why I stopped my food because I couldn't take it anymore. They kept arguing day and night. The minute you say,
yeah,
we can take it over.
it's crazy. That's all. But I do wish that people were mature enough to have the conversation and do research or, hey, I did that, I looked that up already, and what I found was this, other than, demonizing each other. We just can't have it.
All different bullshit.
Yeah, seems it all the time. All right, well, why you say that? Michael, I ain't got my glasses on.
Because we have seen the real pain in those countries. You live in those countries, you don't know what's behind this whole shit. We have been in this area for hundreds of years, and we have suffered for 100 years just because of this religion.
Black people suffer through slavery too. I mean, Africa's still suffering from colonization. I mean, yeah, like no offense, but y'all suffering. Don't, no offense, but let's not act like other people have to suffer either. Hold on now, my brother.
But
That was easy. What's next?
It's the first box. Because I think they just, maybe on that side of the world, they're not really aware of the transatlantic slave trade and the years of colonization and colonialism.
It's not a part of their reality.
They're struggling. That's the thing with, and this is the shit that I was trying to talk about, and this is what I've been watching, right? Listen, the realization is that when you have a group of people, listen, I'm not saying that you shouldn't want liberalism. I'm not saying that you shouldn't want freedom. You should want all of the things. You can want whatever the fuck you want. But historically speaking, when America has gone to certain countries and liberated them, we've seen that they have gone back to the very government in an even worse form than what they had prior to when we liberated, right? So, and in regards to like some of the things that have been said in the room, I am kind of hearing this weird siding Zionism. Like, I don't think that we're realizing that if, let's say, these people do have a more democratic government, stuff like that, I think we're, no offense, I'm not hurting anybody's feelings, but it's like a 90 million new democratic liberals for Zion to put under its bosom. No offense, and then the fact that they want the American dream, but have no idea about the American struggle. And what happens historically after America liberates countries? Give them immigration. What community did they come to? Who did they belong to?
You got two different sides out there. Which side is coming with both of them is coming? That long as the light is, if it's the weak color ones, they don't worry, they ain't coming out there.
they want to existed. Wonder. I don't think I'm Tony Blair.
Slavery never existed, huh?
Yeah, that's exactly what Tony Blair said.
Oh, I mean, why does he say that? Because, and he knows this how.
Exactly. Prime Minister of the UK shows you a lot about the disinformation that goes on out there.
You
Yeah,
said that verbatim?
I agree. So,
You said that verbatim, or was that?
verbatim, under oath.
Do you have a link?
Well, you can just look it up. It's common knowledge. I mean, when he was Prime Minister, he said that people were
I
out.
mean, because I don't know, did UK have chattel slavery? I don't think so, right? Did the UK have chattel slavery at any point in time? Yes or no? You should know your history. Did the UK have chattel slavery? Yes or no? Did you know your history? Did they have chattel slavery or not? Anybody British or know the British history? Anybody. You can laugh, but you can't answer a simple yes or no question. Did the UK have chattel slavery at any point in time?
I don't know. I'll ask you those.
What the fuck? How you don't know? You live there. What the fuck?
I'm not gonna lie. I'm looking at the bookshelf.
While stopping short of a formal parliamentary apology to avoid legal compensation claims, he stated, "We are sorry and emphasized the need to remember this history and combat modern day slavery." Okay. And then it says the statements were made around the 200th anniversary of the Slave Trade Act, acknowledgement of guilt, response to criticism, and modern day slavery. So who is this? What is this? British? You see how domestic they are. I don't know British history. No, I know Brits. I know. So man, we missing some things. They trying to turn it around and make black people mad and tell us it ain't what it is. That's so divisive. Divisive.
Your tea and biscuit eating that. I know you tea.
in circles. I understand racism, you know, and that's my experience, but I can share when I get older.
Your mindset. I'm just trying to listen to.
I'm Brian's son. My dad told me that it's one race to every race, and I'm not with that. I don't know. I can understand, you know, it's just yeah. And one thing that God gave us, you know, that there's a collective consciousness is awareness. So if you're operating outside of, if you're only conform to the fullness and it's not your ideations or your people, yeah, what you're talking about, I guess that make sense to me. Because, you know, it confuses me, you know, because maybe it's just that I don't think that way. I'm sorry that personally that it's just not about black and white to me, you get me? I don't feel for that kind of stuff.
Sounds like a bunch of babble.
Yeah, it's not saying that. It's like I can get lost in things, but now it's like, please. No.
Also, Babylon.
I'm gonna put some strength on y'all over here. Babbling. What's next?
John, you need some help, bro. I don't know what you got going on in life, but bro, you need to get some help from somebody who cares, loves and respects you, my guy. Put the drugs down. So to Stu's question in the chat, awareness, I think it depends on your level of awareness depends, in my opinion, on your connection or lack of attachment, I guess. Your attachment to the material world or yourself, right? I think they say, know yourself and you will know all. Thou know thyself and thou shalt know all. I mean, I don't think that you're going to know everything in this life, but I do think the more aware, like I believe in the Gnostic point of view, where awareness comes from knowledge of self. And knowledge of self also brings you closer to knowing God as well. And so I think as far as people who are more aware, there are people that, those are the people who know themselves. Like they know their faults, their flaws. They can see the things that they do wrong and therefore have the ability to change those things, right? Like we as human beings, at one point in time, we just ate whatever piece of meat came in front of us because we were starving. But now in 2026, we can consciously make a decision to not eat animals in any way, just because we've evolved as human beings. So I think that's a level of self-awareness. Some people have gotten to that point, not everybody, but I don't think we're meant to be fucking vegans. I think we're meant to eat a variety of foods, but we can make that choice. And I think that's what self-awareness is, the ability to see yourself for what you are and ultimately make a change based off of that sight, right? Like people who go to Alcohol Anonymous, the first step in changing anything is to become aware that you are that thing. Hi, my name is Bob, and I admit and I am aware that I am an alcoholic. Therefore, I can then make the conscious decision to change that thing. I think that is like literally like what self-awareness is, but also like what our consciousness is. Like you can be more attached to that material world, which is Bob and his alcohol, or Bob can be more self-aware and realize that that shit is not doing him any good, and he acknowledges that he is an alcoholic and has a problem and makes the changes to do better, right? He is therefore removing himself further from the material world by releasing his attachment to that bottle of liquor. So that's, is in one part awareness, it is in one part evolution, in one part vibration, and I guess also your
to go back to the very beginning, when a man and a woman was created. Because a man and a woman was created for a purpose. The purposes that we go through in life after you were born are things that you have learned about. I mean, hey, you may be 7 foot and think you can play at the NBA, but that's not the purpose for why you exist. That's what you learn how to become a basketball player. If you're 7 feet long, if you're 6 feet, point blank. But that's not who you are. Who you are came about when man was first created. Point blank. When woman was first created. That's who you are. Now, what you become, that's totally different. That's a perspective that's gained by the culture that you're in and how much influence has that culture, have you went to point blank. That's because I got my earphones in. I gotta unplug my earphones and now you can hear me clear. But what I was saying is not who you are, it's what you become. Alcoholic. When it comes to the awareness of of his alcoholism, that's an awareness of what you have become. If you go to school to become a doctor, that's not who you are, that's what you have become. If you go on to play in the NBA or some type of athletics, that's not who you are, you have become. It's what you have accepted as a for you individual.
That's true.
In order for you to know who you are, and I'm gonna land here, in order for you to know who you are, you have to go to the beginning of the creation of man and woman when they came to the planet.
Yeah, I once heard a theory, well not a theory, but it was said in Islam that all of humanity was actually created at the same time. Not obviously in this world, but in heaven, I guess. But we were created at the same time. But then we got here on Earth, and that's where life was breathed into, whatever. I don't know. I say I digress. Sorry.
But yeah, I would say it's not even what you become as much as what you survive. But that is the belief system they're selling. If you want to be a part of this club, this AA, you must adhere to the vernacular of the terms. And one of the terms we use is alcoholics. And it's basically a sin, right? It's just it's like rebranding. It's like basically creating anti-Semitism to describe racism. Right?
Yeah, you're right.
Be careful who you subscribe to because, like Prince, I say it over and over, you always hear me say this. Prince said it best. He said, words are blessings and curses. And that's coming from a Jehovah's Witness. So, I take it with the grain of salt from everyone.
Yeah, I think this is semantics at this point, to be honest with you. I mean, you can separate what you've become, but ultimately, at different points in your life, I think that is quite literally who you are in a sense, especially if you have trouble separating it from everything else. I think that it is through self-awareness that people who aren't actual alcoholics change themselves. We're just putting a name on the condition. Call it sin, call it alcoholism, you call it whatever, lack of supplements, whatever. But it is a low vibrational state of being that people come to due to trauma, right? And all of us in some way or another have gone through some level of trauma. That's remember who we truly are, right? And it's through acknowledging your faults and your problems and the things that are traumatizing us in this life that we grow in vibrational level and we get closer to what he stated, back to who we originally are. It's like this whole cycle thing. So, I mean, as far as the wordplay goes, you can call it what you want, but in your life, a man plays many roles in his 7 ages. So you might be a doctor in one of those roles, but at that point in your life, that's who you are. You may be an alcoholic in another one, but at that point in your life, I believe that's who you are. And you attract in life based off of who you are, not simply the label you call yourself.
Again, it's like when you come out of the womb, you don't come out as a doctor. You learn to be a doctor. When you come out of the womb, you don't come out as a teacher. You learn to be a teacher. So learning those things is what you become, not who you are. Period. Hey, when you come out of the womb, you don't come out of the womb as a linguist. You learn different languages.
You know, and Noah was a drunk, but yet here we are.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, I think it depends on also maybe your culture, because I know in Korea, right, there's something going on with your mic. Hold on. Thank you. There's something, it's called Dojami. And so Dojami is the activity with the celebration is called Dojami. And so basically Dojami is a activity they do at the Dojami. It's an event where the baby, they put a bunch of different things in front of the baby. And it could be money, it could be a golf ball, it could be a basketball, it could be a book, it could be, yeah, you see that. And basically they believe that the baby will go, and the first object the baby touch is predicted to be their future in a sense. So I do believe that if you do, I mean, in some cases, I think the traumas in life throw us off our path, but I think that what you do in life is ingrained in you. Like, certainly like me, like, I cook. I have a cooking meal prep company, right? When I look back at my life and everything that I've done, I see how I was prepared for that thing, right? It's in me to do that. Even Michelle, you can tell when she talks and all the things that she does. So that medicinal part of her to doctor people, to nurse people, to heal people, that's part of her. So I don't think that you just walk into certain professions or you just walk into certain aspects in life, right? Even in alcoholism, if you look at the studies, a lot of that stuff is hereditary. It is inside of people's genetics in a sense that they have to overcome. So I do think in one part you become things, but I do really believe that in one part your soul goes out and searches for the things that it already is. And maybe you evolve from those things in different points of your life, but I believe you attract exactly what you are in life. I really do believe that. You just might be different things at different points in life.
Yeah, you don't even attract. Let's take a third world country. You know what I'm saying? When they have little food, little this, little that, so forth and so on. There has to be somebody that's on a higher level that can influence those children or those kids. If there's nobody on a higher level, then they are going to adapt to their surrounding, which is positive, and so forth and so on. Again, you having your culture dealing with you say you like making food. That's something that you learned. You know what I'm saying? Now you may say that it's inherited and I was born this way or whatever the case may be, but it don't wake up until somebody is in contact with you and then you learn about that profession to where you like it. And then that's what you would accept and want to become, point blank. You know, whether it's more, whether it's for anything in life, or it depends on your culture and surrounding. But when you are born into the world, you can't say that out of the womb, you just started talking, something you didn't, or you learned a language that was comprehensible. You didn't. That's something that you learned. You know what I'm saying? And that's with any profession: basketball, baseball, being a doctor, being a nurse. You can't say that, a nurse is who I am. A nurse is which that people have to find things in that way. Because we always talk about, this is who I am, this is who I am. And that's something that has been part of the narrative or the ingrainment from the culture that we live in. But that's not really a true analysis that it's who you are. Because let's take the NBA player. He said he was born to be an NBA player. So he plays to the NBA. But then he hurts his leg. He tears his knee off, or whatever the case may be. He can't play anymore. That's what. Then who are you? You can't say you're a ball player. Now you have to retire.
Now you're a coach. It doesn't mean you leave the profession, you evolve into something else.
About being a ball player, yes you can, but that's still something that even being a coach you have to learn. Point blank.
Yeah, but the skill is already there to be in that arena. The same thing with the nurse.
You can't say that is who you are.
Yeah,
it's what you have become. It's what you have become.
Okay.
You learn something, it's what you have become.
Yeah, I think the whole, you got both valid statements. I think the whole concept of getting from profession is, life is a learning journey. So we can learn from it, and that's becomes. I kind of agree with that.
Yeah, and I do agree with him at certain points, but I think shoot your mic again. It's still Thank you. So I think that you do become different things, and that is an act of becoming, and I get that. But I think if you understand your purpose, and he talked about the beginning, right? So let's go back to Adam and Eve. Before Adam got Eve, he was given two things. One was his community with God. He got a relationship, right, with God, the Spirit. And then second, he got his role, which was to tend the garden. That was his purpose. Then he got love and someone to live his life with. And it shows you exactly the order in which to do it. So this idea, and it also tells you in the Bible that every good gift is from the Father, is from the Spirit. You don't just get something in you and you just come up. No, the people who are the best in their fields, people who really love what they do. And unfortunately, I don't think everybody does that. Not everybody loves what they do. Some people are just surviving. But the people who love what they do, in some way, it is in their nature to do that thing. It might not be in that exact medium, but you might be nurturing, so you become a nurse. Or you might be nurturing, so you become a midwife. Or you might be a very nurturing person, so you do social work. These are all characteristics of being a nurturing person. So it gears you
people who choose what they want to do in life, there's something in that thing that is in them to do it. Even if you don't stay that way, why did you choose to do coding or
some things are situational. It's not because they want to. Some things are situational.
I mean, again, I said it for the third time already that it's not for every single person. Some people are literally surviving. But most people who are choosing their lives and not enslaved, what they choose to do, there's something in it that they enjoy doing that is it comes natural to them to do. Okay, so why don't you do something?
I want to get back on topic with this Trump shit. Because the women voted for Trump was some dumbass. They were some dumbasses. Whoever voted for Trump, he was brainwashed. All the politicians were a bunch of pieces of shit. They all been out. Vote for Trump, whoever voted for whoever. All dirty. You know what I'm saying? Americans, especially us black Americans, should not support whatever the fuck.
That nigga's rude. That was rude as shit. Fuck it.
I'm just speaking the facts. I'm just speaking the facts.
So rude.
You read the facts?
So rude.
Oh, wow. Yeah. I got the facts. Him for the 13th. I got the facts. Do you have the facts? Have you looked it up? You haven't even looked it up. Because you believe in the narrative that's been pushed to you. You haven't even looked it up.
You don't know what happened.
They have a specific area on the Department of Justice website where you can go there and look at that shit. You can read this shit. Work it out right now. It's yourself. Huh? Knock out, work it out. Man, I've been woke since 2017.
People know that. Is this your first time in here laying down?
No, I've been on like this shit since 2017. Motherfucker
I
just
said,
started shit.
Lando, I said, is that your first time in here? Is this
Yes,
your first time?
yes, ma'am.
Oh, like you've been talking about, we've been going on, man, we did a whole ones on the Epstein files. Ain't that right, y'all? We'll probably talk about it again.
So it's like it's crazy. It's been like since 2017, though. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
the things have been said since 2017.
It's the same thing in the pedestrian file. Peace again. All this things just read that. Oh, okay.
I mean,
Yeah, you can go back. I can go back to 2008 for you real quick if you want to.
that'd be cool. They've been doing it for a long time. All I'm saying is whenever somebody bring it out, even like 4 or 5 years ago, somebody would say something like this, they'd be like, oh, you talk about conspiracy theories. You don't know what you talking about. You talking about a bunch of bullshit. But now this shit is out now. Like, you can read it. So, like, all the conspiracy theories, jokes, and all that type of shit is really not worth anything now. Now you looking stupid. Because now you want to bomb Iran to cause a distraction. So you don't focus on him. He clearly said that he wanted to bomb Iran to cause a distraction. So, a lot of the shit that motherfuckers be talking and be trying to make excuses for this orange motherfucker that they think, you know what I'm saying, is good for America. Like, you brainwashed. Like, go read that shit yourself. This shit been out for a long time.
talking like y'all having this slow man international conversation or something.
I jumped in the conversation too late. You know, I'm gonna jump down. I'm gonna come up and say we should trust Donald Trump his actions. That's all I'm gonna say. I appreciate y'all for bringing me up.
Thank you for speaking. You don't have to leave.
Oh, Donald Trump used to be a Democrat, right?
I want this time. Who did that?
What convention you say it was? You know, we all look slow for some reason. She is, you know, that's how she is. That's fine. Hey, James, all that convention card, I'm serious. What the hell is
He said there was the Slow Man International Convention. Some real 007 slow man.
Yeah, coming from the person that got no man. She got slow man, fast man. You know, she got no man. She got half a man. No man.
Well, how about some other? You ain't worried about what I got in. You just worried about your little
You saying
Who explained the background feature, man?
You ready? You ready now?
I'm 68 years old, man. You're old ass. That's right. You should be something about it. You 68. You ahead of the curve, nigga. 30 years. What you been doing? You got this like your ass is I understand that, son. I know you just woke up, son. I know. It don't matter if I just woke up. You ain't doing more than you. I don't think so. Well, that's good. I don't want to learn. I know. Wait, 68. You don't talk nobody in those scholastic ways. I know. But listen, where did you get the information? You don't know. I know. Where you get the information from? Yeah,
an insult, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? You always love. I'm really strong niggas. Oh, man, I'm going to even hear it, man.
That's insulting. That's me. You're not 68. Who called him daddy?
We waiting on you, man. Hello? Well, all right. I guess he got cold feet. We ain't want to marry him no way.
Who will be the ones here to take all of the debt? Hey, Fred, just give your opinion on the topic, my nigga. I don't want to hear about that shit. Do you support pedophile Trump, yes or no?
Who was that, man? Shut your mouth. Where you come from? With a motherfucking pink ticket trying to moderate this thing. Bro, you lost.
With a pink ticket.
I know. Nigga, it's your host. Right, man. No, go ahead, bro. We ain't answering no questions. Did you want to give a submission or not?
This is who here will take up all the debt?
Who in your house will take up all your rent or your mortgage or your light bill? I mean, tell us, what do you want?
I would like you to take up all of the debt, all of...
Who did it? I don't even want to know. That shit was hilarious. I don't even know where he was going with that. But who's dead? You trying to? We already paid for everything, man. Yeah, sure. Yeah? Oh, who's not? There's booty down here at the bottom doing the same weird shit. This profile he chose is ridiculous.
We don't speak Hindi. We don't speak Hindi. We speak English.
It's not Hindi. It's English.
I don't think we should let people who don't have one plan.
Right. Yeah, don't just move. This is creepy. So just because of this war, is just going to be an influx of police.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
So, I mean, you guys have been posting titles about Donald Trump for at least 2 years, and not more. Why? Is it just the war that's having people from the Middle East flood into this room, or is it the algorithm? Because
I said the same thing, but listen, like in the past few days, boy, I tell you, it's almost like they opened a firewall up that was walling you off for other parts of the nation, and all of a sudden they said y'all can have a conversation. You know what I'm saying?
propaganda machine.
I'm real. I don't know. I said the same thing too.
No, because I think they want them to be more Americanized so that they can be, have like a little bit of empathy for what America is doing in a sense. Even though, they don't have a choice at this point. But I think it's more so like, oh, okay, like you said, let's give you a little bit of taste of some Americanness to see what you guys are missing.
But the ones that be on air is ones that's already like Americanized. A lot of it, they don't have no internet over there, right? Ain't they internet on? So it can't be motherfuckers from that country.
I never spoke to my Iranian on this app.
No, here he said he was in Iran and he had to sleep to get to the internet.
But why are you doing all that now?
going somewhere else. So you finally get free from an oppressive government, and the first thing you try to do is get on Clubhouse?
Exactly.
But what you saying makes sense, though, think about how long we've been on the app, and we've never had conversations with our neighbors. So I think this situation is definitely the reason why we haven't had a conversation with so many of them.
They want to Americanize, so it's easier.
That's something to think about. I ain't never thought about that. They didn't know operating in some dysfunctional.
People take them to it. Take them on it as Jews. That's what they are, aren't they? I believe that.
Again, that's because they're Melissa, hold on. That is because they have been westernized. You know what I'm saying? They may be Iranian, in fact, they may have been born there, some may not have been born there. You know what I'm saying? But they are totally probably against Islam, most likely probably Christian.
No. And I knew this was going to pop back up. Sabotage Zevi.
That's algorithms that bring them into this room.
I agree with you on the algorithm thing, right? But I don't think it's coincidence that dude brought up Sabotage Zevi and the Frankism. I feel like that is going to come up later on today. And I'm just going to state this as to why I believe it's important. Is because I went and did a little deep dive on Sabotage Zevi, who's basically part of where the Frankism movement, where it's coming from, right? And so he was a mysticist, Jewish mysticist, 1600, blah, blah, blah. But the reality of it is he was a Talmudic Jew, mystical Talmudic Jew, who converted to Islam willingly.
What's a Talmudic Jew?
A Jew.
The Old Testament.
I don't understand.
They follow the Talmud. The Talmud is outside up there. They all electrified. Kabbalah. No, it's not the Kabbalah. It's more than the Kabbalah. Different aspects of the Talmud. Different things of the Talmud, but it's outside of their five collected books.
So, New York, what's them Jews that got that long ass hair, the shit on their head, and the long ass beards, and they be braided and shit?
Those are the Orthodox Jews, but those are your Orthodox Jews.
Okay.
But they be Talmudic too.
Yeah, that was cool as fuck, but they eating muscle soup and shit.
No, they are not cool. I grew up in Brooklyn, New York, and the things that I've seen them do, even as children, is
I'm
horrendous.
talking about I was just there working, but as I was, talking with them, I didn't know their past or what they do on the other side. But as far as talking with them, we was talking business, and it was a cool conversation. But these motherfuckers eating this nasty ass soup, and I'm like, okay. But I just really didn't know why the fuck they had their beards braided, that shit on their head. I was totally foreign to it.
You think it's cool until you ask them, can you warm up your food in their microwave, and then you'll find out how much of a goyim you are.
I'm trying to eat that shit.
I'm not saying that you're gonna eat their food. I'm saying you go to even sit at their table with them. You touch their shit. You put your food in their microwave to heat up.
I was sitting there having with it.
You're talking business in their place of business, not in their home.
Well, bottom line is that they are, even dealing with the Talmud was written by the Ashkenazis and so forth and so on. They're all written by Europeans. They were never written by not one black man, period. Plus, you have to understand that if you want to go into the history of the seed of Abraham, they are not from the direct line of Abraham, period. You know what I'm saying? You had individuals that began to teach stuff, and then they adopted it, and then they want to claim it as theirs. Otherwise, if you believe in the Bible and the Messiah and so forth and so on, you would know that the Messiah never referred to himself as being a Jew. He never referred to himself as being a Christian. He never taught that type of doctrine. And neither did before America. Period. There was no such terminology, so y'all have become acclimated to the terminologies. And like I said, it's not who you are, it's what you accept. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to land here. You become acclimated to the terminology that they have today, but they do not apply. You know what I'm saying? They're not real terminology. These people are not from the tribe of Israel, period.
How does that make sense? But bro, be specific in it. You're just saying things to make it sound all nice and good in it. It's not going to like a 5-star Michelin, 3-star Michelin restaurant, yeah? And you guys have an expectation of great food and it just tastes like fucking chicken and chips. Like, you can give a bit more context to what you're saying, innit? Because for me, even as a listener, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. It just sounds good, innit? Because that'll make me focus on myself as well.
You said
It's outside the Torah, it's outside of all of that. It's rabbinical Judaism. It's based off of the rabbis and what they have to say about the interpretation of God and His laws and things like that.
it's just full of commentary.
Yeah, commentary. Exactly, commentary. It's weird because some of the stuff that they follow and like the rules that they have. I mean, they have more than just the 10 commandments. They have way more commandments than that. According to their commandments, it's just looser. Like the way that they can triggers that are not part of their, direct lineage is really kind of crazy.
It's good deeper than that because they watch the numbers. And there's a place in England, yeah, it's called Speaker's Corner in Hyde Park. And people congregate there every Sunday. And there's people from different religions. So you've got Christianity, you've got the three Abrahamic faiths, Christianity, Judaism, Islam, and they all congregate to discuss their beliefs and why their God is the right God. Even although they believe in the same God, so I find it very fascinating. I went there maybe last year, and I spoke with every single people that the leader of the groups, so it'd be like the top house in one of the room, and I went direct to the source, and also give similar answers, which is very fascinating because I operate with the number system that the Jewish people do. And these people, they're watching numbers, that's what it is. They're waiting for all of them. That's crazy. I'm talking about gematria. Say again? He's speaking to me directly or what? What?
Yeah, like you talking about gematria.
No, I'm not.
Speaker's Corner is crazy.
My point is that these people that look like Cody with their beards or whatever, they're not Semitic. That's my point. You know what I'm saying? Now, I'm sorry if y'all establish that they are Semitic. It's ingrained in you. But I'm telling you, that is an untruth. Period.
No, they're not Semitic. You're right.
Right. So all I'm saying is that the Messiah never called himself a Jew. There was no J's in no language. You know what I'm saying? Semitic languages are languages that don't have capitalization. They don't have small letters. You know what I'm saying? And because y'all don't take it back there, you know what I'm saying? Y'all have to let it define your thoughts and how you perceive those people in the now. But that's not who they are. That's why they don't even need, and I'm not going to get into the Palestinians or your so-called Arabs because those Arabs don't look like us anyway, and they wasn't the people who inhabited
business for. So I don't know who's behind that line. But it's not
So into what Shu was saying as far as Shu, it's on. And so to what you were saying, I do agree. So Ashkenaz was actually from descendant of Gomer. So he's the son of Japheth. So Ashkenaz is not from Shem. If you go into the Bible, it states it clearly that it's a descendant of Gomer. Gomer is the son of Japheth. And Japheth was the three sons of Noah. He was the brother of Shem, but not Shem, which makes them not Semitic people, right? Let me go into my little note. I have a lot of shit written down. So I have this, and I read this in this room before, but I gotta find it. Okay, so it's from a book called Human Races and Religion. This is from the book of Jubilees, chapter 8. And it's called Japheth, Caucasians, the Gentiles, and their descendants. Their land is in the north. So the true Gentiles are not us. The true Gentiles are them. Right? And it states in the book of Jubilees, which is an apocryphal book, chapter 8, and everything which is toward the north belongs to Japheth, and everything which is toward the south belongs to Shem. This is the land which came to Japheth. Okay, I'm going to just read it one more time. And everything which is toward the north belongs to Japheth, and everything which is toward the south belongs to Shem. This is the land which came to Japheth and to his sons as the portion of his inheritance, which he will possess for himself and for his sons for their generations forever. The 5 great islands and a great land in the north, Europe. But it is cold, and the land of Ham is hot, but the land of Shem is not hot or cold because it is mixed with cold and heat. So it has true seasons. So I take that as you would. But that clearly tells you who the line of Japheth is. Those are people who will be living in the northern part of the world, the 5 islands and the Great Land. So I believe that's your European. Europe, Britain is an island. Right. And then, so, go ahead.
No, I'm just agreeing with you though.
Yeah, so that's where their geographic location is. Ham would be hot, and so we know Antarctica is not hot, so it can't be that. The tip of Argentina is extremely cold, so we can associate Ham with the lower part of sub-Saharan Africa. So what they would call the progenitor of the darker skin races. But the Shemitic people are copper-colored people, la race rouge, right? And apparently, their land is a place that has true seasons. And let's just do a little chat GP dizzle. Which countries in the world have true seasons? Which countries in the world have true seasons? Autumn, winter, well, fall, winter, spring, summer, right? Central Europe, Europe, Eastern Europe, East Asia.
Well, this one.
North America, Canada, some parts of Europe, some parts of Asia, and Southern Hemisphere, parts of Australia, New Zealand, Southern South America. And basically, all of the Caucasus Mountains. Let me see if it gives me a specific geographical location for Europe.
short summer. Central Europe, Germany, France, Poland, Austria, Switzerland, UK, Ireland, Scandinavia, Russia, Ukraine, and Czechia, Japan, Korea, and Northern China, Kazakhstan, and Uzbekistan, but they have continental climate zones, southeastern regions, entire country, especially temperate areas, parts of Chile and Argentina. Key characteristics of true seasons. No, that's not true. Motherfucker, ChatGPT is stupid. No, the true four-season countries are mainly in the temperate zones of North America, US, Northern Mid, Canada, Central Europe, Central, Northern, Eastern, Asia, Japan, Korea, Northern China, Central Asia, and then the Southern Hemisphere, parts of Australia, New Zealand, Southern South America.
It's all done. I'm lost to conversation. So,
Go ahead, Richard.
no, I'm just listening. I'm sort of a bit distracted. What are you talking about in this climate change?
Just looking for places on the planet that have true seasons, and also kind of just thinking, like matching them up to the places that have aboriginal, not necessarily aboriginal, but melanated people, right? So Australia, New Zealand, Southern South of Africa, I mean, all of these people have a melanated history. Japan has a melanated history, US, Canada, some parts of Europe. So, I mean, as far as four seasons in countries, but it excludes certain countries, right? It excludes the Caucasus Mountain area, that's not in it. It excludes Sub-Saharan Africa, that's not in it. It excludes the Middle East, that's not in it. Which kind of makes sense, in a sense, because if you look at all of those places, we do have specific types of people who live there whose culture is currently being covered up. Japan, all throughout Asia, even China itself, the States, Canada, Australia, and the Aboriginal people there, South America. So,
I mean, yeah, like these people are, they started World War III from a long time ago. To be fair, that's what. I know that we focus our attention on the war, and it just essentially plays out to what we've been told how it does. So that's all good. You know, it's just there is a. For me personally, there's a deeper mechanism running to the global stage that we're all observing as a collective. And as long as we have that root idea embedded within that collective consciousness, we'll be directed to wherever our awareness takes us, essentially. That's all.
But see, like, I know you want to get interested in this, but see, the thing about it, what the crazy people are fighting over right now is Genesis 26:7. Isaac referred to Rebekah as his sister.
So, can you expand a little bit more?
Exactly. Like, that's why the Old Testament, like, we had to be there. That's why I don't subscribe to the Old Testament. That was Rebekah, his wife. He referred to as his sister. You know this? So, fast forward, Jesus was not considered a Jew. Because he was born in Bethlehem. He was a Nazarene. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but he told him that because he was in fear for his life. They didn't, I don't think that was weird.
That don't mean nothing. That same thing in the training, original Hebrews, and the same shit.
and Rebecca is his sister.
Cause that wouldn't mean nothing. Oh, about the different sister. They gonna take anyway, wife and not. But that's just he referred to as his sister.
So basically, so the whole is focused on.
He said the whole world is focused on what? Well, listen. I wanted to bring up that you're like tracing like land masses and destinations and where people was originated at, but also remember like the land masses aren't the same as it was thousands of years ago. Things aren't in the same place. Things don't look the same. So, and then the poles, all that, nothing is really the same because the earth is always moving.
Somebody just said there's two Chinese. See what I'm saying? I'm not gonna leave it at that.
Well, no, it's a fact. So, I mean, what I'm saying is, one more thing that I can't lie, like, you should tell. I don't even know about TikTok movies, man.
Like the crazy only just going ham, bro.
What's happening, man? Tell us, man. What's going on?
But Michelle, it's not, to be honest with you, my dumb ass, I don't know even where I heard it through that in from. It's not talking about true seasons. It's talking about literally mixed with cold and heat. What country is half hot, half cold? It's hot in the night, and hot. We have both desert and tropical climates here, and on top of that, it's really cold. Most other countries are not like that. They're mostly one type of climate with variations, but not drastically from cold to hot. While it's cold as fuck and it's snowing in northern wherever it was, looks like it was talking about how it was 85. You feel me? That's literally a mix of hot and cold. North America.
It was like, so let's just say, okay, so where North America is right now wouldn't be where it's at, thousands of years ago.
Right.
The climate would be the same, like if it was above the equator or in the equator or in the north. Because at one point Antarctica wasn't frozen and the other half of the world was frozen. So I don't know, that's how I was looking at it. I was like, that's so long ago, just knowing that things, because didn't they say California used to be an island?
I don't know.
So yeah, it's I heard something about that. But it was an island, but I was just thinking like the planet shifts, the moves, climates change, poles change, atmosphere changes.
Yeah, I think maybe things could potentially have been closer together. They were even more like barren, because we have the Barren Land Bridge, right? So there could have been more land masses and things like that to connect things. And they blew up a lot of shit too.
I can agree with that. And I did look up something too. I did look up like the Amazon. Like I was like, I know that forest is old. It said it's 5 million years old. So whatever's in there has been there for a long time. But it does say South America split from Africa 100 million years ago. So I don't know. It's just something to think about.
When we think about
what they call gems and other things that was, the deep. Darkness was a deity, the darkness. And like I said, and it's kind of like you made like a little incubator, like a little bubble already on Earth. And because Eden, I remember it was in the Garden of Eden. Remember that it was in Eden was the whole place, but he made man put a place in the Garden of Eden. So like I said, it's a whole bunch of stuff that you still got to ravel out, like onion style of Genesis. You know what I'm saying? But look, Genesis, look, Rebecca is my sister. That's in Genesis. You know? So.
I think, I don't know about what was before, let there be like, just depends on how you want to see it. But should I believe that things existed prior to humanity that are still roaming around today? I don't know if I could put a name on them as Pleiadians or Greys or whatever it is, but shit, we've been here for a long time. I haven't seen it in my lifetime. Who knows? We might find some shit out. The Simpsons have been right continuously, and their next thing is that there are aliens in our political system, so who knows? I don't know. At this point in time, I won't be shocked by anything.
Think about the vampires we have, what we call vampires on this planet. They don't need money and all that. They need food. You know what I'm saying? So that's one race. You got some subterraneans. You got the so-called nomos that came out the water. Then you got the fallen. Then you got the watchers. Then you got the angels. Some of the angels, the elves, the Anunnaki, that us made man in his image. It was multiple. Project Adam, Project Eve, the sons of Adam, Nimrod. It was a bunch of different things that was like you said, still wrong today. But we made it easy, his. So that's what makes it. There's laws, and you have the spirits, the gems, the interdimensional beings, but they all locked in here with us. Except for I believe the fallen locked up. Some of they be down in the ground. Dante Inferno style. And then there's Lucifer, who's the prince. But all of that, they're trying to bring back what we call the Antichrist. That's why I was saying Kabbalah, the seven seals. They want to bring out their Christ. That's what the acceleration is doing. Because they're trying to do as much evil as they can to bring forth their Christ. Their monarchy, we call them Antichrist, but to them that's their Savior.
And we're not doing the most that we can to bring back our Savior.
Real quick. Hey, bro, where do you get this idea that it's just this he of this father? Like, how and where would you be able to put a gender with this being or deity or whatever you want to call it?
You're talking about two different things.
No, I'm asking him a specific question.
Oh yeah. I don't know that question. Right. God, the Father, is a spirit. They tell you to worship the spirit. It's man-made God. Because man can't see past himself. Okay, man, God is sitting on the throne. He need to ask to sit on the throne. Right? God got ass, man. Right. So you need some legs, you know what I'm saying? So man created God. In John 2:11, I want to say, that's the Apostle John. Apostle John also wrote Revelation on the island of Patmos. John said, no man has seen God. So That's why, we picture man with it as an anchor. You know what I mean?
So my next question is, why don't you ever picture him as a woman?
No, that's what I'm saying. Exactly. Man, woman, same shit.
No, it's not, because I want listen to me, and then I want you to continue, right?
Go ahead.
Anytime people refer to God, they refer to it as a man, you included. So I'm just asking you to go into why we do that.
No, that's not why. I don't think God is man. I'm telling you, I'm saying God is.
But you don't believe he's a man, which will constantly use terms like father and he. So then I believe it's a man.
Well, I mean, I don't remember saying that, but if you look at the Jewish.
Oh, so you can just ramble.
No, I'm not rambling. Look at the Jewish star. The star is.
So you don't remember the first time.
Can you let me finish? Damn.
You don't
No, I'm saying.
It's a long view.
Don't tell me what to do. Let me finish.
Go jump in front of the car then.
I mean, you listen. You don't want to go there with me.
You don't remember that night?
So when you know, I'm this.
You don't remember
I'm gonna make this point quick and then I'm gonna tell you. Okay, the Jewish star, right? There's a triangle up and a triangle down. That symbolizes trans, man and woman together. See, that's what I said. They got groups of people that want to put guys together. They got both. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. There are people that put man that God sit on the throne, right? Man, God got ass, and we got women of God, and God got got titties and everything like that. Then you got also have trans, which is the star up and down, and triangle up and down means one, right? But I'm saying, I stand what I said, that God said, God is a spirit. John said in 3:11, no man has seen God.
Yeah, so I think this is part of the indoctrination, brother. Like you didn't even realize. Listen to. I'm having a conversation with you. I want you to hear what I'm saying.
You see,
in your submission, you consistently refer to God as the Father or a He. What I asked you specifically was, why do we, as a people, because I've done it in the past, refer to God as He or Father? I know why, but I want to know your thoughts on why. And you trying to go all around the damn world.
No, I'm saying God is a spirit. Yeah, he's the creator, the Father, he's a spirit. Like, I can call him that.
Christ is in the building. What's up, Christ? Hey, but point taken. So you saying that inanimate object is concerned about animate people in the physical world going through the problems, and it's concerned about us. An inanimate object is concerned about animate people in the world. So you can't see with the physical eye, a spirit.
No, you can't see. No, hell. No, you can't. You can see what he created. You can see what he created.
But are you saying the wind is concerned about us? The wind that rolls in the air that you can't see with the physical eye? This spirit you're talking about is worried about it. You gonna put enough gas in your car this week? I mean, come on, man. Is the spirit gonna worry about the building?
Before and last time we are our lowest form. We are our lowest form. Listen, you know about the unconscious mind. The unconscious mind, that's what it reacts to. Symbolism and representative. Yeah,
Separated from the
you know
body.
what I'm saying? Like whatever you see to the virtue. That's we had our lowest form. Of course, if we was in Adam form, we wouldn't be recognized. God had to tell him to name animals. You didn't give a damn about name animals.
Brother, you can't separate the spirit from the flesh.
No, but I'm saying with the stuff you want to recognize as being God, you're at your lowest form looking at it.
I'm listening to God. Every time I see the face of a black man, I'm looking at God.
No, God created man.
old, 6 million years old. And she had a mother and father. So if you find the beginning of God, you find the beginning of her. If you find the beginning of her, you find the beginning of God.
And listen, at one time, you ain't had to eat nothing. So until we got punished, we brought it down, bro. That's what I'm saying. You want us to look at how Adam, I'm gonna say Adam, but I'm gonna say that we just use Adam, but everybody know we going. Adam looked at God different than what we look at God now. Y'all think everything God. Oh my God, toilet paper is God. I think gas is God. Oh, this is God. That's God. You know what I'm saying? And Adam straight up and looked at it and
But we've only been saying it for 500 years.
and then, you read about something, they cut the power. So you've been passing it down, written it, passing it down, bro. You got probably 0.000.
You only been saying it for 500 years. English is not old, man.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about just the whole point of being written. Traditional, when you tribalism, that was better than Tower of Babel. Where did they read that from? When they were all building at the same time.
Break it down.
I don't know. I wasn't there to read it. I'm asking you. How we was just talking to each other on television? And now we're talking to each other, trying to break down words from man, cut down from a couple. How many consoles of Nasir we had?
No, please.
We had consoles.
No, we can't even go down this road because we have listen, we can't because we have no evidence that tower down real. So let's not even go there.
No.
You can't even prove that shit was real.
You saying you hear from God.
I'm not saying that at all.
What you talking about then, man? You like to fight for somebody you don't hear from God? Okay, you ate the fuck is you talking about? No, I'm saying you ate
battle right now.
No, I'm asking you ate this, right?
I'm asking you to
No,
not
that's my question. I'm asking
word salad, spiritual, sky daddy,
I'm
blah shit.
Nothing wrong with atheism is on the right.
You right.
Why are you talking this? Why are you getting in a spiritual?
You got it. Whoever was talking to this.
That don't even make sense to me. Why the atheists jump in the spiritual thing?
So is the devil a person?
Yes.
Is he under the ground?
No.
Or is he walking around on top of the earth?
Yeah,
So why can't God walk around like the devil?
Because the devil is a title. Like Epstein is the devil. That's what the devil is a title. The only person that's the one that's walking around physically in the same is Lucifer. The devil is a title. Anybody can be a devil. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying like acquired. It's a rank. You're number one in the evil community. You're the devil. But as far as the Antichrist, their Christ has not come yet. That's the whole point of the Talmud. That's the whole point of the Semitic. That's the whole point of rebuilding the temple. That's the whole point of you going to Israel and slamming your head on the Roman wall. Because you want your Messiah to come back. That's the wrong manifest.
They started.
Yeah.
Bro, you ain't using your mouth to talk to me. Him God, cheek, tongue, brain. Then his eyes you using. You didn't make yourself. You didn't make yourself.
Yeah, that's it.
It's a creation, man. So if I make a cup, that cup is human. Even if I put water, it's human.
Still a cup.
Or I make a robot, I'm gonna make a robot, it's human. And I give it all the characteristics. It's human. Or it's made by human. That's what I'm saying. I get it though, but I love y'all, man. And we have the Bible debate all together, but at the same time, we got the gatekeepers that we were just talking about Frankism. The man was a Jewish Mississippi and converted to Islam.
That's why.
That was the 1800s. What happened in the 1800s?
Yeah, I want us to stay on that topic.
When did the NOI become the NOI? What year?
Hey now.
We get back to Frankism.
Yeah, the standard.
And we also found the Illuminati. I'm trying to tear down these all this.
Are you going to say something now?
so loud and just loud, bro. I don't even have to look down. I know exactly who's talking right now. Hateful. Anyway, like I was saying, the reality of it is he's right. Oh, God. I chewed, I swallowed, I finished. Now I'm talking. Are you done? We can't eat, we can't breathe, we can't fart, we can't shit, we can't get bigger, we can't get smaller, we gotta have a fat ass and perfect tits and a smart brain and all the money in the world, and you guys have nothing, fucking broke ass niggas. Now you really want me to get me hot, right? That's what you want to do, because I could really go there. Can I finish my? Sorry. Yeah, that's what you guys sound like to me. Soft ass niggas, always complaining about a female. Don't like a female.
National Women's Day, they will respect us. Go ahead.
I stop because I do stop. They tell me to stop, right? Anyway, so to the sabotage Zebby thing, I think it is a real concern because even if the Jews are talking about, like, if you look at why they killed, their reasoning for killing the Ayatollah is because they believe that the Ayatollah is the lineage of a specific person. And just based off of some of the comments that have been made by certain people, I do think that there's this weird switching behavior. You were once Islam, now you're willing to do whatever for Zionism. And it's just this weird kind of connection to the sabotage Zevi thing. It's like he was willing to do whatever he needed to do to maintain power, including switching religions. So I don't know. I just feel like this is like a theme. I don't know why it's sticking in my head, but I'm gonna just take it.
Was he forced to switch to Islam?
To a certain extent.
He chose it. See, when Malcolm went over there, he learned about the moral science. Now, they can say they're wrong. That's why I said, but I love this gene, and I love being there. That's my brother. I love him. And I know they're real soldiers. So this don't include them. I know they out there for real good reason. At that time, all that's under moral science. Churches, you know what I mean? And look more at the time, Moors and murderers, and I talk to murderers, some Moors. That's all pagan. It's all pagan.
Boy, y'all ain't got nothing else better to do, boy. Why?
Well, the slavery came about, right? I'm just going to say.
It's religious or slavery. I swear to God, this just don't make no sense at all.
Do you think they're really coming out of their religion in their country now? Or do you think they were always this Frankism hiding behind the veil of Muslim?
Always.
I think it was hiding behind the veil of a lot of things.
Yeah, that's
So, because it's like they just want to say that they don't want to be Muslim anymore because they just want to twerk on TikTok. I don't get it either. It doesn't make any sense.
Did you know talking about the Iranians?
Yeah, the Iranians, like, they are fully not at all,
They're whatever works.
That's crazy.
It's like Satanism for Muslim.
I've met a few of them before, like, I've had them as clients before, and they come across they want to be like the Kardashians. That's the only vibe I've ever got from them. They want to be like the Kardashians.
Basically, one extreme to the next extreme. No balance. Just extremism to American extremism. Because wanting to be like a Kardashian or any of those people that we put on our television, those are broken people when the cameras go off. Matter of fact, most of these people are being caught up in this shit that we see every day here in America. See, that's what I was talking about yesterday when I was talking about that these religions aren't the problem. The problem is the tentacles that come through the religions, where somebody's able to take a religion like the gentleman that was in here yesterday, and he attached it to biblical prophecy and the third temple, but he was okay with Muslims being murdered. You overstand that the Most High has no place inside of that kind of confusion. People to name and they attach it to extremism. And the Most High never said most of their doctrines, like Jim Jones. You know, Jim Jones was a wolf in sheep's clothing. He had the people thinking that he had them worshiping Jesus, and a lot of his congregation was black, poor people. And because they were used to a certain kind of poverty extreme, they leaned into his religious extremism. Very dangerous, because the ones that didn't want to drink the Kool-Aid, they were shot in the back of the head 2 times.
What they've done, right, is they've hidden in these regions, under these religions, saying that they're these people, and they're not even these people. That's what they're actually doing.
Yep, it's been an alliance this entire time between all of these factions. Because even the Ayatollahs, they're white. They pay the shit. Their origin is the lineage that they had ties to whatever they once had. It's long gone at this point. And even if you look at the dividing of Africa, the entire continent, Catholicism and Islam worked hand in hand to get Africa to where it needed to be. And wherever Catholicism couldn't go, Islam went. And if you look, they even had a deeper tie between some of the heads of certain groups and certain groups of Catholic people. So I think that the tie between Jesuits and Zionism, the Rosicrucians, and everybody else, which is Solomonic magic, which is the base of a lot of all of this stuff. I mean, I think it's always been more so about their goal to take over the world versus actually following a specific God.
They've all been playing in our face this whole time.
I believe it.
Really?
The common denominator is that most of these factions don't actually follow the Abrahamic religions. They follow their interpretations of the Abrahamic religions. And that's essentially what's running the world, how they've interpreted how to see and use God and things.
Greater Israel Project. Greater Israel is from the now. Great. That's all real.
Yeah, we can't let that happen. That's
just looking at it earlier, Melissa, that Ralph Nobles, he was talking about the central banking system going digital. Like half of the government is trying to stop it, the other half is cool with it, and they're trying to get it going.
Are they trying to tokenize everything? Yeah. Well, the key is to have the assets before they tokenize it. So it's to buying.
Right.
When you put that in the chat, man, we know what stuck out was the New World Discord. That's crazy. The whole time we think there's another New World Order, but there was an old World Order, and we're the New World Order. But they is the New World Disorder. Wow.
I mean, at least see we're at this level of awareness that we can see it for what it is. I take this as a step. Positivity, optimism.
People waking up, hopefully, shoot.
I mean, you gotta start somewhere, Michelle, right? At least this is
Don't make it, you don't make it, but I think it's about awareness. I said it earlier, so I make it a point to talk to people about stuff like this, and especially if I don't even know, just to make them aware. Because half the people don't even understand what's going on. They think it's all conspiracy, that's not real. Unless you're in the banking system now, and you know, and hopefully the people that work in those systems is going on telling their people. Don't be left behind. I had a client that told me one time, it was like in the 90s, his father had invested in Google. And by 2007 or some shit, he had like $14 million. I was like, damn, what the fuck?
Yeah, and you know what's funny? The Epstein files, that's why this is a dream, as I'm Lord. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. I just realized something. I figured out why the fuck these niggas, okay, they don't really care about the pedophilia. They desensitized us to the pedophilia already. We sang it for an entire summer.
And they proved it that we're desensitized when we voted, well not we, but when Trump got voted in because he had allegations on him.
Bruh, it was demands. It was demands. I'm sorry, y'all just see why. You pick a love for patriarchy, you threw us under the bus. And now y'all ripping bumper stickers off of cars thinking it's gonna do something. So, I'm so sorry. But
we have the United States for people, and then we all under the United States corporation.
You guys keep saying that, yet you pay into the corporation every day.
Yeah.
But we gotta get Caesar with the Caesar. No.
No, the Epstein files, that's the thing. They're not worried about the pedophilia because what's more devastating is if we were to unearth the financial crimes. That's what the real thing that they're hiding is. If we saw what they were doing financially to not just Americans, but probably to the entire world, I think everybody would absolutely poop their pants. Like, I think that's what it really is, because behind the fight system is that Zionist banking system. That's the web that they're able to really see. Because people don't care, okay, they care about it's the movement of the money. That's what controls the world. And that's the thing with Trump, right? Trump, yeah, okay, we haven't implicated him on pedophilia yet. But if you start doing a deep dive and see the type of money laundering this man is involved in, the type of financial crimes, murder this man is involved in, pedophilia is good mostly black. They're fucking us up. That's why they're hiding behind religion that truly belongs to blacks. Nobody in the Bible or the Torah or the Quran was white. Ever. I mean, that's clear. Hiding behind our shit.
It's not that clear. A lot of black people think he's white.
The only way out is through it. That's why they're using it. If it didn't work, why would they use it? Wouldn't they use something else? They just do that. They don't do that. They use the books. Why are you gonna let this? Like I explained this earlier. If someone has a gun, are you gonna just put your hands up and say, wait? Or are you gonna go get the same gun that they have and learn how to use the weapon that they're using against you? Why not? Or are you going to continue to let them use that thing that you keep saying is so bad, and keep using the religion, but you don't want to go in and figure out how the shit works. You don't want to read it. You don't want to open it. You don't even want to know how they indoctrinated you. Why don't you get to figuring it out on how they indoctrinated you through the very book that you say you don't like? Like, to me, if somebody tells me I'm using this tool against you, and this is what's been working the last 2,000 years or so to keep you in a season, I want to know how this shit has worked. Whether or not I believe it or not, I want to see what you are doing and how the fuck you are trapping me with 3 books. Let me figure that out. But no, I just keep doing it. If you're doing it, you get it showing you, but you don't want to go get your own gun. Make it make sense.
They think white people wrote it. I mean, it's just that clear to them.
Well, listen. In the Ethiopian Bible, when Jesus resurrected, how long did he live after that? Because they said
Somebody said 30 days. I heard 40 days.
40 days. Yeah.
40 days.
I found that very interesting.
Let me see.
And they changed it. Why would they do that? What would be teaching in them 40 days, girl?
Maybe the Apocrypha, because remember, the first person that he spoke to afterwards was supposed to be Mary.
Oh, the 4th book of the Apocrypha?
Not the 4th book, but maybe the beginnings of the Apocrypha. Because the Apocrypha came later on, right? But one of the key books of the Apocrypha is the Gospel of Mary. If he was alive for 40 days, Mary would have been one of the first people that he spoke to. 1. 2, other people probably, right? So I do think maybe there's a connection to the Apocrypha with some of the missing things in the Bible. Because you know that the Ethiopian Bible also has the Apocrypha in it. They haven't separated it in their version.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm almost done. Well, yeah, I'm actually almost done with the book of Enoch. And I tracked it to see like what order should it be read in. So I'm doing it in that order.
So what you kind of asked about?
Well, my kids love the book of Enoch. It feels like it's some type of sci-fi story. Yeah. But pretty much the same thing everybody be saying in here when it comes to the story of Nephilim. It breaks it down by chapter. I broke it down through chapters, and it had to explain each chapter, what's in this one, what happens here, and it just goes into that. When Enoch went up, and he visited the Tree of Life and the sacred mountains of the east, and all of this stuff. The cosmic tour talks about the Watchers. Yeah, I just went. It's how many? I think it's 108 chapters. I just made it through the end. It was pretty good. I think somebody else called the angels the Watchers. 200 angels called the Watchers come down to earth. This had to be chapter 6 through 16. was like Enoch was chosen to deliver the message to the watchers. Power without wisdom causes destruction. I was just giving out shit, just showing what to do. Yes, you did. Effective tour of the universe, that's chapter 17 through 36. Prisons for rebellious angels. The storehouse of wind, snow, rain, the tree of life.
Being a good dude. Yeah, I'm one of them.
Okay. Let's see. Learn from the international. Oh, go ahead.
Hello? I'm sorry, no, I'm just on the show. My man, piece of the city, you know, I was gonna ask you, what do you,
I know you a little glitch over there.
Okay.
strong projection. Okay. What else do you want?
Y'all stop. Talk to the person that you were talking to. Don't be disrespectful.
Facts. Now I was gonna ask you, Michelle, what do you think Christ was doing in those 40 days? Like he was saying all that.
I don't know. I guess, since we writing it, let me look it up. Let me see what they tell me.
Where you gonna get this 40 days from? I thought he was supposed to be about 33 years old. He was a carpenter.
I mean, if you're gonna tell you age, you assess it.
I was about to say, there is no zero.
It's supposed to be in the Ethiopian Bible, BWI. So it says, yes, both the Ethiopian Bible and other early Christian traditions say that Jesus remained on earth for 40 days after his resurrection before ascending to heaven. The clearest summary comes from the Acts of the Apostles 1:13 says, which says he presented himself alive, appearing to them over a period of 40 days and speaking about the kingdom of God. But it doesn't give a full transcription, so we piece together what he taught from scripture, Ethiopian tradition, and early Christian writing. It says he explained the spiritual meaning of the scripture. He helped his followers understand that the Torah and the prophets were pointing to him all along. In the Gospel of Luke 24:27, he walks with two disciples, and it says, beginning with Moses and all the prophecy explained what was said in all the scriptures concerning himself. What this means, he showed them why the Messiah had to suffer, how his death fulfilled prophecy. The resurrection was part of God's plan, that the old covenant symbols pointing to the spiritual truth, basically unlocking hidden spiritual wisdom to them. He taught about the kingdom of God. He explained it as a spiritual reality, already beginning, God ruling in people's hearts, and divine kingdom fully established, and transformational in human nature. He likely clarified misunderstandings about expecting a political revolution. He gave, damn, I can't get past that. Let me push past that real quick. He gave secret teachings of his inner disciples. To his inner disciples, especially preserved in Ethiopian church and other ancient communities. They said Jesus shared deeper mystical teachings not meant for crowds. And it says these likely include spiritual hierarchy of heavens, angelic realms, mysteries of resurrection, judgment and afterlife realities, authority over spiritual forces, the coming of the Holy Spirit. This connects to traditions found in texts like the Book of Enoch, Ascension, and early apostolic orals. Apostolic from salt and stuff.
I get it though with y'all. I know it's funny that it's been funny.
Let me finish. And it says he also commissioned them to spread it. Go and make disciples of all nations. And he taught them how to preach, baptize, heal, cast out spirits, and lead communities. He proved the resurrection was physical and spiritual. Period many times to show that he was not a ghost. He had a tramp body. Death was defeated. Resurrection is real. He ate with them, let them touch him, and appeared in locked rooms. What the fuck? James!
This is in the Ethiopian Bible, though. That's the original. That's the original apocrypha. It's been protected.
We also gotta remember, James, these folks, listen, y'all gotta understand, when these folks was practicing these rituals, and even sometimes when they was writing shit, they was high. They was
They used to chew and make them hot.
Yeah, but you don't find that in the Hebrew customs.
Well, y'all seen the you said high point, nigga.
You don't find that in the Torah. No, find me one. These are Kodashim. They are not trying to live after the other nation. What are you talking about?
Yeah, they weren't Shemite.
That's right. And back to Michelle. So that's why I was just asking to see what you thought, because it talks about in Luke 24 how I think you read one of the parts. It talks about how Christ appeared to the apostles, and he was like, basically just teaching them that he is in the Torah. You can actually preach the gospel without Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. But it takes, you having faith and having your eyes open to really understand. How like people, I don't know if you listen, to a lot of debates or anything like that, but like some people, they'll go and they'll try to prove the Trinities in this book and that book. It's kind of like the same concept, but it's just proving the gospel, because Christ didn't come to teach a Godhead or anything like that. He came to teach his death, burial, and resurrection, Jew first, and then to the Gentile. So that's why I was just curious.
Y'all didn't give me a chance to finish. Y'all got excited. It's funny.
I didn't come on. I was waiting.
Yeah, it's cool. The promise of the coming of the Holy Spirit. He told them to wait in Jerusalem for divine power. This led to Pentecost, and when the Holy Spirit descended, he was teaching them. He couldn't do the mission alone. Divine power would guide them. God's Spirit would live within believers. The Ethiopian Christian emphasis, the Ethiopian tradition, especially emphasizing the cosmic victory over evil powers, restoration of humanity's purpose, mystical union with God, and continuation of Enochian style heavenly knowledge. So the 40 days weren't casual appearances, they were an advanced spiritual training period. So, give me 1 second.
Yeah, I think people, when they hear the word mystic, they get thrown off by like as if mystic is put into the Bible. I think that's just used in the overall summary of what's being explained. But yeah, I believe that you can read the Gospels in the Old Testament. It just takes some time, effort, guidance, and just a willingness to learn. It's like the sister said earlier, like, if you're being deceived, why don't you open up the book to see how they deceive? Like, y'all want to,
chalk it up that they was eating this, smoking this. Okay, well, prove it. Like, the scriptures tell you to show yourself approved. They don't tell you to get us and make up all these assumptions to it. So, I think that when we read this thing, we got to read it objectively. We can't transport it into 2026 thinking that these people thought something good like this. That would be not realistic.
That was Acts, bro. I don't know why you saying John, not Matthew, Mark, Luke, John. Resurrection is Acts. Like, what do you mean by that? What you mean by that? Resurrection from resurrection to 40. No, I ain't in 40 days, but the resurrection to that's Acts, bro, chapter 1. What is he talking about? Why you saying John, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John? I put them down. And you saying that, it's in the top movement, but you can't. They actually walk. These are the apostles. Okay? These are the apostles. So how you look at the time over the apostles?
I know that's what the Talmud and the Torah are two different
things. Torah period. I'm talking about like the OG, those. I'm saying, what are you saying? I see what you're saying, but I'm saying, that's Acts.
Hold on one second.
Why you do John, Mark, Matthew, Mark? I mean,
hold on one second. Hold on, let me explain to you.
Because you wouldn't have revelation.
Hold on, can I get the mic?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I have the mic? No, I'm not sure of something, but I said that when Christ returned, when you read in Luke chapter 24, it talks about how he came to preach the gospel for the apostles and show them where he can be seen in the Torah. Because when Christ was on the scene, when the apostles were on the scene, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were not yet written. So how can they read the gospel in books that aren't written yet?
Well, I didn't know how he was appearing in locked rooms. Y'all skip right over that shit. And we ain't gonna talk about that. The doggone book said the man appeared in locked rooms. Come on.
According to the text, he won't know where to, but I can't explain that.
Like, exactly what John said, no man has seen God. You referring to, you got a problem because Moses would talk to the Lord face to face. Who's the Lord? Who is Lord?
Luke 24:44, and he said unto them, these are the words which I spoke unto you while I was yet with you, that all things must be fulfilled which were written in the Torah and in the prophets and in the Psalms concerning me. Now, can you go into the Torah and talk about the Psalms? Right, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm talking about. That's all concerning him, but this is him.
That's what I literally said. That's the gospel. That's the gospel.
No, that's not it. That's what he's saying. That the gospel is the word. Literally, right? The word made the whole nation. So ain't no gospel.
We're not even talking about that.
I understand what you're saying. You're talking about more into what they said. They know you don't about me.
Hold on, bro.
Now I'm going to tell you about
me and Michelle. I was asking her about my Christmas tradition.
No. Even for you,
me and Michelle, we were talking. I was asking her about the 40 days. What she believed would be talked about during the 40 days. That's what I'm talking about.
You refer to the Talmud.
No, I refer to what Christ was pointing to in the Torah. I didn't say that he was. I wasn't referring to what you referring to. I was just showing that he was teaching them that you can find the death, burial, and resurrection in the Torah, which he was teaching them in Luke 24.
What are you talking about? That what you talking about? That's the
him if he was in the flesh? Why did he have to go show him that? Go answer that. I'm with him. He's there in the flesh, but he's teaching him this is where you can find where I'm supposed to die, or be buried and resurrect. This is where you can find that. Because the scripture talk about what? Having 2 or 3 witnesses, fulfilling the law, right? Okay.
So when he was on the mountain and he said, "Good Father, push this cup away from me," he knew then that he was like that.
Bro, that has nothing to do with
So I think the Torah about the Torah to the Torah is fucked up. You got off here.
You didn't answer my question. You didn't answer my question.
You don't sacrifice, so you still sacrificing animals?
You right here like a mug right now.
No, that's what I'm saying. You didn't answer my question. Outside, sacrifice chickens and goats and all that shit, cows and stuff for your sin. That's why I said, we're gonna talk about the Torah. Let's talk about the whole thing. So you still doing that? You still?
I'm reading this verbatim. Hold on, if you're not listening, it says that if he said unto them, "These are the words which I spake unto you while I was yet with you, that all these things must be fulfilled." What are those things, sir? Which were written in the Torah. I'm simply talking about he's in the flesh telling them, this is where you can find that I'm going to be killed. This is where you can find that I'm going to be buried. This is where you can find where I'm going to be resurrected. That's what he's telling them in 24, 44.
The Torah Hebrew
It means the law. It means the law.
Okay, so you mean the Torah you got is the law?
That's the law of the old covenant.
How you know?
Because Christ is the new covenant.
No, I know it, but I'm saying what you hold in your hand is the same law that he was talking about. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
Oh, hell no. Oh, for real. You dead serious, brother.
Yes, I'm
serious, bro. From covenant that they had that he was referring to the law.
Why would I be holding a literal scroll when the prophet said that he didn't believe anything? Hold on, you're going way off. Yes, you are, because you're not even answering these questions. I went to Luke 24:44 to ask you why he's going to them to show them in the Torah these things. And you're going, oh, well, we don't pray in the Torah. You still sacrifice aspect of the Torah.
You follow the Torah, correct?
I follow the Torah with wisdom. That's what Christ did.
Okay, so
this whole time. He showed the apostles and the Israelites how to use the law with wisdom in activity. They can't keep an eye for an eye with Roman soldiers around. They'll all get slaughtered. So that's you're missing my point when I'm talking about when me and Michelle we were talking about. I was asking her about the 40 days. What do you believe was being taught? Christ literally in Luke 24:44 is explaining in the beginning when he was teaching, when he first stepped back on the scene. He told his apostles in the Torah, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. He was showing them in the Torah where you can find, I'm going to return. I'm going to be hung. I'm going to be slain on a tree. I'm going to be in the grave for 3 days. Can you go into Leviticus and show me that? Can you go into Numbers and Deuteronomy and show me that without touching Matthew, Mark, and Luke, and John? I'm not denigrating them. I'm just saying you can do it without going to them. That was the whole point of the conversation, brother. It wasn't nothing about you need to sacrifice animals and all of that. I think that's done away with. That's, that's what it was. Like, that's a foreshadowing thing to go. So, respectfully, bro.
I think I would say what's done away with is Jesus himself only read the New Testament for the Old Testament. All the stuff that comes after is afterwards. Like, I don't get that. Like, how can we say something is done away with and Jesus don't say it's done away with? That was but that's exactly what Jesus was fighting against. Jesus was fighting against people coming up with their own theories and their own fucking solutions to what he had said. What was written on. Because Jesus didn't come to change anything, he came to fulfill. So it's like, who gave you niggas the authority to come up with a New Testament
fulfill. I think he was really competent. I think he would have been competent enough to write some new scriptures if he had wanted to. But that's not what he wanted to do. He came to fulfill. So our provider you niggas to write a New Testament and say that New Testament did away with the old, that would be blasphemy. That would be exactly what Revelation tell you. The book in itself saying that you have to know God's heart, word for your own heart, because people will come adding and change. Adding and changing anything after Jesus died is crazy. I believe that's blasphemy.
Adding and changing. So when it was prophesied that the Father was going to change the heart of stone into the heart of flesh, he was going to give us a new heart. What's that new heart?
A new heart. It didn't say a new law. It didn't say a new rhythm. It didn't say a new command. It didn't say that
They already had the law.
Exactly. And now you're saying that the New Testament comes to change it. You said,
I didn't say it changed it.
So
I said it fulfilled it, it changed it. You think that's
not what you said.
You said it was done away with, and that's what
Exactly. Yes, it's no longer something we have to answer to.
This is the point we're telling. Jesus never said that. So I don't care if Mark, Matthew, John, I don't care which one of them niggas came after him said. Jesus himself said, I come to fulfill.
He did fulfill it.
So that's it. So how do you change that into, well, it's done away with? Who said it's done away with? No, he's just a fulfillment. It's showing you that, hey, this is what we stand on. We stand on this. Jesus' son. Some people say God himself in the flesh came to earth. And then he didn't say nothing into him. He was worked by work. He was the law. The law
will never get you into the temple.
Listen.
I didn't interrupt you. I'm just going to interrupt you. I'm trying to do your check. I didn't interrupt you.
I'm going to land. It's not an argument to you. Listen. So Jesus himself, people say God himself. Some people say that this is God himself. He came to earth and he didn't change anything. He fulfilled it. So fulfillment, you think it's finished. You think it's okay, I did it and now we can move forward. No. He came and fulfilled it as in standing on business. We are there for 2026. People, what Jesus basically did was come to earth and say, hey, y'all been going around. I'm sure y'all how to live righteous. I'm supposed to be the living example. I'm even supposed to die. Even though that y'all really murdered me, I'm supposed to die and stand on this. I can do anything I ask to God to save me and pull me down for this cross. But no, I'm going to go all the way through with this so I can prove my point. That's what he did. He didn't change nothing. He didn't add anything. You don't have a book of Jesus. You don't have a book of Yahshua. You don't have a book of him trying to give you other teachings. He went by the Torah. He was a Jew. So now how in the hell do other people after him tell us that it's done with? We could do away with the things of the Old Testament. That would be blasphemy according to Jesus.
Hey, Joe.
You just bring up my own point.
Respond real quick and I'll be done.
And I'm about to go to church. He said do away with. He said do away with. I just said do away with.
Yeah, I got a question. When you say do away with, are you saying do away with the law and what he was standing on? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I was saying was it's no longer required for us to do it.
That's what he said.
Exactly, man. I never said
Is that what objecting?
I want to hear what you're saying, y'all. Let him talk for a quick.
What I'm saying is that the law was already given to Moses, right? So you weren't given eternal life when you got the law. You weren't given eternal life. You were already alive when you received it. The whole point of it is for you to receive eternal life. The law does not give you that because they already had that. So when you need to go into the consecration of the temple, before the throne, you need a sacrifice to do that. That's Christ's sacrifice, which means your works were not good enough for you to get to the throne. That's why the law is below the mercy seat. The mercy seat is above the law. So Christ's work supersedes the law, but we still
to keep the law with them. It's not something to just throw away. Of course, when I say done away, I'm saying you don't need that to please the Father, as the Israelites, had as instruction, because the law was a mirror for the Israelites. That's all it was. It was just to show them who they were as they were coming out of Egypt. So that now when we fast forward to today, when we think about we trying to disrespect the Most High and His holy days and His calendar, like
You're putting your iron on the Sabbath.
The Ten Commandments is exactly that's the Christian.
Christ said the two greatest commandments are loving the Most High and loving your neighbor as yourself.
He did away with the Ten Commandments.
But he didn't say that. He didn't know that was needed for eternal life.
No, but it's already workers.
I want to get you back to the temple so that you can get up and just show me. Book chapter verse, that's what I got mercy. That's not going to get you into the temple. I'm not even making that to the temple. I'm not even making it in there. Oh my God.
One at a time. Y'all can have me excited. It's the Bible, yeah.
I want the two cents.
One at a time.
You can't even do with the law under them. I got you. But listen, you can't do it.
Okay, y'all, look, I got the verse pulled up. I got it pulled up with John 14. Listen, you talking about John. But in John 14:6 say, I am. Jesus states, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except for me. Boom. Old Testament.
Show me the commandments.
I don't say because y'all don't understand that. I'm saying Jesus came out. Y'all trying to talk that about John. And John just told you, and he was right there. In John 14:6 said, I am. Jesus stated, I am the truth and the life, and nobody comes through me. So, bam, the Torah tablet is out the window. Yeah, fire, is out the window. Right there, that's the tower of Babel. So now, this is all about today. Come on, James, or anybody that knows.
He's still the law is eternal life. He's still
I'm not arguing, bro. I'm going to get my sister.
I'm saying you ain't putting up the law is eternal life.
I got it.
You got to prove where shit is.
You gotta let me talk, bro. You gotta stop being a girl. Listen, what I'm saying is,
Alright, so, yeah. Go ahead, Kate.
anybody else that knows the Bible, please, I'm up to be wrong. Moses got the Ten Commandments, correct? The Ten Commandments was written. It was given to Moses. I ain't saying written. When Jesus comes, Jesus doesn't change any of this. See, we're skipping through the Bible like this story was just written in a day. These are thousands of years. That means in these years, Jesus could have changed these things if he wanted to. He could have spoke against these things. Just because he says nobody goes to the Father but to me, that does not null and void the commandments that was given to the people. Especially if you think you're God's chosen people or a follower of Christ. I think we still have to believe, we still have to uphold the Ten Commandments. Why? Because our Lord and Savior are important. And nobody else is not a Christian. Please let's not get off the mic and say the Bible say I don't care. I'm just talking about Christian believers. I believe if Jesus did not change the Ten Commandments, if he didn't say those are null and void, I think it's blasphemy for anybody to come later after he dies, after he's not here to represent himself, and say, hey, we don't have to follow these anymore. Because he followed those. He even was the embodiment on earth of the action. That's the whole reason why he came out of the
Bible references that several times in his own words, right? He says, I come to bring a new law, a new covenant, right? Which is different than the Old Testament and the New Laws. Just want to put it out there.
Not another.
Hey, let me just put the difference between a law and a commandment.
So the commandment was actually given to Moses. I don't know about Moses.
No, who wrote the commandment?
The commandments was given to Moses.
Yeah,
Anybody else know about it? I got you. Anybody else?
All right, but who wrote the Torah? No, who wrote the Torah?
I don't know who wrote the Torah.
Moses.
I wouldn't know.
So the law of Moses is out the door.
There's other things in the Torah.
Commandments still the same.
Moses wrote most of
But
it.
you can't, the commandments are all different.
This is one dude. How the other dude? Yo, chill, nigga. When he's asking me a question where he's saying, hold on, that's crazy. And he
Answer the question. You don't answer it. You say you don't know.
Brother, you moderating the stage, yo. Move on.
no, what I'm saying is, there's other niggas talking.
He answered the question, but you didn't answer it.
Do one mic, please.
Okay, I wanted to say, well, when Moses received the law, he was a murderer, correct?
Listen, but it doesn't matter. So Moses.
It doesn't matter.
Go on mute. Ask your question and go on mute.
He asked me.
Hit the mute button. You know, the thing down and there you go.
So Moses wrote most of the Torah we have. I don't care what Moses was. Moses wrote most of the Torah. I think like 90 or 80%. So that's the answer to your question. But him being a murderer has this null and void. Saul was a murderer as well. He even persecuted and killed Christians. So God has used other people that murdered Christians before.
That is true, because my he was a tax cheat. Jesus was poor. What's his name? James was he was hunted. He cut off their soldiers' ears, stuff like that. God can use anybody. But to answer what you all were saying, what's the difference in between with the New Testament and the Old Testament, with Jesus and with the Old Testament? No, we do not discard the Ten Commandments. Yes, Moses received the Ten Commandments from God. He saw the back of God's head and his hair turned white. He saw where God wrote it in the stone with his finger, and he received it from him. We still follow the Ten Commandments. The only difference is when Jesus came, you no longer have to go to a priest. You no longer have to go to somebody and confess your sin. You can go directly to the Father through Jesus. That's why the temple split in half. The curtain split in half when Jesus died. There was a great earthquake, and that symbolized you no longer have to go to that priest because the priest was behind the curtain. That's all that means.
Thank you so much, Jerry. I knew it was a reason I showed him to get out, but yeah, you're definitely correct. I was looking for that.
Can I explain what I was saying? So the reason why I brought up Moses is because the reason why I brought up Moses is as long as I needed to take it. The reason why I brought up Moses is because we talk about the law, right? I believe in keeping the Ten Commandments. Like, I'm not against it. But what I'm saying is that when I gave him those commandments, he already was a transgressor against the commandments that he was receiving, which is showing that the law was never supposed to give eternal. That's the whole goal of this conversation is eternal life. The law does not give life. It doesn't give life. So that was my point.
Okay, so both are correct. Is that fair to say?
You know, because you can't do away with the Old Testament, so whoever said that, you're not good. That is dangerous.
No, that's the whole point, that you have to keep the commandments, but you have to accept the sacrifice that Jesus made.
Get back to the 40 days hanging out with Jesus after he died on foot. Oh, bitch, y'all didn't know that, huh? Y'all didn't know that?
Right. You said the 40 days.
Yeah, he was alive for 40 days. That was a breakdown. I was school before we got in here, man.
Is that in the Bible or is that part?
It's in the Ethiopian Bible. Yeah, while y'all been over here arguing, I know went deeper because I was like, it was parts of were taught and understood what they misunderstood, all that stuff. Yeah, I mean, I don't feel like we need to be. Let me get back to the top. What did they learn? He taught, I'm gonna be short with it. He explained the spiritual meaning of the scripture. Okay, he showed them why they had to suffer. How his death fulfilled prophecy, the resurrected part of God's plan, that the old covenant symbols pointed to some truth. So basically, he unlocked hidden spiritual wisdom. Two, he taught about the kingdom of God. The kingdom of God was not just political, he said, as a spiritual reality already beginning. God ruling in people's hearts, a future divine kingdom fully established, and a transformation of the world and human nature. He likely clarified misunderstandings about expecting a political revolution. We can get into that later because I was like, why did they expect a political revolution? Like, what's going on? Why do we need a revolution? Anyway, he gave secret keys to his inner disciples. So early Christian traditions, the Ethiopian church and other ancient communities say Jesus shared deep mystical teachings, not meant for crowds. They likely included spiritual hierarchy of heavens, angelic realms, mysteries of resurrection, judgment and afterlife realities, authority over spiritual forces, and the coming of the Holy Spirit. This connects to traditions found in texts like the Book of Enoch, Ascensions of Isaiah, and early apostolic oral teachings. Let's see. He commissioned them to spread the message, gave what's often called the Great Commission. He taught them how to preach, how to baptize, how to heal, how to cast out spirits, how to lead communities. He was preparing them to carry on his work. He preserved the resurrection. He proved the resurrection was physical and spiritual. He appeared many times to show he was not a ghost. He had a transformed body. Death was defeated and resurrection is real. He ate with them, let them touch him, and appeared in locked rooms. This taught them that resurrection is physical, spiritual transformation into a higher form of life. Okay. He promised the coming of the Holy Spirit. That was the last thing. He taught them to wait in Jerusalem for divine power. This led to Pentecost when the Holy Spirit descended. He was teaching them they couldn't do this mission alone. Divine power, God, the God's Spirit would live within believers. So, with all of that being said, it says the Ethiopian tradition especially emphasizes the cosmic victory over evil powers, restoration of humanity's divine purpose and mystical union with God, and continuation of Enochian style heavenly knowledge. So 40 days weren't casual appearances, they were an advanced spiritual training period. But I'm going to go down to the bottom because y'all need to know this before I let this mic go. Because I was like, how the fuck was he appearing in locked rooms and all this shit? So this is an important cultural detail. Listen clearly. Important cultural detail. In that time, spiritual visions were not considered real experience. No. It says spiritual visions were considered real experiences. Prayer and meditation were normal religious practices. People did not divide. I'm going to repeat. It says people did not divide physical versus spiritual the way modern science does today. So experiences of divine presence were not assumed to be, whether or not man was there or not. But so to them, just them seeing him or thinking him or having the presence of him, even though we just saw him put on a cross and put inside of this thing, this cave and everything, tomb. In that time, if you want to look at it, that man was a ghost and appeared to, because come on now, he appeared to them in locked rooms, in locked rooms, unless he was like Flash and he was phasing out his body, walking through the wall, or he was a ghost or a real ghost.
They want to do that on shows.
So when I read this, it says in that time when they have experiences, they considered them real, like not how we would know today. That's all.
Remember, he said, I have all power after he died. So if he has all power, he can do anything. He can be in physical form and do all the miracles that he was doing before his crucifixion, just like he gave power to the disciples. And they were doing things in physical form that would suggest that they're still not ghosts. They just have power.
Yeah, I don't believe it was.
So somebody can do this for 40 days. I'm sorry.
If they're not separating the spiritual from the physical, yeah, they got to drink.
Yeah, but you didn't really try and listen to the last thing I said.
I did, but
Those people back then, they would look at visions as a real experience. And I'm not negating that.
Say that for the people in the back.
Spiritual visions were considered real experiences. Prayer and meditation were normal religious practices. People did not confuse physical and spiritual. So things that you expose, but it doesn't mean they were high. No, I can't say they were high. I know, but I'm not gonna say they were high.
What you said, people go
back. They do all types of things to that trend, that spiritual trend.
Like, think about it. When a baby is being born in the family, listen, black people literally have those spiritual things that shouldn't be fat. You know they need to be fat, right? Like babies being born. When your family is having dreams about fish or whatever, when this baby coming in, all the women in the family are have to dream about fish. See what I'm saying? So it's like, yes, sometimes in some cultures, who taught us that dreams wasn't real? They told us our spiritual ain't real. That's white people. That's dogmatic. That's the cracker science that told us, oh no, that's just a dream. Black people to this day, we have dreams like opening our hands and get. That means to get some money. That's just a black thing. That's just some nigga shit. Dreaming about somebody drowning. They got reasons for that. Like, come on, don't pretend.
So you're basically saying do those things. We're doing the same thing they did. We're not separating physical and spiritual.
Yeah, we don't do it today. So let's say somebody can see Jesus in a dream. Or they had a deja vu. Oh man, I saw Jesus last night, y'all. And he came to me and he showed me his hands. In the black community today, your grandma say some shit like that, and you gotta say he too. That's all I'm saying. That's our culture. That's us. Right then and there, when you read that and said, they differentiate spiritual from reality, oh, that's us, them niggas right there, we do that to this day. Hey, man, I got a feeling, y'all need to stay in the house tonight. Come on, man, fellas, how many times in your world somebody been in a relationship with you?
You don't have to be itchy because your hand is dirty, okay?
Now you act like you don't know what I'm talking about.
If your mom says you don't drive tonight.
But see, the thing is, I'm sorry, I'm gonna give it right to you. Like, they always say your eyes twitching. So something is cooking it, right? But when I was in school, when your eye twitching, that means you have a civilization of your C1, C2. But it is. I done addressed the people next and I stopped that whole fucking eye twitching. I done helped cure Bill Palsy, that motherfucker. What you talking about?
I got you, but what
I'm saying is maybe people make positions or things in those type of situations to justify or explain why they did this. That's all I'm saying. But go ahead, right? Yeah, let's hear it.
I'm trying to tell you this. Hey, go on, Pedro.
Oh, well, no, I'm just saying, she knows these things hold up, and I'm told you, like, it's not that rain. If you didn't know it, they're going to put you in, but I heard you can smell that rain coming. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and it's actually a term for that, Pedro. I forget it in my mind right now, but that's a real thing. It's actually, they got a name for it.
It's a scientific thing, right?
Yeah, and I actually no, that's what it's like. I have that ability. Like if I go outside, it don't matter if it's sunny or whatever, I can smell that rain. was it? Can I walk with you? So, going by that logic, right? So, are you basically saying in Christianity you're not supposed to question it? You're just supposed to go along with it? Is that my premise?
He ain't saying all will be answered in the end.
No. But let me please no more of the scriptures. I just wanted a solid answer.
I'm trying to answer, but you don't like to give it. You can't answer a question you want to answer. Can I finish? You could say,
maybe no answer.
Can I finish?
Without going to act.
Can I finish? So with that being said, you'll get what I believe because I'm telling you what it says. I personally am a practicing Christian. I'm doing my best. I fall short every day. But I do believe in what the word says. I do believe that, hey, this happened, but I do have questions as well. One of the first things in the Bible was the water was on Jesus, God walked on the face of the deep. The earth was not forming void. If the earth was not forming void, what was the water on? I have a question. But that does not mean I still don't believe.
No, I'm not. That's not. Again, see, I think sometimes y'all want to fight so hard for this religion. Y'all not. I'm just trying to have a conversation and ask questions.
You're cutting, brother. Let me finish.
Listen. I'm trying to finish, but now I'm trying to ask you another question. I'm actually having a conversation. So you said you have questions, but previously you said you're basically not supposed to question it. So what I'm asking you again, specifically, without nexting the Bible, are you saying you're not supposed to question in Christianity? Is that what you're saying?
Your question, you said I didn't basically say anything. I didn't basically say it's a question I'm not supposed to question. I said you're supposed to have faith.
Yes, sir. And all questions in the end, right? So now, Jerry, see how they scrutinize you about this? This is what I got the question. He's asking me, hold on, Mr. Jerry. Can anyone every question about Mr. Jerry, watch this. This is why science is a wicked belief system to me.
Oh, wow.
Yes, because he's asking that brother, well, can you prove none of these niggas prove?
I didn't ask him to prove nothing.
We're gonna move on to the word because I wanted to break it down because the dad said the man was back out.
But we not gonna do it in Christianity.
Traditional Christian view, Jesus Christ physically appeared in a transformed body. Early Christian writings describe Jesus appearing in a glorified resurrected body. He could enter a room, he could be touched, he ate food, he appeared and vanished suddenly. Believers say this wasn't a normal physical body, but a transformed one, not limited by ordinary space. So for traditional faith, these were real appearances, but in a higher form of existence. And then it says psychological/vision view. This is a different view. The appearances were powerful visions. Some scholars suggest the disciples were traumatized and grieving. Real quick, Jerry. They were traumatized and grieving. Visions of a loved one after death are psychologically documented. Group expectation can intensify shared spiritual experiences. So this view says that Jesus in their conscious experience, not physically in the room. So the events were real to them, but occurred in the mind or spiritual perception. And then you have a mystical/spiritual presence view.
I got a question for you. Jesus appeared in a spiritual dimension. Some
detail. Ancient people did not say reality like modern culture. They did not ask, was it physical or mental? They thought experiences could be physical, spiritual, visionary, divine, all at one time. To them, spiritual encounters were part of reality, not imagination. So
that makes perfect sense to me.
So when they drop the Neuralink, everyone's just gonna flip that and just say, yeah, boom.
Yeah, that's why I said I have to read it. There's like 40 people that said something since you've been talking. That's why I came up with Mike and said I had a question when you was done.
Okay, what's up?
So if that's the case, how do we know what's that and what's real when it comes to the Bible? You get what I'm saying? If it was some of the shit was based off of them.
Do you say, bro? Do you say?
Hey, you hear me, Flawless?
Yeah, I hear
How
you.
do we decipher what was thought? Versus the real shit. I'm talking to the list of why I'm here. You want to be included. I get it.
I'm a veteran, bro. I'm here. I'm going to be here. I know they are shut up. You take it. You talking to you. Yeah, this is why you man are weak, bro. You man are slave man, bro. Shut it down.
The way the people look at experiences, how do we know what they put in the book was
like how do we decipher between
what's reality and what's
the times where they was hallucinating or they couldn't decipher between reality and spirituality? Like how do we know?
You gotta make me go look up hallucinating.
Listen, we should, right? Because you know how many
It's Michelle.
The reason why I think it's so disingenuous if you listen to the Bible, because you know how many people in silence have been hallucinating on drugs and giving us things that we believe to this day. Like Pythagorean and theory. You know that nigga was tripping balls, even fucking Einstein. Like, come on.
And it brought up how those people thought back then. They did
it said culturally back then, these people didn't separate visions from reality. They thought everything was real. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah, so no more friends. You can ask her question now so Erica can
So Erica, if these folks was putting the real shit in the same box as the fake shit, when we read these books, right, a lot of these stories have been debunked, like that whole Tower of Babel shit, that like scientists like prove like why that was going on by nature, like they proved that. So we can take this whole they was trying to create these black people to die and all this other shit. We can debunk that right now. But if they didn't separate real from the fake, how do we know what to take and what to leave? Man, that's a theory. Or we just supposed to take it all. Just believe it all.
That's what you please be quiet. I don't need any help. That's all of you. And that's not they teach you that, we don't say anything about the Bible. We just, everybody recognizes it's been it's been tampered with. The book is not there real. So, you don't know. I guess maybe you use some intuition or something.
Okay, now, can I go?
So Erica, I don't know that, but this is like new information, like to bring it out, like that it's a known thing that these people didn't separate the real shit from the fake shit. That's a whole different conversation.
It's got to rise.
Okay, so there, if I could go right, so go to politics. What's all this mean, man? Let's cut this modern hate you, whoever, right on stage. No, that's getting crazy. Okay, all right, so, listen, I hear everything you're saying, right, Michelle? And I agree. And just like the brother Jerry was saying, those are questions that will be answered, right? So now, are we going to hold the same precedent for everything we speak? Because of every religion and everything that we believe in, there's certain things that we cannot. Hindu, Muslim, every religion, even in science, the science that we actually believe, right? Come to know. We can't prove that shit. We just go along with some of that shit, right? So I think it's just kind of like, but I missed that last point. I missed the last point. I was trying to say it again. I'm not doing talking. Bro, just say the point again. I'm not trying to cut you off. What do we go along with that? We don't try to put on everything, bro. And Hindu, and Muslim, and science, and math. There's certain things that we cannot prove. They're just theories, right? And everything. Like what? Oh, bro, God, damn. So, we just everything. So, the Muslim, they have theories about their lineage and their religion. But they can't prove it. It's just gotta have faith. Same thing with math. Same thing with science. You don't know about the moon and outer space and the stars. See what I'm saying? But all this is a common thing. I just want to look later. It's common things to have their word saying, oh, well, we don't know that to be true. It's like, yo, you don't really know anything to be the truth. For you to do it to the Bible is disingenuous. But when was saying this, nothing that you actually believe
dreams and what people would say was not reality and reality. They blended the two. The two even worked very well with them, knowing who they were and how to navigate the world. Dreams were seen as signs and things to be, and fulfillments and destinies. So I think it's kind of dangerous that we took this white man science and said, hey, dreams and anything that comes to our mind isn't part of reality, which I think dreams is part of our reality. We were just taught not to, so we could be lesser beings.
Okay, so going with that, right? I can agree that it's a lot of stuff that we experience in this world that the average layman person can't prove. I don't think nobody would push back on it. But there are a lot of things that can be proved. What we do know is, though, the information that Melissa just brought out, which is these motherfuckers didn't separate the two. So let's stay right there. Let's not run and move the goalposts and say, oh, well, you can't tell me how a damn butterfly went from a cocoon to a butterfly. Hey, listen, just because I can't explain that in the proper scientific terms doesn't mean it can't be explained, doesn't mean it can't be proven. Less the fact that these specific people did not separate reality from them just dreaming some shit, having deja vu or whatever. Now, my question to that again is, how do we know what to take away from that and what to leave?
The best answer with that is to read the Holy Bible and the Quran and match the stories up in both books. Since the Caucasian divided up the books, divided the country. It's one book, all the prophets are coming down the same prophet line. Whoever decided to divide up God's prophets and books and messengers, who knows? But according to the Caucasian understanding, he thinks it's all divided. But if you're coming from a divine line and you're all over the world with different types of books, these groups of men, the messengers or prophets, come from one source. Whoever divided all these books up messed it up.
No, it's not about even messing of anything up. You can just go back in history and piece things together, right? So let's just take a very specific example, because trying to go through every single example is just going to be too much. He spoke about the Tower of Babel, right? The thing with the Tower of Babel is that you do have several instances of different types of proof, right? The first proof that you have, and I had to go back and pull out my little cards and shit, and the first proof that you have is Borsippa, also known as Burz Nimrod, right? It's an archaeological site in Babylon that we would think that it could have been the historical site of the Tower of Babylon, right? After that, we have
but that's not, can I put this in there?
I'm not finished. Just let me just finish and I'll be done. Okay, hold on 1 second, right? And so that's just one archaeological site. We have so that's just one thing, right? So you have also recorded tablets, cuneiform tablet, the Tower of Babel stele, right? That actually depicts King Nebuchadnezzar, who was the same king who was in the Bible at the time, right? So that is historically accurate, the time and the place that it was. And that cuneiform tablet was actually found, something that you can go Google right now and see that he was standing next to a great tower, right? On top of that, you have, I had to write this down, you have the Seleucid tablet, right? That's dating 229 BC. This is from the Hellenistic period, a completely different period of time that also shows the Tower of Babel, and it depicts the ziggurat, because it was most likely a ziggurat, a pyramid in structure that got big base, and as you got up and top, it got smaller, because that's the only way it could have stood that high in that shape, is a ziggurat, right? So you had the Seleucid tablet, and that's from the Hellenistic period that depicts it, right? And that's currently being held in the Louvre Museum in Paris. You also have, during Herodotus' time, he also gave a in-depth description of the tower, right, that was used by the Greeks. So, right, and he gave it yes, it was. So, I mean, you have a lot of different literally tablets that have been left behind for us to find that depict this monument, but the Bible is wrong.
You're missing it, and I was just trying to give it to you for a couple seconds before we went on that long ass soliloquy. The fact that it existed is not the point of contention. The contention is that these nations, so-called, were building it to reach God. That is the point of contention. It's not that it never existed or we don't have a site for it or we can't go there. That's not what it's about. They're in the book. They told us that different nations and different languages built this to reach God, to reach the heavens. That's what they did. It says that yes, and they were one trying to come out and give us what you have to do. What? That's what I was doing. What you have to do. It was a line that said, this is funny. Wait. I'm asking my program on song. That was the point of the show. You know, so all that, don't push it back against that. Listen, I'm not none of the information.
How do you know that wasn't his intention, whether it failed or not?
I don't know. And you don't need to. So we
answered your own question.
So we agree. All right, there we go. Next.
I mean, honestly, I'll say this. Melissa, I like the historical approach that you brought to it. And I would say this, that you have over 200 cultures that testify of the flood story. Now, if we want to talk about Genesis, right? Now, we want to talk about the Tower of Babel in one language, right? I believe that testimony is important. Like, no matter, what color it looks like, how it was shaped in the image of an idol or whatever the case may be, whatever, if they made it into a pyramid, if they put it on the walls of Canaan, like, the testimony is important. And so I believe that when you have over 200 documented cultures that testify of the same event, then that means that the person that is, against it, they have to prove something. Because you got over 200 nations saying, it's happened, no matter if they want to live it.
So, wouldn't it be like crazy for people to then not believe in 200 plus cultures, or not to believe in everybody around the world that has deity born to a virgin mother, right? An immaculate conception. This is the story of the world. This is in every culture. You can find this story, find these miracles, right? Wouldn't it be crazy for somebody to agree with a white guy that just came about the earth and with his theology that this is something new? This theory that white people are crazy about. Yeah, the theory that white people have given some of these niggas not to believe in the Bible is actually weirder than actually believing in the Bible. So when he goes to Melissa and says, his theory, his thinking is actually the weird one. Because every civilization on earth actually believes in the Quran, the Bible, all these stories. In some form or fashion, they believe in a Messiah. What's confirmed down? Listen, all I'm saying is, you know what? When the thing is right, the nigga that just came upon the earth and said, this is your account. That's what I'm saying. This I'm going to go to the city. Just about to put a thing in the account. That is crazy. Get your guy here and give him an account. That is wild. Like you, Pedro. Can I ask a question? Go ahead, bro. Because on the topic of the Bible, and as we get reference to that, Mr. Picks out of the second Eric, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
You ready?
So, hey, man, thank you. You know what it is. We're going to have to move through a room and close this down. Another one. Mr. What was his name? Mr. Bixon. We're gonna get you back tonight. We're gonna give us about like maybe a minute and a half, 2 minutes. We're gonna open up a room and we'll be passing the mic right back to you.
Stop lying to that, man. You know you don't open rooms that fast. It's gonna be about 5 minutes. It's gonna be
troops, right?
Neither did the defense secretary in 60 minutes.
Wow. Yeah, I think that's how the market probably is going to be reacting more to that news, I think.
And those 45 about 124, 31. Oh wow, definitely got $31 million a year. That's a nice man. That boy can play up. Also Tennessee beat South Carolina, SEC final. Those of you. Remember, everybody pretended like they like women's sports back when Biden was president. And now nobody talks about women's sports at all. Even though the same things that happen in women's sports. Remember that? Oh my God. I said Tennessee and Texas. I apologize. Oh my God. Oh, women's sports. We got to shame the women. Shame the women. 9 hours of doing it. There was a few women. The SEC talking about it. SEC talking to call. Anyway, yeah, they were acting on that, but the rules up. What's it, 110? What is it right now? It is 108. WTI 108. Brent is going to be 108. Natural gas is up 8%.
Gas should be fine. That's what I said. Elaine, are you in this? This feels like 2022 all over again. I was just saying how smart Buffett was for getting Oxy. But this is not good. I put this in the chat earlier. So remember when Donald Trump, he F's up and then he chastises his base? So this is what he said 2 hours ago. Short-term oil prices, which will drop rapidly when the destruction of the Iran nuclear threat is over, is a very small price to pay for USA and world safety and peace. Only fools who think differently, in all caps, President DJC. So that's how he addresses people complaining about the high gas prices. You're a fool, and it's a sacrifice that you should make for world peace.
He said that 2 hours ago?
He said that 2 hours ago, Tuesday.
Wow. Oh, wow. I think that's what he's going to do lately, so I'm just thinking it is what it is with this man. So, I was trying to book a flight. I was trying to book a flight for the past week or so, and I wish I would have booked it a week ago, but now the tickets for the flight prices now has gone up. I can see it in the airlines right away. You see it direct impact. So if you have a trip or anything else, maybe you should book it now or wait. Right now I'm waiting, so we'll see.
Oh my God, the lines at Hobby, they've been waiting in line for 3 hours. First of all, I can't wait in line for 3 hours for anything. I'm not even getting in heaven. What in the entire hell? And that's with pre-check and clear? Oh, hell no. I'm so glad I'm not having trips. Oh man. People are missing so many flights, it's insane. Nobody's thinking about showing up to the damn airport 4 hours early if you haven't checked the news.
A flight was returned back because the person was just praying. He was praying, and they thought, oh, it was about to attack the plane.
This part is weird. I don't know what you guys think about it, but like there's people on one side saying, oh, I'm expecting a false flag, and there's people on the other side waiting for a real terrorist attack and all that. And I think that the President of the United States has some kind of magic power when it comes to gas prices, right? We can attribute this in particular directly to Trump because of a specific and distinct action that was taken that is disruptive. Number two, you don't think that high gas prices impact you other than your personal day-to-day driving, or?
Yeah, I got prices too. Impact me, but what I'm trying to say is if it's to take out this regime, I'm good. I'm good with it. So I mean that's the key part right that I need you to take like mention notes. Omari, I like how you support your president. You stay true to the cause. Okay, for John. I like that too. I like that you like that. I like that for you.
I'll just say I'm not really sure what anyone thinks that's a fair question because what he was asking is if we were giving proper credit to the president for gas being low. And first of all, we know that gas is prices are strong. But I'll just address that. I'm going to try. I would like to try. No. I defer to you, Dr. Library Carter. Go ahead.
But Omar, so what if the gas prices stay high and the regime isn't gone?
And clearly, it would be a waste. I would consider it a failure. But as of today, I'm going to go ahead and give it I'm going to be patient. I'm going to wait it out. I'm going to see what happens between now and if I return it out by July 4th.
What's going on? Alright, so, I missed it. What was the question you asked? Did people contribute to the gas prices going down at one point in time when Trump did this? Was that the question?
No, I was asking, did anyone give credit when the gas prices did go down? Because people were saying gas prices are still high, so I was just wondering when they
most people were complaining about gas prices more than they were complaining about food and the eggs and so on and what have you. He's the one that keeps touting about the gas prices are down, the gas prices are down. So many people really just never really responded. It was just like, whatever, like they're really not that far down. He was saying it's $1.99 or $1.50 or something. And I don't know where that number was for people, but I didn't experience that. The prices, I guess they were averagely okay, but I'm just trying to figure out why is that question relevant today? Because the gas prices have gone up because of this makeshift war or whatever you want to call it. So I'm just trying to connect the dots. Help me out.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say, I think North May, if I could put a bow on this, is people believe gas prices are high. Since like January, kept complaining about gas prices. It's like now, gas prices. Yeah, that's all I keep reading about. Gas prices. The same people saying the same thing. I'm not talking about anyone here, but I'm just saying, like, when did people ever get this man credit or this money gas prices? We're talking about vulnerable.
What is going on?
It's not true what they're saying. So Divine, you can say like gas prices were under $3.
I can say that the president
$3.
At the State of the Union, he bragged about everything being down. I will admit, gas was down compared to maybe a year ago or the year before. Someone can correct me, but he gotta eat that now that prices are up because he wants to take credit when it's down.
But I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you listen, he just said, did you just hear what he said that gas prices will be high. It's kind of is what it is. And when this temporary conflict is over, gas prices will go back down.
But
for Trump, and you give these weird examples, these scenarios that exist in your mind about why he should get credit, but then you're trying to play like, I have no idea what you're talking about. That may be me, like I'll just attribute that to supposed to go to corral, but I have no idea what you're talking about. I have no idea what Golden Trump deserves.
You might have no son repeating that shit.
Yeah, like I don't know what credit you think he deserves for gas prices before the war. And I don't understand the argument. I'm off. I'm sorry.
Well, I do think that Trump has done things to lower gas prices. I think he's kind of put too much political capital into lowering gas prices to his detriment, right? Like he did this whole campaign on it. He got rid of certain regulation. He just was like, I'm gonna, lower gas prices, and then, a lot of prices of other stuff still was going up, but he could say gas prices are low, and they were low, before the last couple weeks. And I think being honest about that is important, because a shock to gas prices when he has been running on it, talking about it, delivering on it in certain ways, is kind of an undermining of his own strategy. So I think being realistic about that is not a bad thing.
But I was asking, what did he do? We are attributing gas prices to Trump now? Like when they were going, like what did he do? That's what I'm trying to understand. You talk about giving him credit. I don't understand. I'm still trying to figure out what is the credit.
Okay, I got you. I understand. So, Omar, what was the link between Trump and the gas prices? What did he do to help bring down the gas prices? Just because he was the president and did he call the gas company up and say, hey, what's up? Lower the prices? I mean, is that what happened?
Yes, he deregulated and he expanded U.S. oil production.
I mean, I posted a video first lady for brother to second when he gets time on his own time to listen to. I think the Interior Secretary addresses his questions, and I don't know if he'll take it what he's saying, but basically repeats that. So he can take that argument, or he can just give it a news from whatever, and it's up to him.
What did he say? Can you articulate it?
I can't articulate it, but I let them articulate it for themselves. I hope that helps. Well, if this war was fought through, at least Trump would have topped off to the maximum the strategic petroleum reserves. Right now, they are 50 to 60% full. At least we would have alleviated this price hike or mitigated this risk on the Strait of Hormuz. If he thought about that, okay, we're going to go to war with Iran, maybe I should fill up the tanks at home before I go to war. But obviously, he never thought about these things, and the strategic reserves right now is 50% to 60% full. So that's going to have, it's going to probably, by next week, probably have to draw most of it to maintain the prices lower, to, at least the gas prices. But yeah, it just boggles my mind sometimes, just the things that he does. That's a great analysis, and that's a great call out. I don't like a lot of people. I agree with you on that one. That was bad policy. And bad, strategy. Like, for example, they didn't have a strategy to get the people out. So, this is the difference, right? And I thank you, Sirius, for saying that. Sirius is that, right? Yes. See, that's that even kill type of mentality that most people should have, and I respect you for having that. Great job. Shout out to you, sir. Okay.
Oh, okay.
just on the mirror.
Oh, you're right.
I'm just saying. You just don't see me, but I see you.
I have been on there occasionally, but mostly here in sports and narrative. And Nation, I forgot that one.
So I don't understand, what was the gas question about? Okay, we're going to gas.
I'm not gonna bring you back up because I'm lost as fuck. But
I'm so clueless.
First of all, I'll stop using the Thomas guy, so I apologize.
I mean, you still want to, protect Trump, I guess, and I understand, You still have love for him in your heart, and, yeah.
I wouldn't go too far. That's a bridge too far. I would say that I was talking about gas prices, but and again, I said, she had to say Trump, I said the administration, because a lot of people miss the key word because they were so quick to answer. I said the administration. Didn't say Trump. The administration. That's very important. Right? So I'm not giving credit to one man. There's employees, there's people who work. I posted a video for brother, that was good. And he can you say you gotta go get him credit.
That's exactly what you said.
If I said that, don't give his administration credit.
You didn't say the administration, you said him.
Okay, well, if I said that, then let's let me see that that's the difference in me. It's not like I get you first lady. You know what makes me unique. You know what makes me unique. If I said that, I apologize.
No.
People make verbal mistakes all the time. So first lady, when they make verbal mistakes, you call them out. They try to act like they're about to, pass a damn kidney stone. Oh, they're monkey hoe. But when I make mistakes, I'll call them. I'm like, no, I did that.
Okay, all right, let me help you change the subject real quick. They said $891.4 million a day is what this is costing us. Did you call the board? $891.4 million. So that went up almost. Huh? Almost $1 billion. Yeah. It is $1 billion. She got $100 million away from it. Are we considering this a war or not? Because they were saying, well, it's not a war. And then they'll say, it's war. And then they say, no, it's not war. So, what are we calling it as a collective?
I mean, are we calling it a thing? What is that department called? The Department of, what you call it? Or is it the Department of War?
What you call it? I like that. The Department of War.
I'm hoping we announced on that Friday when it came out. He said we're at war. He said it. That's what we're up with. I just want to know how Republicans aren't mad that he's doing something that he ran against. So he wasn't going to have war, right?
No, they're pretty mad. Like, they're mad online. Mad. It's just some people are really, really, really
Well, I had seen reports that some of the same vendors, contractors, got the contracts to build the ballroom, and it was odd because these are normally contractors that you use for like defense. They're like defense contractors, but they got contracts for building the ballroom. So the elite found that thread, and it makes sense that he would reference the curtains, I guess, and his war statements the other day in the freshman. And it's just weird that it's a grift and everybody's getting a little bit of change. So I guess we gotta find something to make some money on so we can get something. This is horrible. I'm just trying to figure out what is this all for? What is it for? All of this cannot still be a deflection, like, or a distraction. This is insane. Like, he is setting us back 30 to 50 years. Like, in my lifetime, because I'm old, like, I ain't gonna see us recover. Oh, don't say that. Jenny, there's also not Miriam. No, it's not, because I've already started. Go ahead, brother.
Lauren, I wanted to.
Oh, in that case, Miriam, go ahead.
I'm
sorry. Miriam.
I told you because I was on some bullshit. I started watching the video, and you were talking about gas prices. And so not only is this violence, okay, I sort of accepted that, but their infographic in the first 54 seconds, they showed the difference between gas prices 3 months ago, gas prices now, gas prices a year ago. There's a one.
Yeah, there's a lot of things 307 to the way. You're right.
But so what if are you talking?
So you want to know what they were doing? You want to know what they were doing to get the gas price down? If you go into look at the average, I believe in certain areas in February, then you'll see different gas prices. Right? This is what done in December. I think this was. December was what, December? So I mean January, early January. So I mean, you can also take that in search in the time of when this interview was conducted. But he talks about what the different things they're doing. So just listen to the video and then come back and talk to me.
They were talking about gas prices getting down. They show the data of the gas prices down a penny. And
okay, cool. All right.
I'm just trying to.
Yes, Miriam, you said what from 308 to 307.
All right, cool. All right. Well, yeah, it's not a lot, right? I mean, opportunity is not a lot. Again,
does the video explain how he got from 308 to 307?
It's talking about what they're doing to address gas prices. But shit, look, at the end of the day, we know gas prices are. But the thing is, he's looking at 308. Gas prices just during the State of the Union speech was not 308. Naturally, like it was under $3.
posed the question, well, what did he do to bring it down? Now, PB answered, I didn't understand, I left it on. However, he placed a link in the chat. Brother obviously has clicked on it and began to watch it. So he asked, a follow-up question. But, the press conference was over at this point. He said he's not taking any more questions. So,
He also said, if you want to pay attention to details, like, that's crazy. Like, who deals with details? I mean, it's just very common. You know what I mean?
yeah. That's your money.
I just put something in the chat. Shout out to Rice and the Baker Institute. Rice, if you're interested in just kind of like a broader discussion, these guys talk about energy a lot. So I put it in the chat if y'all are curious. 2 days ago they did a Global Oil Markets 2026. I haven't had a chance to listen to this one yet. It's the Iran conflict, Venezuela supply, and rising prices. So it's actually kind of interesting. They talk about sanctioned and unsanctioned oil barrels, ripple effects on diesel, other things, shale producers, blah 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 blah. So it's kind of interesting for those of you that like to nerd out about this stuff. Omari, please. Okay.
Britt, we gotta catch up on traders, a few other things one day. You might be asleep.
Of course, I'm awake. I was away from my phone, but yes, we do have to catch up. We must catch up on all the shows of the program.
Yes, that's the NUST. But we gotta catch up some.
Speaking of, did you see the pictures drop for the American Madison reunion?
No, girl.
They look good. They're having on red this year. Now I will say, out of all of the girls, this is gonna sound horrible, but all the girls for the most part had the same shade of red on. So I was very impressed that they were all able to find the same color red dresses, except for Simone. Simone's dress was a lot deeper than the other misses, but exactly. The new girls looked really good. Emily had on gloves, so her outfit didn't look as cute, but everybody else looked nice. Jackie had on her daughter's dress for prom. It doesn't look like, I want to say prom is just a very straight red dress. You would wear that to the beach or to dinner at the beach. But, I'm very excited to see how they turn up at that reunion now.
Alright, we'll talk. I don't want the people to drop. People they get to leave.
Oh, well, we'll probably lose a few more. First Lady, I don't know if y'all want me to stream this, but this is Chief Justice Roberts on the 17th. Actually, anybody can sign up through Eventbrite, the same Baker Institute. So he's going to be, this is the 17th, 11 a.m. Central. So, I don't know what he's going to be spewing. Let me not put that on the Chief Justice. But anywho, for those, again, that just want some, just curious, he is going to be, he's actually going to be on the Rice University campus. I won't be able to make it, but they're going to have a conversation about the state of the American judicial branch, some of the most significant moments of his tenure. So this should be a little interesting. Because I'm curious what kind of questions they're going to bring up. So I just put that in the chat if anybody else is interested in it. It's free.
Reform, you were right the first time when you said spewing, because he's going to be up there doing all types of mea culpas, trying to make sure that his legacy is intact, especially as soon as you said the current state of the judicial system, he's going to have to lie. He's going to be up there lying, everything's great, everything's fine. Yeah, I can't wait to hear about that.
I agree, Britt. Isn't it interesting how some of them are already doing like their cleanup tours? Like you are well, let me see what your ass got to say. It's only an hour. Let me see what your ass got to say. I'm not going up to race, because I might just start hollering in the audience. No, no, no. But I'm going to listen to it from the comfort of my home. So, yeah. But it's March 17th, y'all, and it's free. You can sign up through Eventbrite. Sorry, online or in person? I believe it is in person, but it's being streamed. So it is going to be streamed as well. So that's why I was like, I can stream it if I'm paying attention to it. But this is an online event for the thing. I was just looking through the calendar, so I saw this, y'all. I want to share. Okay. Hey.
I would say the damage and chastise us for different takes.
That's a fact. They say new imagery does suggest that U.S. is responsible for the Iran school strike. Yeah, personally, they've been showing the pictures online, and I did not need to click on it, but I did. It was clicked off. I should have known better. Yeah, so they definitely did it, and yeah, they definitely did it. But I didn't know it was not Israel versus America. I didn't know the difference. Yeah, somebody from BID, they said, like, 2 days ago or something. Yeah. How is all that shit get on? I know, oh, sorry, brother, you keep coming in, but how does all that shit get leaked on the X patty? That's crazy now, the amount of shit that gets leaked on X from whatever.
So like,
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think Valley Cat shared an imagery that was a tomahawk, which were the ones that really used up some history that the US did.
That's nasty.
Are we still bound to the images of planes on sidewalks?
That shit was crazy, isn't it? Like, right now? Crazy. That's like playing Battlegrounds. Like, we're not playing for real.
I had to look at the images because I was like, clearly these must be like the shaping and the perspective on these things. They're literally just like painted on images on side. It's insane. I mean,
this may be a silly question, but did we train some of them, Jay? No? Like, this sounds like some special ops stuff. I ain't even gonna lie. Like, was there any U.S. involvement at one point in, like, I mean, not to say that I'm capable of this, but damn. Training them to estimate, to overestimate us, that we have done enough to bomb TV images? Is that what you mean? I mean, I'm not blaming the military. I'm putting the full blame on a particular person that seems to have unusual sway over everything and everybody. But the way that it seems like this was just estimated every single day when the information comes out, it's just astounding. I mean, it's just been said over and over and over again that this is why no U.S. president ever went there, because it was just not advised to. So I'm just curious as to what information, if any, made Trump feel that he could be the president that would, you know what I'm saying, rise above and handle this. And the way that he was communicating at first is that it would just take one day.
Breaking New York, Korea just hit the circuit breaker.
and as well as Japan.
And Japan, damn.
Japan hit the circuit breaker too?
Yeah, they done something.
Shit. What? Wait, what is happening? What does that mean?
It means it's losing so much value, they have to stop trading.
It took everybody participating. Yeah, first lady. They hit the circuit breakers when it's to stop the losses, otherwise the shit could just crater, go all the way down.
The good news is that we got Republicans in so that they don't get litter boxes because the Democrats were turning them into furries.
What? Litter boxes?
China's down 8 average points. That's the Shanghai market. That's down 3% for them. Those are significant.
And China just came out with their inflation report 10 minutes ago. It's a 3-year high. China consumer inflation is 3-year high. As producer deflation eases, these market updates that I give are just, y'all get your days.
I mean, Anthony and John B. and Notorious don't bother. They don't see nothing wrong with this.
No,
it's only going to be a minute. It's only going to be a month, maybe.
No, they do. They just try to troll us and act like, there's nobody that, by the way, the Dow futures started down 800 is now 1050. Minus 1050. The Dow futures are down 1050. Both oil, they remember it was over 100. They're now approaching 115. They're at 112 and change. Continuing to rise.
Anthony did admit this to me. I will say, like at 2 o'clock in the morning, like I'm really, really quiet with that many people there. He never admitted it during the day, but he is concerned. So he asked me, he was like, do you think this is gonna, and this was way before the invasion. This was like a couple of months ago. He's concerned. He's not renting out, $500,000 units. He's renting out to people
$100 units. So we know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, don't let his ass fool you. He's concerned. Yeah, he's concerned. So
he crushed on me the other day that in the middle of it, I was muted. I was like, oh, this isn't about me. This is about something else. It was a crazy crap. But hold on. I asked about economic news. I'm not gonna stay up and watch these all night. I'll see the point, but there's a 1050. The Dow futures down 1050. Nasdaq is down 630 points. The futures, Lord God. The 10-year is up almost a 10%. Gold is down. Y'all like Bitcoin? It's
something big is happening there.
What Bitcoin?
Apparently, we need to watch out. There is more coming.
y'all investing in Bitcoin and not you. What is it now?
It's up 400 points, but it's down to 66,000. When Trump took office, remember he's supposed to be the Bitcoin president. It was 120. Yeah, it was one. It was about 110. Remember the crypto bulls wanted Trump. It's half. Not half. It's 40% of what it was.
Yeah. Can you remember because there's the largest, I think, peak was the Trump election. They've been making a lot of videos online, like the young white crypto guy. Yeah, they were like, we all voted for Trump, and like, we lost so much money. We paid so much money in tariffs for all our equipment, and now we're losing so much money in Bitcoin. They were great.
Oh, okay. We can't attribute something to Trump. There we go. Here's an attribution.
Let me know when it gets down to 600%.
The South Korean market is the worst in 46 years.
Yeah, I see it. I'm reading. Did y'all hear that?
I was saying, isn't Costco still in trouble with the tariffs? That was an article last week about the tariffs. So Costco is actually, I think they're going to pull together some other big organizations as well. But it's showing,
It's not see none of that money, girl. We about like, we about to die. Look at your baby.
Talking about the World Cup.
Yeah.
That's all legs for you.
I said, I know your ass ain't back on Clubhouse, Mama, but you know.
Yeah, you hear him. That's King Julian. He hear it once. But yeah, there's usually so much money to be made during that. So I think it's at 9 out of the 12 host cities is here in the U.S. And now because of the uncertainty with this war and stuff, you know, Iran and as a team we still want to have flights, safety issues. They're going to lose a lot of money.
Yeah, I said that last week when we first went into it. I said, are these cities going to be able to, sue or try to recoup some of the money that they put into the infrastructure, getting ready for the World Cup?
It's in June. It's anything June. It's July. They'll just they won't move it anywhere else. So they probably won't be able to.
You think they'll reschedule it?
Well, just some of them did that in Mexico already. So I don't know if they're going to move all of it. That's what I'm saying.
These people miss an opportunity to play this fucking soccer wild and
Because the men's team suck. It's not even about us. They know has been sold out for months. We didn't get no games, and they talk about how much money we want to pay.
but folks are coming over here knowing that they might be dead by ice, and they wouldn't do it because it's soccer.
And the cities that's getting the games, that's gonna mess up. Charlotte was great for this World Cup check, so they better not. Charlotte needs this now.
That's what I was saying last week. I was like, the way I see the emails coming from the cities and how they're prepping and giving sneak peeks and stuff, I was like, yeah, this is not be real.
Just remember also, Iran is qualified for the World Cup. So
Yes.
Yeah, they have all the other countries play the qualifier game at the end of this month. So we'll see who up. And I think that's a rule just like in the Olympics. If you are participating in any acts of violence right now, if your country is, usually you have to be disqualified. I know the Olympics has that rule.
If they were going to make this club,
It's a little different. They got some ethics issues. It's full of scammers. Okay?
I wonder if I was going to be in Houston, y'all.
Houston and Dallas.
Yeah, I see that.
Dallas, Kansas City, San Francisco, LA, Charlotte, New York, New Jersey, and Atlanta, Mexico City, and that's it. The New York, New Jersey game is the same one because there's no stadium in New York. They are going to be in Philadelphia. Yeah, they'll be in.
How much these tickets are?
Iran's going to play the first 3 games, and so far, the first 2 games, Belgium and New Zealand, and then they're going to play in Seattle. So they're going to play in the West Coast.
They might just move the games. They should just move the games to Canada for Mexico.
They got a lot of followers out here.
Maybe they're folks. I mean, I'm more likely to schedule the whole games to 2026.
I'm saying that now. Like, when they announced that we had it in, around 2019, 2018.
Oh, yeah.
I was trying to find people to get some Airbnbs up and running, but
Kansas.
Well, you guys, the big Berlin.
So, we know things are getting worse when the U.S. Embassy starts evacuating. There is a massive evacuation going on in Saudi Arabia.
I thought they started last week with the evacuations when something went off near the embassy. Or at the embassy, they had already started evacuations.
Now it's serious where they have security.
So everything
is empty. They're just going to leave like maybe
Yeah, because
and I'll tell you that if you're in a country where the embassy start evacuating, just know things are falling apart.
Yeah. seasoned several countries like a little while ago.
It's not like,
Yeah, like a bunch of countries, but
Or he's not about to go to see.
hello.
this basically makes those countries ready for Iran to attack, and they're now more vulnerable than before.
The Saudis not they're not able to stop stuff this week. I'm sorry, Trent, but the idea that they're gonna be able to stop the suckers are getting everything. Got rope to go, bro. They got rope to go. And if they're evacuating out of Riyadh, that's not good news for the world. It's gonna get worse. Because I don't think you're gonna get hit any Saudi oil facilities yet, have they?
They've only been focused on U.S. targets.
Which one did they hit?
Saudi, they have a Saudi, what comes out of Saudi will be really difficult to figure out, but they just hit a Saudi side.
That fell on it.
Thank you, man. That's exactly what I was going to say if you let me get it out. The decree that's on Cuba's getting worse. Cuba, I don't know if it was a revolution, but there was a full revolt in Cuba as well. And yeah, that's it. We'll see. Well, there's I'll go ahead and say there is reports out of Israel. This is from Israeli media, so you can take a look at myself. But that the decision has been made to go in to assault the two nuclear sites with commando units. We'll see if that actually pans out.
Who? Israeli commandos or U.S. and Israel?
That would be us. If we join with them, we're going to join up.
Join effort. Oh my God.
But this is going to worse because now Israelis officials are threatening on TV that they're going to destroy every Arab country.
Yeah, so it's
1942 all over
allow this person, these people to push into this. I'll never understand.
Wait, can you repeat that? The last one you said?
Israeli officials on TV say they are going to destroy every Arab country in the region, starting from Saudi Arabia, and that they're going to do this, that they will even destroy the U.S. if U.S. tries to support or to do anything. Essentially, Israelis are going rogue on TV and saying it's all out against Arab countries, against Muslims.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it wasn't there. Yeah, it took you. Yeah, that was. With luckily, and talking about, it's within their right to expand to the biblical region of Palestine or whatever, but they won't do that, so we don't have to worry about it.
They're trying to take over. They give their land. That's what they do.
Well, a lot of mentioned that.
This is a New Zealand news article. It says Iran's war targets widen dangerously in the civilian infrastructure. Bahrain accused Iran of striking one of the desalination plants that are crucial for Gulf nations' drinking water. Oh, this is horrible. Yeah, oil depots smoldered in Tehran after Israeli strikes, prompting environmental warnings. Lord Jesus.
So a reform that happened, when was it, yesterday, that Israel attacked the desalination plant, and then Iran decided to also hit on Bahrain. And as of today,
And their desalination plant, not just
the Bahrain desalination plant. And as of today, the reports that the king of Bahrain, Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa, has left the country.
yes, that
think they're in
South African CIA agents here. My lord.
How do people think the aliens have been precisely targeting locations in Bahrain? It's because they have spies. Text message. Exactly. They have spies all over Bahrain. They know the location of every American. If you're on your way to fight, they know about it. You know,
it's very true. It's very true. There's no world in which for our own personal financial sake, maybe I hope I'm wrong. There's no world in which the U.S. Navy can do what Donald Trump said they were going to do with the Strait of Hormuz this week. Remember that? That's horrible to go.
Yeah. I don't think we can. Because, they're just firing on. I hate to put it like this. They just firing on their drones. Yeah, like, what are they going to do? When somebody, how do you say this guy's name? Judiciary Chief Ghulam Hosseini Ijai?
Are you talking about Najrani, the head of
Najrani? Yeah. How do you say it?
Najrani.
Najrani. Okay. I'm about to go follow them on Twitter, on X, because why are all these people on X tweeting shit? I'm sorry, that's just still crazy to me in this way that y'all are under attack, but you're getting on Twitter talking shit.
Oh, that's why they're playing no reform. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I can stop patterns. There will be so many, and this is not me for the FBI listening to your body rooms. There's going to be so many fake bomb threats in the coming weeks. That is if Iran wants to do it. They can put a strain on the economy by doing what happened today in Kansas City. You grab a certain amount of time. This is the type of warfare that they're waging. It's not as Patty would say, tank on tank. Shut down BWI, that's a small airport. Get Atlanta shut down for 4 hours. Get SFO shut down for 3 hours. Millions. Get the commercial shut down for 3. These things need to run on time. That's why they don't have black people running the day. Not joking, let's do this discussion. It's going to happen. We've seen 2 plane events in 3 days. People running on a plane, they had to divert the plane. The SWAT people came down. And in the day, you had to leave the Kansas City airport and main terminal for 4 hours. But here's the good news reform. Here's the very good news. Even though gas is going to be $4 and some change this week, at least you don't have to hear Kamala Harris's laugh and think about making greens in a bathtub.
You better thank a union member.
You better thank a union member. That was funny.
Aaron, I'm sorry to ask you that back. I just came into the room, but I just heard the tail end of what you were saying about Israel threatening. Was it Israel threatening to attack all the countries in the region? I just wanted to understand it.
Yeah, that's it. Where are you getting that, Mary?
Yeah.
There was one of your started.
By the way, Mary, because I want to kind of question on that too. Is Mary there? No, she probably did on her end state. You're from Toronto.
Oh! Yeah, there was a clip that I saw a few days ago. I could go look for it. So, a Saudi minister was saying that agents working with the Israeli government had planned on basically attacking facilities. The hope is that this could be blamed on Iran and it could draw the Saudis into the conflict. Pretty much the more numbers the Israelis can count on in terms of the countries being drawn to it, the better for them in terms of achieving their short-term or long-term objectives. And there's been several Saudi clerics that have been saying the same things all over. It's like pretty much all over Twitter. So maybe that's one thing she was alluding to.
Yeah, but that's really different than Israel threatening to do that.
Oh, I'll send it to you. I said it's Israeli officials on Israeli TV. It wasn't the president, but some other Israeli was saying that.
Yes, go ahead, Jen.
Okay, I'll do that.
said, which is that now about what you said, Lord, a lot of Saudi billionaires are even coming out and they are just so pissed off at Israel, and they're writing and complaining that they want to manipulate things to make them fight. In fact, right now, one of their people posted about what Lindsey Graham said, and they basically said, stop trying to drag us to this war. You want our countries destroyed. You know. And now when they see that the US embassy is evacuating everyone, their people, their citizens are going to come out and say, we abandoned this relationship we have with the US. It's not worth it.
Yeah, the one thing that's been kind of fishy to me, I've been wondering, do you all remember the reports about Mohammed bin Salman being part of the people pushing Trump to do this? It was all over American and Israeli media. Do you think... Yeah, I don't buy it either. Like, MBS can be a problematic figure, but I don't think he's dumb enough to provoke something that could create an uprising. Like, the ripple effects of this entire thing is actually the end of some of these regimes in the Sunni countries. Like the regime change people are talking about. I mean, Ben has repeated this, but I don't think people really understand this. So, why would anyone plant this in the international media, telling them that NBS was actually the one pushing for this?
So I have covered. I could see they had discussions. Oh, if you do it, it'd be fine. Maybe we can take on something. But I don't see any world. I mean, again, maybe I have to start giving lectures on the histories of this country. But what his family takes over the country in the 1930s, I think early 1934. That's when it becomes Saudi, something like that. Something like it occurred the other day, say 1930, something like that. The name is there because it's saying this family rules over all. You see, how can I put it? If it gets out of hand, that's when the ground troops definitely have to go in. Y'all know all the ground troops, there's a storm with the Saudi Arabia. I don't know, my thoughts are scrambled because I can't really get it, but I see no benefit for MBS to want this to happen. Why would he want his oil fields in his distribution lanes thwarted, clogged up? Doesn't make any sense to me. What about investment dollars? People will start pulling out. Is it trillions of dollars of investment? Yeah. It needs to be trillions of dollars of investment. Everything that they work for. I never bought those reports either. I thought they were overblown in propaganda. But I'm like Trent, I don't believe everything happening in Israel or American.
No, you're talking about Ibn Saud, Ibn Saud. Yeah, that's where the name comes from. But here is the other thing, is that
this family, this family rules over this land. This is
yes. Yes.
That's
so I got the Saudi, I mean the Saud, Ibn Saud, the one of the Saud. The Saud is the family.
Yeah, they helped to galvanize the Americans supported the Al-Saud family, and then helped to defeat other tribes, and then they united and they called it the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
I think in the 30s, 36.
Yes.
33, 34,
Abdullah, where have you been? Kingdom of the two holy mosques. But in the UAE, some of the UAE citizens are now calling that the leadership of the UAE needs to go to Sharjah. And so for those who know, the UAE is the Emiratis and it's made of 3 kingdoms. The Yeah, so it's made of Abu Dhabi, Dubai, and Sharjah.
essentially just giving safe haven to Zionists, and they therefore have lost their importance in ruling the kingdom, the Emirates, in ruling the Emirates.
Imagine telling people that a regime changed and they put the man's son in charge. How do White House? I'll never forgive you people. Ever.
So how does that work when there's already this 3-member leadership council? Would they have to kill those people, or like, I guess that's a dumb question, never mind.
You have to kill it. Wait, where UAE or something, or Iran?
In Iran.
No, they don't kill anybody. Oh, breaking news, WTI, just, I don't know if Trent's here. Is Trent here? No, he's not. WTI just passed 115. It's now 160. That means, wait for it, WTI is up 27.5% today. And if Brent is now up 25.6%. I'm doing awesome. Great, congratulations. You gotta do something that way, though. I carry my weight where it's good. We're gonna be money dollars. Wait a minute, he went up. What did that say? He went up 25 points today. So, let me do a quick check on Asia. Japan is down 7%. China's down 3%. Well, 2 and some change. 2 3/4, sorry. What's AN6? 200. That's South Korea, right? AN6 2000. Yeah, South Korea. Yeah, it's down 4.5%.
I mean, the economic news is catastrophic. Really, the question is like, how long does this last before they stop? And I don't know the answer to that.
Who's dead?
The administration. Like, how long does this last before they say, oh, fuck, there's going to be like 69 Democratic senators and we keep on going?
They don't care. It won't even matter. Well, at that point, it'll be a t-shirt movie. So maybe that'll do it, but it won't stop. Iran is not going to stop.
I don't know if I agree with that. I think this looks pretty bad. And Trump does respond to really bad economics. That's the one thing he does kind of self-correct. I mean, let's remember Taco.
Bring one thing that you always get wrong in your analysis.
Nothing.
But there's one thing you always forget wrong. Donald Trump and the Americans are not leading the shit.
I mean, external forces like to get the start of it going. But I can buy that there's not the agency to stop it. If the economic news is as dire as it appears to be.
We'll see what happens. The United States is not leading the shit around. This is not a personal opinion. I just had to send Tom's Twitter to anybody for it.
Yeah, CENTCOM's made it pretty obvious that this is pretty much the handbook of not the United States. Obviously, that
There it is again.
That's that shit. What the fuck?
Somebody's recording.
Who the fuck is doing that?
CENTCOM.
Oh, hell no.
Future is now 70 and climbing. Oh, wait, let's laugh at this point. Oh my God.
Okay, that house is
It's up 30%. It's up 30%. It's at 118 and climbing.
I'm gonna get some money. Has it ever been looking out on my door?
150?
No, what is the highest? I mean,
It's not a check. You want Brent or WTI? I check both. I can check.
That's even worse is if this craters other economies, because just like what happened in 2008, we had a major
beat around the bush type person. Like, I'm just wondering out loud, what would this look like if we tried to walk it down at this point? Walk it back, I guess.
The best thing he could do is have J.D. Vance resign and go to the House and have them nominate Connie Rice to make her become vice president. And then he can resign. And she can become president. There's your solution.
I mean, I say this is a shit show a lot in regards to Donald Trump. I said it a lot during his first administration, but this is seriously a fucking shit show, right?
Okay, this is where
Yeah, dang.
this is way worse.
I mean, this is a calamity. Like, this is probably will go down in history books as one of the biggest disasters this nation has ever done. If not, I mean, we are watching history being made.
I mean, we could plan. In my opinion, COVID, we had some. Thank God that Trump was not in office. He didn't stay in office that long. Biden was able to reverse what happened with COVID. I think with the help of Jerome Powell. That's my opinion. Also, COVID happened at the same time everywhere globally. But this is, yeah. So in my opinion, this is just my opinion. I actually think COVID helped save us from a major recession because all the data indicated that we were heading towards that direction. So that's just my opinion.
I think that. I mean, it's nice to just focus on how bad this situation is going to be for us here in the U.S. But really, it's going to be globally destabilizing the stuff. We're talking like the last time was mentioned, recessions, such, because this is going to be economically destabilizing for everybody. It's going to spawn out countries for sure, but it's going to go everywhere. And the first one's hit, obviously, the GCC nations. I mean, shit, they're giving us $50 million to be there. But it's going to be everywhere.
GCC is over. GCC is over. Abraham Accords is over.
That's what they did for pretending like they had stable interests.
Yes, and pretending like they actually recognize that they do. You guys just stop pretending, that's so stupid. And if you actually read Abraham Accords and then read about how the people in those countries felt about the Abraham Accords, the public hated it with convoluted stuff. The public in those countries hate Abraham Accords. They hate the Abraham Accords. We see it playing out in Bahrain as we speak. The Bahrain story is insane. Y'all like the Middle Eastern country, CEO. He wants to that. He can power ourselves out to do that. Look at it now. He loves that shit.
Crazy.
We talk about it. Fucking insane shit.
That's just.
And you know what? As all those millionaires and millionaires are escaping, they are leaving all of those servants they have. And remember, when you go to work there under the Khalifa system, you literally hand over your passport to the house, to the leader, the person, the owner of the house you're working in. And so you don't even have documents. Unless if they decide to give you your documents.
Yes, they're realizing that if you import like 60 to 70% of your population for work and think of their rights, they might not be so keen on fighting for your land.
One of my favorite propaganda lines about the
killed his wife in airstrikes.
Luckily, I'm glad you said. The funniest part about that is, it directly leads to the main issue of what we're doing and how it's the exact opposite of what we're saying we're doing. We keep talking about, in the United States, the rest of the EU, NATO nations, whatever, right? Keep talking about how we're really doing this stuff to liberate people, how all these people are just extremists, not to be negotiated with, so on and so forth. Keep bombing Tehran, which is the one city that is full of all of the people that are actually willing to negotiate with anyone, that are actually willing to work with anyone. But we just keep bombing the crap out of it. And then we're manifesting the destiny of basically having nothing but the hardliners, literally aiming to kill everyone, because that's all going to be left, which is, again, not surprising because this is the strategy of not the United States. Strategy of some
100%. Although, to be fair, there are people in the United States like the Ukraine and others who will go to bed tonight very, very happy.
Did you see that the Iranians that were demonstrating that had their march in New York today? They had photos of the US soldiers and they were basically thanking America for going to fight for them. And then there was someone who has a blog who was asking them questions and asking about the school bombing. And they said, well, yeah, that was going to happen, this is just collateral damage.
Yeah. The Ministry of Health in Bahrain has just broke on, I don't know if you saw it, what's the child's name? Miriam. 32 people wounded in an Iranian drone attack on Bahrain.
Is that the one of the school on the university? Or something?
4 victims. 4 victims in critical condition. It was in an area called Citron, which is south of the capital. I don't know. It's called America. I don't know where exactly that was, but I just see this 3 minutes ago. It turns out that you run out of energy, and every country doesn't have unlimited interceptors.
Yeah.
Today, I don't know if you were here, Mary, there was somebody here who said that the United States has unlimited munitions.
What? Oh my God.
This is the American brain. It's a weird brain, bro. It's really weird.
I honestly shouldn't be surprised because I still remember when people were just last year trying to convince me that Iran can't even hit US bases, and that shit was hilarious.
Yes, they did say that.
What do you mean?
I remember just constant. They were saying constant. I was like, yo, they just hit the bases. I think it was like 2. It's like, you don't even see what our bases, right? It's crazy.
But there's US bases 100 meters from Iran. What these people
think? People don't understand what Iran is. They think Iran is Gaza. They think Iran is nothing, literally nothing. Even now, when Iran is sending out drones, they think those drones are drones they just got from Russia. They don't understand anything about Iran. They have no, there's a full masking of Iran, right? No concept. Totally.
That makes sense. They don't know that Iran is producing a day. And getting out Russian drones and other drones.
Yeah, they don't think Iran produces anything. They think it's just a fucking waste of money. Nothing.
That's incredible work, but there's an old Negro saying, we're going to learn today.
The problem, too, is I don't think the U.S. really has experience with fighting against large-scale drone warfare. In Ukraine, basically you see the drone, you shoot the machine gun, you hope it fucks it up, and you're pretty much dead. There's not much you can do to stop that thing.
actually been experienced drone warfare at all. And it was with Russian drones, which are really just Iranian drones, with like a new branding on it. So it's the first time they ever experienced it was Ukraine. That we experienced it was Ukraine, and now we're experiencing it at full scale, and we got nothing.
Well, it was ironic because the Ukrainians have begged that this is useful tech, and they will show us how to use it, etc. If we would give them access and give them weapons, etc. And we never made that exchange. And this is showing how foolish that was.
They sent the Ukrainians sent several quote drone experts and other trainers and specialists to the Middle East to help the Americans.
Well, the offset of this is if numbers right, Ukraine's going to get some rain after this.
I don't believe it.
I just had a sobering thought, though. If Japan's market continues to crash, they're the number one holder of treasuries, and they're going to start liquidating that shit.
And that's sad.
Bitch.
This is what people don't forget. They forgot about how important Japan is to the U.S. Like, it's oh man. They're gonna find out real soon that we care about more than this Hello Kitty, man.
I mean, sometimes I think the administration's goal is just crash the U.S. dollar.
Oh, why? You crash the U.S. dollar, you crash the world. Like, Japan's economy was pretty much flat for I don't know how long. Weren't they just kind of getting out of the slump? This is terrible. This is not good for them. It's not good for anybody.
It's true that it wouldn't be good for anyone, but to be fair, like right now, especially after we basically waged tariff war on everyone, the dollar's been unstable. Everybody's already been talking about a new world, like a new world order on how we do trade anyway. Like people have already been accepting that maybe the US dollar isn't the thing to rely on anymore because of how easy and quick we are willing to change the playing field entirely. So Japan might be just making some hard decisions, is what it is.
Amari, we did all this shit. Do you not understand how responsible we would be for this? And then when you have to take a look back, there's always the reason of why. Like, what would be the purpose? I don't understand. Like, what we've been saying, and not even just in this space, but 90% of the things that Trump has done literally make zero sense. Not from an economic standpoint, not from a geopolitical standpoint, not from an anything standpoint. Like, none of it makes any sense. You attack all these damn countries that we're trade partners with. You take away USA. You take away the free shit that we've given them for decades. We're not the good guy. Nobody really likes us. Nobody wants to be in bed with us. You become Israel's crackhead enforcer. It wasn't enough that we were giving them billions of dollars. We have to be the bad guy now and be the person on the, I need to stop because I'm literally just not working on something for nothing.
Yeah, it's not worth it. You'll have enough to go around at this rate Thursday. You'll have enough to happen. You'll have enough to stroke out. Don't even worry yourself about it.
I'll be setting up my OnlyFans then because I'm going to be floating.
We'll have the energy to, I don't know if we'll have the energy capabilities to broadcast the feed pics. So, Hezbollah just claimed an attack on Israeli forces in southern Lebanon.
Speaking of OnlyFans, I just read, I didn't know the founder of OnlyFans was the biggest donor to AIPAC and Westwood. Now that, what in the world? That's crazy.
No comment.
Just wanted to work back smooth. It's like that's a problem.
That's a Sunday fun fact for you. I mean, Israel is currently preparing to war in the middle of invading Lebanon. So that's another random thing that's happening in the middle of the whole Iran situation.
Yeah, they'd like to make Israel north.
Which activities, and he was asking, like, hey, so like this whole Israel thing with expansionism and all that kind of stuff, like what are we talking about here? Are we just from the river to the school? What, like how far, how big? Because if you're going biblically, it's like the entire eastern, western side, central side of the Middle East. So like, what are we talking about here? And after being pressed like 4 times, the dude was like, it'd be great if they just took all of it. He just straight up said it. So I think some people might want to comment it out.
It's simple. We're talking Christian nationally. Very dangerous.
Hey, kind of a little bit. Put it down there. Let's not fucking eat.
Egyptian TV, Egyptians are pissed off. They are complaining that the conflict is happening all the way with Iranian neighbors. How the heck is it affecting us Egypt? As the exchange rate, Egyptian versus dollar has gone up. It's saying at this moment, Egyptian pound is just worth nothing.
And I'm actually wondering what they're just gonna do.
I didn't want to say it because you guys are going back and forth, but Tel Aviv is one of the top cities for streaming and OnlyFans outside of the U.S. So it is a outside of the U.S. That's an icon.
Omar says, did anyone in the cabinet LO? That's it. Omar said, General so-and-so called me shot. Well, I'm currently looking at the market. General so-and-so seems to be doing a very good job of calling the shots since they are crippling markets around the world. So General so-and-so seems to be doing what General so-and-so needs to do. General so-and-so, some guy sitting in a security booth, the guy sitting in a security booth calling him, our futures are down 1,100 points. Oil is $116.66 a barrel. General so-and-so seems to be doing a pretty good job in his phone booth, y'all. Y'all not serious at all. I realize one of the ways to be a Trump voter, Trump supporter, is to not be serious about anything. You laugh off anything. Oh, you know, my mom got killed. Well, she shouldn't have crossed the road like a chicken. And she looked at me, she could have got to the other side. Crazy. Just a couple weeks ago, your Attorney General was not answering questions by saying the Dow is over 50,000. The Dow is now under 46.5. Unless the futures are going to Dow, I apologize. But we'll see what it is when it opens. It was 47.5. Closed on Friday. Gas at $3.50 a barrel. I just saw online that Ohio, which is the second highest in the country, it's gone up 66 cents. It went up 66 cents last week. A gallon, 66 cents in a week. There you go.
Right before spring break, is
Which was I didn't care about that. I didn't care about what. We didn't care about that. So we can go. It's a fucking war. We're not brown troops about it. And all this, like if you don't celebrate 50K, yeah, I have a. Of course I celebrate the 50K. I'm done. What's going on? You wanted me to. Wait, he didn't hear me say the 50K. The number, I don't have much in Dow anyway, so that doesn't. Okay, go ahead, y'all did that. What a bizarre thing. Did you celebrate when it was 35.5 under Biden? We don't celebrate individual numbers, especially when Dow is down 3,500 points in a week. What would you say somebody was asking you?
And the market did have
How does me not specifically celebrating 50K if that doesn't affect my investments, mean I'm not serious. 50K is just a number. What's happening?
The market is.
I didn't celebrate 50K, and now you're brushing off $120 gold or $4+ gallon. Economy's crushing all over the world. I'm not the serious one to make 50K, although it came down 2 days later before the war. But you're serious in winning the Civil War, we might be putting in ground troops. I got it. You know, Trump supporters it's a true call.
This sounds like the gas prices question that Margaret tried to pose. Seriously? If you didn't celebrate it when, by your metrics, it was to celebrate, we can't bring up that it's bad now, basically?
I mean, the number doesn't mean anything when you're, it depends on, what you make. I'd rather go from, and to 100 and 49.50 to 50,000. That's a tiny thing. All right, we didn't do a celebration party for when it hit 50,000, so it's about not going to war. Trumpers are crazy.
Well, someone here earlier on said he would either acknowledge when gas prices went down that Trump was doing something good for the country.
We did acknowledge it, and we talked about why it was. It's because the Saudis and OPEC were pumping the markets with gas.
I think more than the stock market, I think the one thing that Trump's and the Commerce Secretary watches the most is the bond market. It seems to me both the 2, 10, and 30 years, all up. The yields are all short term, long term of the curve. So I think the bond market might decide the next step forward for Trump, what he's going to do about it, because he can't control it. He might have influence on the stock market, but not on the bond market. So I'll be watching that.
People forget about the bond market. I mean, it's larger than our stock market. And we do have all these boomers and all these institutional funds and pensions and whatnot and invested in bonds, and this will be catastrophic. I'm going to try to pull up when Cantor Fitzgerald, some folks at Cantor Fitzgerald accused, I think, Letnick of trying to manipulate the market with the interest rates. I think this was like last year, if I'm not mistaken, but let me see if I can find it. It's not too late.
And Mickey, is that you? I have a question. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I tried to bring up the fact of the private credit issue, and I was told that it's not a big deal. BlackRock has been putting a cap restriction on the amount that investors can pull out. Can you please educate some folks on how significant that is when you've got private credit tightening up to the degree that it is with the current inflation shock with the conflict in Iran?
Did you try to bring that up in DTN?
I tried to bring it up here, and I was
Concrete, we was with you. Concrete was not, but
oh, you can't pay attention to concrete. Yeah, you can't pay attention to concrete. It's not. I'll just say super quickly. It's not even so much that it's BlackRock. It's that it was Blue Owl Capital first, and then there was a Blackstone fund, and now there's a BlackRock fund, and this is all within a couple of weeks period. So this is definitely showing some strain in that industry. It is a problem because, first of all, these funds are supposed to allow withdrawals, and the fact that these are accredited investors makes it more concerning to me. I'll just use an example. This was Fanbase. I invested in Fanbase. It's like $400, whatever. If I
private funds, especially the BlackRock ones, that's really concerning when wealthy people are thinking of pulling their quote-unquote long-term investments out and just retreating to cash. Like I said, so that's my concern actually, because private credit has funded a lot of commercial and industrial real estate and some residential. When alternatives start to show signs of weakness and there's not a lot of liquidity, that is when everyone should start to take notice. So that's just my opinion on that. I know it's not good. BlackRock is literally the #1 asset management firm in the world. They manage trillions and trillions of dollars, but a lot of that is not liquid. So what was also concerning, I'll say about them, not to fearmonger, because y'all already know I am always 90% convinced the market's going to crash tomorrow just because. They had contributions, I believe, of $400 million, if I'm not mistaken, by employees and other individuals within the firm to provide liquidity for the current withdrawals from that fund. That was more frightening to me than anything, because that's not good at all. That's not good. So that's all. The concrete is concrete. Don't pay any attention to him. He's just contrary for no.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Also, was that Giannis or Giannis from Canada? I don't think I've heard your voice in a while.
I said, I couldn't remember the name. It's serious, right?
That's not him. I thought it was him.
Serious is not Giannis. Damn, that's crazy. He sounds exactly alike. Okay.
What up, Daniel?
What's going on, Nation? Long time.
Yeah. The city. Or you.
Just breaking up. I just had dinner with a friend of mine. He's a captain in the Air Force, and he did not sound very happy with some of the shits that this administration is doing. He's normally not one to get upset, but he was very upset. That was even without really disclosing too much, but
With Daniel, let me ask you this. We've been hearing rumors of more deaths than are being reported. Did he allude to that?
yeah, he did. So he said he had a mentee. Didn't disclose where they were, but he said that they were already in that sphere, let's just say, and he had some concern for her situation, because she was really young, and he's about, I want to say, 6-7 months close, because he's done 20 years, so he's getting ready to retire, but he was very concerned because of the mentee that he has, that is out there. He didn't sound very confident. Again, I've known him for damn near a decade. He's looking very even keel, and the tone that he had over dinner, I didn't come away feeling very, very positive. I wasn't positive before, just with the other stuff that I've heard from family that was in the Middle East or were trying to direct their flights to other parts of the world, just from the feedback that they were getting to from folks that were there.
You see that NYPD also got a bit? Or medical condition, something like that?
Yeah, but last right.
Oh, yeah.
They call it a medical complication or something to that effect.
Yeah.
You know, if you guys want a Sunday night roundup of the damage we've done and the status of where we are, there's a great reel I'd like to share. It's short. It's by a guy named Adam Duncan, who is running for Congress in Northern Virginia. He's ex-Marine and ex-CIA, and he really kind of wraps up the whole picture if you give him permission to stream it. That's a request.
I'm fine with it.
You cool? All right. Keep going.
There's a reason why the forms will not feel so confusing. true. My name's Adam. I used to be in the CIA, and we can do daily updates on the war. Today, I'll give you the facts for the last 24 hours, but then I'm going to give you the tools to understand strategically why this war is spinning out of control. So, here's what you need to know. Last night, the Iranians hit Azerbaijan's international airport. More explosions reported in Abu Dhabi, and UAE continues to be the hardest hit in the region. There's footage trying to show Iranian ballistic missiles over Jordan, Iran hit the primary oil refinery in Bahrain, which is still on fire, and missiles struck near a U.S. naval installation. A U.S. Navy sub sank an Iranian warship off the coast of Sri Lanka. And finally, U.S. CENTCOM is requesting support for another 100 days of Iran operations. So that's what happened. Now here's why it matters. This is no longer a contained operation between Israel, the U.S., and Iran. This is now a regional conflict involving 17 countries, and those interacting in strategic policy are fundamentally unequipped to handle it. They've also spent the last 15 undermining our diplomatic readiness and our relationships with global allies, both of which are necessary to prosecute this kind of war. Consider, Trump fired dozens of senior career diplomats. Several strategic posts in the Middle East have been vacant for over a year. He fired more than 1,300 State Department employees, many from the Middle East and counterterrorism experts. They dismantled USAID, an agency that should be playing a critical role in navigating conflict and post-conflict environments. Castro also fired a dozen agents and staff from the FBI's counterintelligence unit specifically tasked with monitoring threats from Iran. I know firsthand that Iran has a very capable intel service that has networks and cells all over the world. We haven't even seen those networks activated yet, but terrorism, sabotage, assassination is all on the table. When we stack all of this together, a bigger picture emerges. A picture of incompetence, lack of planning, and inability to understand even intellectually the scale of the crisis they've created. That's why this conflict is spinning out of control, and this is where alliances will be critical. Right now, the European allies are hesitantly supporting Russian fighter jets, the Dutch sent warships, even the Ukrainians, they're sending drones. All of this despite repeated disrespect from the Trump administration over the last year. Because even if our leaders don't understand it, our allies do. They recognize this moment as critical, and they are attempting to protect, stabilize, and de-escalate. On the other hand, Trump, Hegseth, Rubio, Blumenthal, all of them, they failed in their duty to act in the best interest of the American people. In only 5 short days, they unilaterally committed us to a massive regional war. This dwarfs Iraq, Afghanistan in complexity and in scale. And when we look at who's in command, who's making decisions, who's working with our allies, we see a team of Fox News hosts, podcasters, nepo babies, billionaires, and Mar-a-Lago influencers. And in charge of all of them, at the table, is a calloused and diminished president who spent more time with Jeffrey Epstein than he did planning for war with Iran. There's a reason why this war with Iran feels so confusing.
So I thought he summed it up pretty well.
Thanks for playing that.
You know, it must make people like this guy just going nuts. I mean, people who are CIA, ex-CIA, who really know what it takes and what the implications of all this are. You know, and then to see the just utter mess that's been created, they must just go nuts. I mean, he was very calm, and you could just sort of feel the frustration. I mean, I keep asking the question, at what point do we call this World War III? And I guess that's if Russia or China gets involved. That's the only thing I can figure out.
I know that everybody's kind of predicting a third World War race from this, just because it's likely to go on for quite some time. But to be honest, and this may not be a very popular position, but I think this is likely going to fizzle out within maybe 5 months at most. And that's just because of the nature of resources.
Well, also, I mean, I'm no expert on this, so you could be right. But also, I mean, if in fact, Khomeini's kid, who's apparently worse than Khomeini, is now in charge, I mean, isn't the whole thing kind of like a done deal now anyway? Nothing's going to change there. Now what? Now there's all these dead people, all this mess, and Iran, it sounds like it's in worse shape than it was 24 hours ago, 48 hours ago.
I mean, it is in worse shape, but it's kind of
terms of the Iranian people. If that's who's going to be in charge, then nothing was even accomplished by killing the elder.
For sure. Yeah. That was not going to get us. That definitely. I mean, unless the literal goal was just to take out the most recent Ayatollah, it went nowhere. And honestly, it's probably going to be fizzling out in maybe 5 months or so on both sides.
Well, what Olive says, I'm going to call you Olive because that's how I pronounce that word. I agree with you. I think that it was going to fizzle out. It's going to be on our side because it's in Netanyahu's pleasure to keep it going forever as long as he can. So I agree with you on that.
The middleman aspect doesn't matter. Iran's been preparing for this for a long time. What they're going to do is they're going to go for total war. So they're going to let generals and captains run their own ships from their locations. So it doesn't matter who we really take out because Iran already knew that we would take out their leadership, as we know where their leadership is, and they know that we know where their leadership is because we've demonstrated it. So it's Israel. Israel took out Qasem Soleimani not too long ago, so they know about it, so it doesn't matter who we take out, they're going to keep fighting. That's why it's going to be a little bit protracted.
It is really interesting and alarming to see the cascades like what Ben was talking about as far as the airlines. You just see, like shipping and then airlines and oil. It's just cascade after cascade after cascade in a world that was already a bit in shambles.
Yeah, it's almost like we live in a globalized economy and we're pretending to be already in an isolationist position, which we obviously are not. So it's so weird. Or maybe our great wise leaders expected that the entire economy would slowly crash from one position to another. Either way, we've already hit a desalination plant in Iran, and we're probably going to target a few more, and they'll probably target a bunch in the GCC countries, and that'll completely destroy the GCC countries. Then it'll be over, probably, within a few months.
Don't we have some kind of a thing where we have a terrorism level in our country, like a code? Has the terrorism level gone up, changed from red to purple or whatever it is? Because it would seem to me that we are much more at risk right now than we've been. Michael says no colors, but I really believe that there are already sleeper cells in this country. I would be more surprised if there isn't serious attacks coming over it, for attempts at least.
Maybe you're talking about DHS's NTAS, which is their terrorist advisory system. There's no news from
Australia. Are you awake? While Scoop makes that determination, I put something in the chat and I also pinned it at the top. I don't think you have to be in the industry or people fit on this, oh well. But this is actually going to be from BlackRock. I think it might be worth a listen. They do this all the time, by the way. They're actually known for being pretty much the best of 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 the best when it comes to market analysis. So this is geopolitical risk and focus, market volatility, and investment implications. So it says they're going to have, they call them inside the market sessions, and it's going to be a global macro check-in, latest developments in the Middle East, and the impact of global growth and inflation outlook with a focus on global financial market implications, alternatives in volatile markets, how alternative strategies have navigated recent volatility and heightened dispersion. That is directly speaking to this private credit fund that we've seen the withdrawal holds, and positioning today, finding tactical and structural opportunities across public markets and how sentiment has evolved this year. So if anybody wants to take a listen, I'll probably might be listening myself. You just register and they send you the little webinar thing. Just FYI, I just wanted to share that. And no, I am not endorsing, supporting, recommending BlackRock. If I did work for BlackRock, my happy black ass would not be on this app. Just it sounds like a Jew. You know what? Just get out of here, sir. I'm just gonna delete your comment. If BlackRock is a Jewish scam, your mama bitch. Sorry, I had to get that out. You've been doing really good. Thank you. He's the one that's talking about calling names. Crackhead. I do like BlackRock. I'm sorry. They're a really excellent company. They're crackheads, but they're like elite crackheads. Something to aspire to, for sure. So.
Sorry, I was away from the mic earlier when you asked me a question. I think the sentiment in Australia is pretty much what the hell's going on, what is this all about, etc. I quite like that noise. What is that? Sometimes you do just have to just let people scream because it's a confusing time. So.
Oh Lord, I thought it was you screaming with that screen name. I'm sorry.
No, it was. I wouldn't scream.
You almost got it. Casualty of screenshot names. I am so sorry.
Oh, it's coming through though. No, it's not meant to be obscene.
Oh, you can't see the full name anymore.
I know that people think I'm, some kind of
I'm sorry, I need to stop. I apologize.
You know, not big. Can't tell. You couldn't tell.
Appreciate your forgiveness. Yeah, so I was just asking Stu what the kind of views from where you are. The general sentiment.
Yeah, it's just that I think it probably reflected in most parts of the world is that it's highly destabilizing. It's not going to achieve anything. There seems to be a deflection and distraction from so many other things that are going on in the world. It's probably going to
to share. We're in uncharted territory. WTI crude holds these gains tomorrow. The current rise of 29.9% or $27.16 would be the largest single day price jump in both percent and amount ever. So, gotta get his Trump. He does like to break records, doesn't he?
You guys spoken about the fertilizer issue, which is probably the larger issue, over and above short-term operations and oil price. But the fertilizer thing is actually critical and won't show up for 3 or 4 months. So, worth looking into.
We've talked about it. We talked about it yesterday as well as a little bit earlier today as well.
Wonderful.
And I'm just putting in the chat because there's a lot of acronyms, just in case no one's saying BTI. So WTI stands for West Texas Intermediate. Shout out to Texas. Is a high quality light sweet crude oil benchmark, primarily sourced from the U.S. and delivered to Cushing, Oklahoma, used heavily in North American markets, and as a key global price indicator alongside Brent crude. Just reading this online. It's low density and low sulfur content, make it easier and cheaper to refine into gasoline and diesel. WT oil is the underlying commodity for futures contracts traded on the CME group. So just wanted to put that there. The ticker symbol is CL. Fun facts, it is the most actively traded crude oil futures contract with more than 1 million contracts traded every single day. So just a little context there. Michael says, no shout out to Texas. This is all for Texas. West Texas. Now I'm deciding I want to go watch the Beverly Hills. Anyway, sorry. Just one more thing since I've been such doom and gloom. The only thing that makes me think when I'm, calmed down enough to realize this is that there's a lot of money that's in money markets right now because the interest rates are still pretty high considering, and I think that maybe there's going to be some major swoop-ins of buying deeply discounted assets, but let's see, total assets under management in U.S. money market funds have surpassed $7.8 trillion as of early March 2026, reaching new record highs. So that's a lot of dry powder. As we like to say, institutional assets of $4.73 trillion, retail assets of $3.8 trillion, that's you and me. That's a lot of cash. And for a global context, global money market assets were approximately $9.9 trillion at the end of 2023. So shout out to the United States. We basically have as much chilling in money markets and cash as the entire world did at the end of 2023. So it's just kind of an indication of how insane these markets have just been probably the last decade or so. That's the only thing that gives me a little bit of hope that this won't be like, a total wipeout. Because that's just a lot that people have been sitting on the sidelines for, redirecting at some point somewhere. So just wanted to share that. a small family of four that's, median income of $50,000 is heavily invested in the stock market. So it's a great thing actually. It's not a bad thing at all. It's a great thing. Because imagine if we were facing these market disruptions, which we know bleeds into other things in the economy, because the market is actually a leading economic indicator. It's not the economy, so to speak, which is why the market can be doing fabulous like it is now, and people still suffer under the economy, right? So, and these are just my thoughts, very tired, sad, concerned thoughts. This much cash sitting on the sidelines is excellent. It's the best position we could be in if we were facing a major market correction. Think like Warren Buffett. You know how people have always been like, Warren Buffett keeps a lot of healthy cash. He does, but he does it for a purpose. He's stepped down now, so I should probably say new dude's name, which escapes me right now. But he kind of keeps it on hand to, come in and swoop in these discounted assets, right? He doesn't pay for any company he invests in. That's just kind of like his MO. So think about it. If you had a considerable amount of cash just sitting on the sidelines, it would help you and give you some confidence. If, there was let's just say the market went down 10% tomorrow, you wouldn't freak out as much. And then some of those people are going to deploy that cash to basically swoop in and buy some deeply discounted assets. That's what I'm hoping. So, my final prediction about what invest until Jesus comes. That's what I would say. And if Jesus comes, it doesn't matter because we're going to heaven or hell. I mean, one monkey don't stop no show. It would take a lot to disable the U.S. markets. We have a lot, and our companies are good. Are people saying that there's potentially an AI bubble? Every time there's a major sector, and a lot of retail investors flock to it. Everyone says that there's a bubble, but I believe that these companies are sound. I don't particularly like to listen to earnings calls. I think they're a bit boring and a little bragging, but that's just me.
Nikki, can you say more about what you meant about Japan?
Sure. So Japan, whenever they say, oh, these companies, they own the United States and well, a lot of these countries invest in United States via treasuries and bonds. So Japan actually holds quite a bit of our U.S. treasuries. I'll get the number for you. And the concern is if there are some disruptions in their markets, which basically means that anytime the market goes down, it just means that people are fearful about the future. So you take your cash out now, right? If I own, if I have a portfolio of $100,000 and I'm fearful of the market, let's just say I think it's going to go down. A lot of people's inclinations is to take that money out so that you kind of, shepherd your losses, right? Yeah, it's down 5%, but I got out because I think it's going to go even further down. So it's a natural reaction, it's a natural response. But as of the early 2026, I'm reading this now, Japan remains the largest foreign holder of U.S. Treasury securities, with holdings approximately $1.2 trillion. That's a lot. So the United States needs cash flow just like any other country, any other business, any other family. We need those dollars coming in from foreign investors, other countries, and so that it can, put some dollars to work. Now we have to pay them the interest, which is why when the interest rates are a little bit high, there's this concern that we won't be able to keep up with those payments. Potato. I don't think that the U.S. would ever go, default on those payments. There was actually some concern that we would, but honestly, there's always concern. Not always concern, but I think there's enough in place to monitor these things. I don't ever really worry about that, me personally, but who knows? So this is interesting, y'all. Japan surpassed China in 2019 to take this position, holding a significant portion of the total foreign-owned U.S. debt to finance U.S. Government. So the problem is that when you have a market disruption and Japan needs to put some of this money to work in their own countries, they're basically going to sell these treasuries and get that liquidity back into their hands. Because anytime you're able to, deploy that dollar outside of, like, let's just say your spending bucket, that's a good thing. I'm putting this dollar to work for future, revenue generated from this dollar, right? But if they need to pull that dollar in, there's the concerns, that, they're going to sell those treasuries, which is going to lessen the amount of dollars that we have coming into the country. We've already irritated the shit out of China. China has been gradually over time lessening their holdings in U.S. treasuries. They're still the third country to hold the amount of U.S. treasuries, but that's gone down significantly. But anywho, that's what I was talking about. And this is also interesting, and I'm just reading this here. Japan has occasionally reduced its holding to intervene in the yen's value, but it does remain the primary foreign stabilizer of the U.S. bond market, which is a pretty big deal. We don't want the primary foreign stabilizer of the U.S. bond market to be going through economic uncertainties themselves, especially because of some shit that we did, if that makes sense. I don't know if anybody else wants to.
No, thank you.
Right,
No, thank you.
I wish Neil LeBron was here because he explains these things a lot better and in greater detail than I do. That's just my little interpretation.
No, that was great. Thanks for phone. But I did have a question. My wheels are turning. I'm like, So isn't that kind of like a deterrent? Like China, they would want their money. So why would you want to go to war with us or try to destroy us? You're not going to get paid.
Well, that's a good point. I mean, I don't think that China wants war. The only aspect that a lot of it I look at is economic, right? I think that we do kind of like a bait and switch with them because our economies are so intrinsically intertwined. Actually, a lot of economies are intertwined with the U.S. economy. It really wouldn't make sense to want the U.S. dollar to go down. It wouldn't make sense for the U.S. economy to suffer. There's this old saying that y'all probably heard it. When the United States catches a cold, the rest of the world suffers. Like, what is it? Like when we sneeze, that the rest of the world catches a cold. That's how bad it is. And we've seen so many indications of this because we really are a juggernaut of a country. We are the world's largest economy by far. California by itself is what? The fourth largest economy in the entire world? Is it the fourth largest, y'all? Like if we the third. If we extracted California, fourth. So I think we don't appreciate, like I criticize this country all day, every day, but I mean, we really are that country, right? If you have one state in our nation that is literally the world's fourth largest economy, that's a pretty big effing deal. So we are a juggernaut. We're a juggernaut when it comes to business. We're a juggernaut when it comes to all of these industries, all of these sectors. We have a lot of discretionary funds. Like, we can all attest to, the resilience of the U.S. economy. We actually saw this during COVID because I certainly thought we were going to crash. But for some reason, we were, re-incentivized to go out there and just spend. 70% of U.S. GDP is what you and I spend every day, but we've been able to uphold that, which is why we haven't really seen GDP decline. It's kind of gone down. Decline into the negative, but I'm sorry, I forgot the question. Did I answer it though? So yeah, basically, you're right, Divine. So I don't think China will ever actually just go there unless they're forced to. And when I say forced to, I mean like they really have no choice but to. So it's kind of going to be like, playing footsies under the table, right? Like who's really going to be the dominant one at the end? We still have major corporations that manufacture in China. There's, it's like, you kill one, you kill the other. So what are they really going to do? But what they can do, like impact that happened during Divine is lessening their U.S. Treasury loads, right? Which Donald Trump pissing off the entire world as if we're not the best outfit in town. And this is another thing, guys. Our economy is on a downward cycle right now, right? Economies are cyclical. Economics is cyclical. What goes up must come down. Sometimes we're not in a period of expansion, which is very normal. Recessions are very normal, right? You kind of need it to reset. You can't just go. What goes up must come down. So you have a lot of other countries that are actually a better bang for the buck. We've just been, let's just say, the easiest outfit in town, right? We're like I was going to make a terrible reference. I won't keep it PC. But that's what Trump is acting as if we're the only outfit in town, and we're literally not the only outfit in town. So Trump making enemies of these countries is basically making them say, hey, we don't need to deal with the United States bullshit. There are other ways that are safe havens for dollars that we can put to work, right? And that's what they're doing. So, yeah.
And also the weaponization of terrorists. And everything that's the biggest problem.
Sorry, Punch is saying it's the fifth largest economy. Thank you, Punch. I know, but anyway, yeah, it's up there. Like that's insane. But appreciate that, Punch. Thank you.
Yeah, this is all self-inflicted. That's really frustrating at this.
Yeah. Scotty, absolutely is self-inflicted. Like, a lot of people, including myself, have been wondering what the hell Donald Trump was trying to do. It's like he's also waging economic war against his own country. Because you also have to think about the attacks on DEI, that was purely politically motivated. The attacks on LGBTQ, the attacks on minorities, those were corporations that were doing just fine and basically decided to curry favor with the president by getting rid of departments, getting rid of hires, getting rid of scholarships, getting rid of funding, getting rid of research. We've laid off people there. We've waged war on PhDs within the federal government. We've done all these massive federal layoffs, and it's hurt us, right? Did y'all just hear that this tax season is going to be another shit show because they moved IRS employees from HR into doing tax training? Like they took a $25 master class on Clubhouse to do taxes. Did y'all hear that? Like, we're still recovering from COVID delays. This is not good. So I don't know what y'all's president is trying to do, to be perfectly honest. I have no freaking idea what this man is trying to do, unless he's literally trying to destabilize the U.S. economy to implement something that is Putin and Netanyahu dreamed. Your guess is as good as mine.
You want to know something else that's kind of that gag? This is the gag. When he took office, Bitcoin was at 103. It's at 67. So I thought he was going to be the crypto president. I guess.
That's what he said. I thought that's what he had said. But yeah, shout out to crypto. Now y'all know I'm not a crypto fan, that's because I'm old, but crypto was supposed to be an alternative to the S&P 500 in the market, and what we find is that it actually tends to trend lower than the S&P 500 in the market. So I don't know about that. I thought it was supposed to be a safe haven from market volatility and disruption. So shout out to y'all, Bitcoin people. I can't.
Going back to the question of what this is costing us, there's another reel I'd like to share with you. It's Leah McGowan, who does a really great Instagram reel. She's an influencer under the name I Am Political. And she talks about how right now this war is costing us $1 billion a day. So check this out. letters to the White House for emergency meetings and asking for more money for the Department of War. After getting an extra $120 billion a year from the big beautiful bill, these people are already asking for another $50 million. Our military budget is already $1 trillion a year. Where is this money going? Right down the toilet, that's where. Did you vote for this? Do you want this? Or do you maybe want like living wage and healthcare to be able to afford a home and a safe and secure nation? We're not winning. The U.S. and Israel have powerful laws that can blow up buildings. But as we know now, most of Iran's military infrastructure are weapons underground where we can't get at them. And it appears that Russia and China are sitting on the sidelines just feeding top-tier satellite intelligence directly to the Iranian government and just tracking our every move. We've started something we have no chance of finishing. Because of unlimited supply or things that are small, we don't even figure out a goal. The question is, how long can we do this? We're on a weekend. How much of our resources are we going to spend? And do we plan to add our children's lives to the mix? When asked if we could expect violence on our own shores from this, Trump was like, well, maybe. I mean, it's war that happens. Come on. This war was unnecessary and ill-planned and will not make our country or the world more safe and prosperous. We are not winning. All we are doing is bankrupting ourselves while we create even more enemies and ruin our position in the world. You want to talk about waste, fraud, and abuse? Well, here it is. Yeah.
Will never forgive those people who voted for this guy.
Okay, it's not fuck if you forget. What is going on with this? I'll never forgive you. Who cares?
We can, because we have to care about this country. Dumb fuck like you that voted for him. Put this shit on the rest of us. Yeah. So you don't have to care.
Just like all of us.
Don't matter. We care. We care.
I don't think you know either. Just
I'm okay with that. You're okay with that?
Okay. It's fine. We do remind you every single day.
I'll remind you every day.
Your actions and how much water you fuck everybody else.
They're coming.
Hey, you can do the same time.
This guy,
I mean, it's got to be
it's a fucking team. This guy is on here like, when he's gonna fight Anthony on April 10th on pay-per-view, by the way. I mean, it's just like, he's just a fucking weirdo.
I'm Larry. Shut the fuck up, because you're saying it's all and it's like for somebody to say we would never forgive people like you and you get defensive. Nigga, this is going to be your life. You better be happy. You better be lucky if we don't fucking when we get out of the fucking office and we don't lock all you motherfuckers up.
And you ain't talking about me as a weirdo. You know what I'm saying? Dick pics? How you gonna talk about me being a weirdo using unsolicited dick pics, bitch? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. That's what you did. And you gonna call me weird? You gonna call me whatever you are. Wait, this is what you did?
Okay.
Okay, you should call me weird and that's what you did.
You're talking about fighting on an app and you're like 75 years old.
Stop it. I played that to reinforce the fact that we have people in this country who are hungry, who are homeless, who can't afford health care. $1 billion a day, you guys? God.
You know, take a video on this one, please. I really like that influencer that you played. I've been following her on TikTok for years now. And she's spot on.
Yeah, she's really good. Can you post the link in the chat, please?
Yeah, she was fine, especially when she was talking about the big beautiful bills. The pain in my ass was few.
And thank you for that. I put some additional information in the chat. I'm sorry, that was interesting. This is not. I'm trying to be good. So the numbers matter, but basically the U.S. makes up about 64% of global stock market cap, which is a lot. You take us out, you take yourself out, basically.
are right. Other dollars were put into work for future growth and revenue, not total net worth, just, investment assets. So yeah, we hold a pretty big chunk of that. And so it's gonna take a lot to dismantle that. I hope and pray that Donald Trump is not gonna attempt to do so. But so anyway, back to you.
I want to take it on a quick fun fact regarding, not even fun, just a fact regarding the big beautiful bill and no tax going overtime. Guess what? It's not taxable on the federal side, but the states, well, at least the state I live in, is going to be taxing their overtime. I'm going.
The beautiful state is going to be taxing overtime, right? I mean, that is one of the things he passed. So
New York State is still taxing your overtime. The IRS is not.
Interesting.
Considering
that was like one of the biggest, most emphasized things of the big beautiful bill. That's weird.
Because he couldn't do it on the state side. He has no jurisdiction.
Okay. So for the state taxes versus federal.
Again, it's tax-free on the federal side, but here in New York, they are still taxing.
Right. And yeah, that's not good because I'm sure those people who work those types of jobs, they're gonna lose a lot in taxes. Oh man, that sucks.
And I have to point out that similar to the TCJA, a lot of these tax cuts that he has allocated for you and I are temporary and are set to go away at some point. Just FYI, he loves the corporations. Donald Trump loves the corporations as the Republicans do, and their tax cuts tend to be permanent and not ours. Just FYI there. So, yeah.
So, part of, the reason as to why, we're going out and asking for help for the county UAS and UAS, shit, is because of the beautiful big bill. Because, and I just posted a link of PX explaining, this beautiful big bill being passed and drone dominance. And so, when they signed off, the drone dominance bill, 3 months ago or whatever, I can't remember. They have just been spending mad fucking money on UASs and shit that they don't know how to operate and under certain bands that you can't operate in when it comes to frequency wise. And so it's this shit is crazy. Cause it's we never needed Ukraine's help when it came to UASs and shit. We've been doing this shit for a minute. And so with this big bill, we're kind of getting lost in all these companies lying fucking UASs on us. So you can thank the beautiful big bill for that shit too.
All right. So you think that you said that's why we're getting
I don't think I work at SOCOM, but I know. So it's why we're in this shit that
Wait, I'm sorry, can you say that again?
I work at SOCOM, Special Operations Command.
Oh no, not that part. I don't want you to touch yourself.
That's good, yes. Oh no, it's all good. I don't do shit. Nothing's gonna impact me.
Well,
but
okay, we should all.
But that's one of the big reasons as to why a lot of companies are throwing next gen equipment at soldiers, and they don't know how to utilize this equipment because it's moving rapidly. Commanders have the right to just go and buy shit that we technically can't operate in another person's country or in our country. It's there's signs and regulations that we have to abide by. It's we're just saying fuck it, let's just buy it, and then go around the person's country and it doesn't work.
because they weren't allowed to. So it's a lot of like training that's like that we're not set up and ready for.
Okay. Good chance. If you go ahead, Elaine.
Well, I was going to say, like, when you talk about the taxes per state, like the state I'm in right now, they tax. They have the state tax and they have a county tax as well. Like, so depending on where you're located, it's a different rate of tax depending on the county.
Thank you, Elaine. That's right. Like, I just learned, because I know a lot about Texas, but not in Louisiana, but other states like Massachusetts. This is crazy. There is a $2 million estate tax exemption rate, which, what the fuck? That's a house. That is a house. I can't wait till what's his name come back on this app so I control it. $2 million? No wonder people are fleeing Massachusetts. But anywho, Trent, have you, do you have some breaking news? Because that's why you're in here at 10:50 for 1 p.m. Central on the Sunday. Go ahead.
I don't know if it's breaking news, but I can. There is a story about a Iranian women's soccer team in Australia signaling SOS from their team bus. As people were trying to prevent the bus from leaving to rescue, if you will. When you slow the video down and look at it, it actually does look like they use the universal signal ground, which is like a enclosed can. It's hard to tell from waving, but there are two of them. When you look at it the way the others were doing, it doesn't look like a wave. It looks like that too.
Thank you from our TNN correspondent, Trent News Network. We appreciate that.
So another thing, would they factor in the tariffs as a tax as well, like a separate type of tax to add to what we're already being taxed, or not?
Where is neoliberal? I was just wealth management. I don't know. Where is neoliberal? And when you say they, you mean like state, county?
Correct, yeah.
I mean, we end up paying tariffs.
Right, so I'm saying that's not included with that tax when you come up with the tax rate for the state.
No, I mean they would be the federal government because they're responsible for imports and exports under Border Customs. Yeah, they actually work a little bit differently than typical tax. But when they're setting the tax rates, LA, like, they're going to look at whatever it's, I mean, you know what? I can really check out about what guys going to set the tax rates. That's a really good question. I've never thought about that in a day in my life. Like, why are Texas rates the way that Texas's rates are? Louisiana has a state income tax. Texas doesn't, but we have high property tax rates. California has a state income tax. I know New York has a state income tax. I know New Mexico. Doesn't New Mexico have a state income tax? Like, this is just a fun random fact, y'all. Like, when y'all are R&D age eligible, required minimum distributions for your retirement funds, so your 401ks, 403bs, all that. Some states, the state income tax is so mandatory, like you can't defer that tax. Fidelity or Schwab or whatever system you're using, they won't let you default the tax. Like, some people like to just pay their tax at the end of the year or whatever, and some people, when they do mandatory withholding, they like to send a little bit off to the Fed, or they like to send a little bit off to their state. There are some states that are like, no, I have that shit. We want our 10% 10%, 8%, whatever percent now, and that was always kind of interesting to me that, damn, you don't even give the citizen the ability to make a determination of when to pay their tax, treat it like some sort of paycheck or something, but that's all I got.
The state on that does that. You can't be exempt from the state tax, the county tax. All of that.
Not for the most part. It's not everything. Specifically related to Iowa because that's where a lot of them were paid. Both Wyoming and Iowa were different. I believe they segregated them and put the tariffs on the Maroni stickers. That's the MSRP sticker. But for the most part, your major companies absorb the tariffs. If it could be reflected if it was broken out and reflected in the price, you would often see it. But for the most part, that was part of the write-down what many companies did in absorption for cost, so that it didn't raise prices.
Yeah, we don't pay tariffs it shouldn't be as T said, the government assesses them. But I will say, this is interesting. U.S. state income tax rates vary from 0% in 9 states. So there's only 9 states that have 0 state income tax? I don't know.
Tennessee is one of them, but they typically have local taxes that are higher, as well as sometimes additional county taxes, where states who have other income tax, they don't have necessarily those rates at the local and county levels. Now, I know some of the reasons given for Texas and Florida is because they rely so much on tourism and people traveling there. They just get funded that way from just sell tax and higher property taxes for people who live there.
But didn't they just pass a law in Florida about no property tax? Am I wrong?
I think they're all kind of floating it around. Governor Hubbard was trying to say that in Texas. I don't know how that's going to work. Then, yeah, they are Governor Craig over there is saying that in Florida as well. I think they're just yapping, to me, in my opinion. But I did not realize there were only 9 states: Alaska, Florida, Nevada, New Hampshire, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, Washington, Wyoming, to a top rate of 13.3% state income tax in California. Y'all really love California to pay 13.3% as the top rate. Other high tax states include Hawaii, 11%, New York is up there, 10.9%, New Jersey, 10.75%. There are also aggregated brackets and graduated brackets, I should say, similar to our federal income taxes, right? We don't pay at flat rates. So flat tax rates include Arizona's 2.5%, all the way up to North Carolina, 3.99%. Michigan has a state income tax? I didn't know that. I never thought about it. Illinois too, damn. Colorado.
Our sales tax is 6%, and then we don't have any county taxes assessed either. So sometimes all that stuff just comes out in the wash. Tiffany had mentioned in the chat that Tennessee doesn't have state tax, but in Memphis, the local tax rate is 9.75, so it's expensive. So I know, my aunt, they look forward to the no tax weekend, and then they started capping it where you can only spend a certain amount before tax kick back in.
There's no tax weekend here in Houston for Harris County, but it's back to school stuff. So they started grinding and then it was only $400. So then what you'll do, which we'll see, is Home Depot run their own version of it, where they will lower the price ostensibly, but it's you're still paying the tax, but we're going to lower the cost by whatever. It is, I believe it's 8.25 a year. Is no tax all in Texas? I don't pay attention to that anymore since my kids aren't in school. But I was it's
used to be an office manager at a furniture store. We used to run that sale, we'll pay your sales tax, and try to explain to people that their bill couldn't have said zero. It was so frustrating. I'm like, if your sales tax says zero, then we would create a tax liability for you. And when you did your income tax, you would have to remit it to the state of Michigan. We take a discount off. Let me mute. I'm having fun.
It's weekend. It's a state. Statewide.
Oh. I never really given much thought to this. So in Texas, the state rate is 6.25. Counties, cities, and special districts can add up to 2%, making the maximum combined rate 8.25. So we pay 8.25. We paid 8.25 for years. Because I mentally add up. If somebody's like, oh, it's $500, I'm like, okay, this is going to be like, a little bit under $550 with tax. 125 counties in Texas impose their own sales and use tax for property tax relief. So y'all look this up in y'all state. I had to do something to look up now.
Yeah, except for cars. The cars are exempt, and something else. I can't remember. There's something else that is exempt. Cars are exempt because they didn't want people going in other counties because they got to pay higher tax. So cars are 6.25.
Texans being cheap is not on Texans. We would gladly pay for additional assessments to fix them damn grids. That's the crackhead Republicans that are the crackheads. Just FYI. Don't blame everybody else. We don't vote on crackheads in Houston. I don't know why y'all say Texas is cheap. Texas is not cheap. The property taxes here are significantly high. We just don't pay state income tax. That's about it. I mean, it used to be cheap, and if you're a Californian, it's cheap. For everybody else, it is very expensive here. Especially if you do not have, an infrastructure you can rely on, i.e. friends and family. If you don't have a system here, a fallback here, it gets real expensive real quick. Right. I mean, I'm from Louisiana. Louisiana is a hell of a lot cheaper than Texas. We're right next to each other, so it's exactly. Texas is only cheap in comparison to California and New York. It is not cheap in comparison across the board.
Maybe not Houston, maybe not certain parts of Houston, certain parts of Austin. The rest of the state is damn near dirt cheap.
Please, Dallas-Fort Worth is not dirt cheap to live here. Your average median home is going to be about $300,000 to $400,000. Okay, it's very hard to find very nice single-family homes that are like maybe between $150,000 to $250,000 that are in the nice neighborhoods that everybody wants to be in or in Newco. So please. Let's remember, you live in the Gallon, so yeah, everything is cheap to you because you're in the Valley and nobody wants to live there. People could find something cheap in Midland or Odessa, but people don't want to live there. People could find something cheap in Mount Pleasant and in Sulphur Springs, but people do not want to live there. When people think of Texas, they think Dallas, they think Houston, and they think of Austin. That's it. You'd be lucky if they think of Fort Worth or if they think of San Antonio. And Dallas is actually more expensive than Houston, I do want to point out. I tell people that all the time. Dallas has more old money. Dallas is way more expensive than Houston. And Austin is expensive as shit. Especially the last 10 years.
So just real quick, just FYI, I used to be the director of marketing for Collective. So I know Dallas very well. Midland is actually the most expensive. I think it's the most expensive city in Texas. But I know what you mean. But it's the most expensive city in Texas. So yes, Dallas is more certain parts of Dallas and Grapevine and Highland Park. Yes, more expensive. But when you look at the Metroplex on a whole, right?
Dallas is less expensive. The reason Houston is more expensive is because of the floodplains, because we've had multiple floods, and it's cost more now to build a house there than it used to. When you're talking about living closer to the city. So, I'm with you. I know the state pretty well.
But you're not the only person who lives in the city. Just because you work for Clay Cooley doesn't mean that you know more than anybody else. I literally watched a damn news cast, well not a full cast, but I did watch a newscast clip about how at this point in time, in 2026, here in Dallas, right, that our housing costs have risen comparative to the Northeast. At this point, the only persons for whom Dallas is a cheap place to come and live are Californians. That's the news. That's actual experts who are here in the state talking, who are in the city. Not in the town talking about it.
Right. I used to live in Las Vegas, okay?
And I live in Terry County. I lived in Terry County. I live in Dallas County. We all live somewhere. You're not special because you live in Las Vegas.
I've been in Dallas. I know Dallas very well. We look at
so does everybody else. So do I. I don't care about what you know. I said what I said.
All right. But again, when you look at them.
So I said, we're done. We're done. It's done. I said what I said. You're not the only one. There's more recent data that's talking about it. That's not what you are, that is in contention with what you are saying. You don't live here now, so don't act like you live here now and you can speak to what the market is here now. You live down south.
Man, it doesn't matter where I live.
So then why do you keep bringing up that you lived here if it doesn't matter?
Fred.
Why would you bring it up if it doesn't matter? I was in Las Vegas. I work for Clay Cooley. Why would you bring that up if it doesn't matter? You're using it to appeal to authority, so you seem like you know everything.
Okay.
So you seem knowledgeable.
Well, we look at all metros in terms of cost, right? Dallas is obviously, if you're looking at domestic automotives, it's actually the prime market. I'm not saying what you're saying is not true. The cost of homes, the reason I was mentioning Las Vegas, the home that we were living in Las Vegas was about $400,000 in 2017. That same house now is about $800,000. And so I'm agreeing. I was actually agreeing with you. Yes, that things have risen tremendously in certain parts of Dallas over the past, 7 years. But when we look at the totality of the metroplex, which it's actually pretty broad all the way up to Denton, south all the way down to Corsicana now.
Corsicana is not part of anybody's Dallas-Fort metropolitan area.
Okay. You don't consider so, but okay.
Since when did this all kind of metroplex?
It's a pretty broad area that they.
To my knowledge, DFW encompassed Terry County, Dallas County, and then the surrounding counties. I didn't know it went all the way down to Corsicana.
We're going to go around Corsicana. When you consider the broadness and the breadth of DFW, Dallas, it's a huge metro. And metros are defined by, it's not defined by county. It's defined by the broadcast area of the television stations. But anyway, it's a loose term. But when you look at it, there are places that are actually pretty affordable. I know, it doesn't feel like it, but it actually is when compared to other metros, like San Francisco, like Miami, like San Francisco. Other large metros aren't as cost effective as Dallas.
I'm just gonna read this. Now the official Dallas-Fort Worth Arlington Metropolitan Statistical Area, DFW Metroplex, does not typically include Corsicana. Shout out to Corsicana. I've heard that. I think I have a friend that's from there. While located in Navarro County, just about an hour south of Dallas, Corsicana is generally considered outside the core 11 to 13 county definition of the Metroplex, acting instead as a neighboring city in North Texas. Just FYI.
I was born and raised in Dallas-Fort Worth. To assume I don't know what the fuck
school. My wife went to Eastern Hill.
My apologies. I did say Coach Ken. I was thinking Waxahachie. That's my fault. Okay, but it's the definition of the metro is broad. But anyway, the point it's less expensive than it was. I mean, it's less expensive when you compare it to major metros.
Do you go into other rooms and you trigger people like this?
I don't know. I didn't mean to trigger her. I was just
saying, just everywhere. Every time you come in here, you trigger people.
No, I mean, we live in a good state. I mean, it is a good state. It is less expensive to live here than it is a lot of places.
It doesn't matter, Trent. The people who are living there still are living within, like, there's a cost of living. And if the amount that it costs to live there outpaces what they make, it doesn't matter. Like, there's a point of comparison that you're making that doesn't make sense for the conversation that you're actually having. It doesn't matter that San Francisco is actually more expensive if we're talking about a numerical value. They don't live in San Francisco, and they don't make the money there. They live in Texas and DFW. So the money that they're making has to be connected to how much it costs to live in the place that they are. You're not getting that as weird.
I take it. Texas is one of the most expensive places. So it's ridiculous.
I mean, it is. To Britt's point, Texas is big as shit, Trent. Texas is huge. Houston is huge.
I'm not a
financial advisor. Texas is, what does that have to do with anything? Texas is huge. Look, for example, I don't know shit about any other side of Houston except the southwest side. I don't know shit. You know why? I don't even go over there. I don't go to the north side. I don't even like to go to Bush. I don't go to the east side. I barely go to the west side. Don't ask me shit about the north side. Don't ask me shit about Kingwood. Don't ask me shit about the Woodlands. Don't ask me shit about Conroe. I don't know. Y'all might as well be in a whole other goddamn state. I am so serious. Like, seriously. So for you to just be I agree with Britt, for you to randomly say Texas is big as fuck. Like, you gotta be Pacific. And your ass is at the border in McAllen. I'm gonna say this, it's not gonna sound very nice, but you got cheap ass labor over there, bro. Come on now. You can't compare yourself to nobody else. Y'all got border labor. Stop it.
Hey, Mickey.
We can't taco in the morning for 99 cents. Because somebody's umbrella is sending 75 cents back home at the Walmart. Hush, Trent. Hush. So this is a...
Listen, to me, you know full well, I don't know if you live in Missouri City or Chicago or where you live, okay? But you know full well, if you look at cost comparison, because even I'm looking at, there are some places in Michigan where Tito lives that I've looked at. And our cost comparison to their cost comparison is still better. And for the most part, like I said, Austin is high coming down. Austin line is good. Parts of Dallas are high. Obviously, the Woodlands is high. But you can still find affordability, especially if we're talking about Southwest Houston, Rosenberg, Richmond area. You can still find affordability in those places.
Okay. But it's not just affordability, it's also availability. There's not a lot available. So this is like a little bit of a pivot, and unrelated to the topic, so I hope everybody doesn't mind. Do you guys know who Egypt Christ is? She is the daughter of Church, and
let me see if I can get back to it. He was like, this is what happened, yo. He said, this is what happened when you marry a clout chasing N-word. He said it's also like for everybody who was involved. She went to sleep. Like, and she was out there trying to fight for Sean. And like, when you seen the girl here, I said she was face all over that. Oh my God.
Yeah, so I guess her husband or somebody set up some sort of a boxing match, and they set his daughter up with like a 2-time Olympian, this white chick, and she just pummeled her. So Tretch basically took it to social media. He called out the husband, and he's like, I'm gonna get your ass. And if anybody know OG Tretch, like, you know, hey, it's probably on site. So yeah, he was not happy. And did you actually see? I just saw the aftermath. But oh my God, bless her heart. That was that girl up to the.
It was horrible. I felt like she got just like a 2-piece combo and then one more hit fell right there. Just face first, face like, I was like, oh my God. It's bad.
It was so bad. And wait a minute, I messed up the quote. To my darling daughter, Egypt, part 1. When you marry a clout-chasing clown like this that brainwashes you to take care of him and to have him train you and set you up, what did you expect? I love you, and as far as him and the team around, y'all put my daughter in harm's way, that karma, but he spelled it completely wrong, comes back quick. You reap what you sow. Yeah. That's crazy. Let me put the clip in the chat.
Well, I mean, listen, he didn't know the difference between Ellis County and Lamar County and what constitutes a metroplex. So that's what he did there.
Okay, don't worry, he'll be back once we have more breaking news.
He'll let us know the latest developments and movements in Iran.
He had to report to this post.
Here's another random good job of running off train to go ask some people in Dallas about where Corsicana is located. You know that's what he's going to do. This is just somebody to watch. If y'all haven't heard of this guy, Edward Pollard. He's a member of Houston City Council. I think he's an attorney, Morehouse, Thurgood Marshall, Harvard. He's definitely one to watch in the future. He's a good-looking guy, tall dude, black wife, gorgeous family, well-respected. Really, I'm just saying.
So you said Morehouse man, graduated from Thurgood Marshall School of Law, what else?
Harvard.
And Harvard. So
Edward Pollard, yeah.
Delta, 2-time HBCU and Ivy League.
I can tell guy, because I went to look at the church thing, and I love Threads, y'all. I don't know why I love Threads. Not that I needed to be addicted to another social media app, but I'm just saying, you're going to hear about this dude. I think he's going to quickly move up the ranks, but yeah, he is definitely one to watch, so just wanted to share that. He has a black wife. There's Lynn. Yeah, he's I've been paying attention to him a little bit. There's another one, the Chris dude that was fighting for, what was Chris's position? He was fighting the Republicans when what's his name was in office for because they did like the remember the drive-by voting? Janet, I don't know if y'all did that in Dallas, but they did it here in Harris County during COVID. You could go in and turn in your ballot. Yeah. It's like somebody pick it up, and they had a shit fit about that because so many people were voting. Boy, Sylvester trying to cut up with the Republicans, I missed that. He was funny as shit. He didn't give the Republicans the Texas National Party a permit to like have a conference here or something. It was funny as hell. They got so petty for a while. I'm sorry, I just remembered that. Shout out to Sylvester Turner. May he rest in peace. Hey, Miss Lynn, I hope you're doing well. I'm kind of sobering up in all of this news, y'all, because if they said they're going to start doing random targets, I mean, I am in Houston, the oil and gas capital of the world, like, maybe I just won't go out to the Galleria for a minute. I haven't been to the Galleria in Houston since that Syria rape shot like years ago. And then the fact that they refused to just announce that y'all have a damn serial killer. A serial killer. Oh my God. So it's the bodies that released. And young black people primarily. Young black men, young black women. So I don't know if the old boy just calmed down or they just stopped reporting it. Yeah. That was a little terrifying for a while. Yeah. But it was going on up until November, December. Yeah. So hopefully he dead or something, and they never wanted to say that. Everybody was like, what in the hell? You know, it was like, even everybody knew, that's definitely the serial killer, guys. Like, don't be alarmed, we have everything in control. Another body. This just it. Yeah. How do you see how they're doing? They want to announce that shit. Because I never go downtown. I only go downtown if I have to. There are just certain places I just don't like to go. The people that's why they have like this nightlife. I don't know if it's like this in like LA, maybe, or, even Dallas, I guess, because of the party cities, New York City. Like in certain areas, people are just there 24/7. And Houston is so country, y'all. Everything shuts down at 2 o'clock. Like literally, 2 o'clock, get your ass out of here. So these people are partying downtown. You gotta walk 10 minutes to the parking garage to get your vehicle. I ain't never did that shit. Absolutely not. It's probably gonna be snatching people up downtown.
There's no partying going on in New York. Who would do that? We don't do that kind of thing.
Y'all never take no ass to sleep.
Why you talking about up there?
It's funny because when I first went to New York, I thought it was amazing seeing the parking lot of cars stacked on top of each other. Like they have like the different machines that go up and down to move the cars. It was amazing to see.
New York City is not a real place, and neither is LA. I said what I said. It's just. Japanese market real quick.
That's like a thing that like people never do. Buy it, they leave a fucking code. So
Maybe I have more persuasive capacity than I realized.
Dude, that's what I thought. I was just like, my brain went immediate to like, this bitch